Roar! The Type 6 ruler class astral beast roared out. The millions of gods and followers of the army of faith unleashed their strongest attacks. The power of faith gathered on the pearl. The entire pearl released a terrifying power of faith. The 100 or so Type 7 gods on the astral beast all took out powerful treasures of faith. They also poured their faith energy into the pearl. This pearl was a famous treasure of the Qianyuan Palace, the Life and Death Prophecy Pearl. The Life and Death Prophecy Pearl could predict life and death. It was also a powerful faith treasure. Pouring in faith energy could reverse life and death. Boom! 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 When the endless power of faith poured into the Life and Death Prophecy bead, the entire Life and Death Prophecy bead exploded with a terrifying power of faith. The scene inside the prophecy bead changed. The situation in which they were doomed to die changed. At the same time, the power of faith inside the Life and Death Prophecy bead directly opened up an enormous umbrella of faith. This umbrella of faith directly faced the attack of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 elements grinding mill. Boom! Following that, the sound of collision was heard and a terrifying energy rushed out in all directions. Ah! Ah! However, at this moment, the army of faith of the Qianyuan Palace, the believers below the level of gods, let out miserable cries. The terrifying aftermath made them unable to withstand it. The bodies of more than 1 million believers collapsed and died quickly. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in the front, saw this scene and revealed a look of astonishment. His attack was actually blocked. One had to know that the full-strength attack of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 elements grinding was comparable to the full-strength attack of 6 level 9 gods. They actually managed to block it. This surprised Wang Xian a little. Divination, enemy. At this moment, the pantheon gods at the center of the level 7 space beast let out a low roar. With a wave of their arms, the corpses of the surrounding believers entered the Life and Death divination bead. In the next moment, Wang Xian's figure appeared. Someone is attacking us. It should be an expert from the 9 origin universe. When the level 7 pantheon in the center saw Wang Xian's figure, his expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. He actually discovered me. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his face revealed a look of astonishment. It seemed that he could not underestimate this belief universe. Even with his current strength, he was already very powerful. So be it if you discovered me. I will exterminate all of you. This amount of resources is already huge enough for the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he growled in a low voice. Attack! With a thought, the 5 elemental millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc came crashing down on them. The terrifying aura and energy gathered around them. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 elemental millstone went up and down and attacked them from both directions. The terrifying energy attacked them once again. At this moment, the scene of their deaths appeared once again on the Life and Death Prophecy bead. Not good. The opponent's strength is too terrifying. We can't defend against it. Seeing the result on the Life and Death Prophecy bead, all the gods of the Qianyuan Palace revealed shocked expressions. The first attack had caused all their believers to die. They could no longer resist this attack. Even if they released all the power of faith again, they still couldn't resist it. Who are you? If you dare to kill us, our Qianyuan Palace won't let you off. The rank 7 gods in the center of the Qianyuan Palace roared with their eyes wide open. This mysterious existence who attacked them was probably going to wipe them out this time. There were over 80,000 gods in the million-strong army of the Qianyuan Palace. Once all of them died, the losses would be extremely heavy. You won't let me off? I am the Dragon King of the 9 origin universe's Dragon Palace. I am here to accompany you at any time. However, none of you can think of escaping today. Die! Wang Xian did not hide the fact that he was discovered. Moreover, even if he wanted to hide it, the universe would discover that it was him through his face. Therefore, he decided to not hide it at all. In the starry universe, Wang Xian was not afraid of any enemies. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, just you wait. Just you wait. Give us the Qianyuan Palace. Give us the belief universe, and we will definitely annihilate all of you. A level 7 pantheon roared with a sinister and violent expression. HMPH. Then I want to see who will kill who. Wang Xian stared at them coldly. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the roars of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate could be heard. Waves of energy attacked them directly. No, no, no. We can't escape, we can't escape. Get the palace master and the rest to avenge us. We must destroy the dragon palace and avenge us. Roars and despairing voices rang out. The gods felt this unrivaled power and their bodies trembled violently. They were going to die. Only the gods who had treasures could be revived. Most of the gods were dead this time. They were completely dead. They were unwilling to accept this. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the energy from the Tai Chi dragon disc and the 5 elements millstone collided together. The gods in the center and the space beast who was at level 6 were losing their vitality under this force. In the end, there was still a huge gap between their strength and Wang Xian's. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian waved his arm and saved the lives of a few gods. Soul capture was unleashed and waves of information entered his mind. The rest of the gods turned into corpses. Wang Xian waved his arm and collected all the corpses. A smile appeared on his face. The harvest this time was too great. There were more than 80,000 gods in the army of 1 million believers. Among them, there were more than 100 masters at level 7. With these resources, the strength of the Dragon Palace would be able to obtain a terrifying increase. By then, as long as there were sufficient resources, the improvement of the disciples of the Dragon Palace would be much easier. Perhaps in a few tens of millions of years, the number of masters at the level of the Dragon Palace could reach more than 100,000. The speed of improvement was absolutely terrifying. Chenyuan Palace? So this is the army sent by the Chenyuan Palace to the battlefield of the 9 Origin universe. The 24 palaces are working together to eliminate all the strong disciples in the 9 Origin universe. Wang Xian kept the corpse and began to check the information he obtained. Looking at this information, his eyes were filled with astonishment. With the 24 palaces working together, each palace had 1,000,000 troops. All of them had powers that were not weaker than the Chenyuan Palace. The strength of these 24 palaces was rather terrifying. One had to know that each palace had sent out more than 100 level 7 pantheon. The strength of the 24 palaces in the belief universe had completely exceeded Wang Xian's expectations. One palace sent out more than 100 level 7 gods. This number was not something that the 9 Origin universe could compare to. At the very least, it was not something that the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan could compare to. One had to know that the number of powerhouses sent by the Angel clan and Phoenix clan to kill Wang Xian back then was only a few tens of level 7 masters. However, in their belief universe, each palace had sent over 100 level 7 pantheon. The number of powerhouses was rather terrifying. Of course, there was another possibility. Back then, the passageway to the starry universe had not been opened for too long. It was because many powerhouses from the Angel and Phoenix clans did not come. Regardless, the strength of this belief universe was very, very strong. In particular, Wang Xian obtained a piece of information from their memories. The belief universe was comparable to the level 9 pantheon, which was the combat strength of a level 6 space behemoth. Every palace would send out one of them. Wang Xian did not know how many level 9 existences of the peak races in the 9 Origin universe had such strength. However, he knew that not every peak race had such combat strength. From the looks of it, the overall strength of the belief universe was much stronger than that of the 9 Origin universe. If the 24 palaces really want to join forces to eliminate the strong disciples who have subdued the 9 Origin universe, the 9 Origin universe might not be able to withstand it. Wang Xian mumbled. After all, there were 2 universes in the belief universe. There was still a gap. However, Wang Xian was glad to see that they were so strong. Each of the 24 palaces had 1,000,000 troops. If they could be eliminated, it would be a huge improvement for the Dragon Palace. One palace was equivalent to 80,000 gods, and the 24 palaces were equivalent to nearly 2 million gods. How terrifying would the improvement of the Dragon Palace be if they were eliminated? However, at the moment, if the 24 palaces were to join forces, Wang Xian was no match for them. However, if they were to join forces, Wang Xian could eliminate them one by one. The 24 palaces and the 24 factions were not all on the same page. There were also contradictions and conflicts between them. In fact, this contradiction and conflict was much stronger than the Nine Origin universe. It was only because of the existence of the Nine Origin universe that they were united against the outside world. I can launch a sneak attack and destroy them bit by bit. Wang Xian was making a plan in his heart. Out of the 24 palaces, he had destroyed one and the other 23 palaces. The other 23 palaces were not weak. They were very strong. However, apart from the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and the Great Mill of the Five Elements, Wang Xian still had 4 soul items. Some of them had yet to be fully nurtured. Even so, he was able to fight against 9 existences of the 9th level Pantheon level alone. In other words, even if 4 or 5 palaces were to join forces, Wang Xian would be able to destroy them all. Go and intercept them. Let's see if we can destroy 1 or 2 more of the Pantheon and believers of the palaces. As Wang Xian spoke, his body moved and he flew to the right. The experts of the 24 palaces were prepared to gather at a spot in front. Wang Xian wanted to see if he could intercept 1 or 2 more of the armies of the palace midway. If he succeeded, his gains would be extremely terrifying. His body moved and the soul battleship flew forward rapidly. However, just as Wang Xian was looking for the gods of the universe, he was at the passageway of the universe of belief. At the location of the Qianyuan Palace, the elder of the Qianyuan Palace who was there was suddenly stunned. He took out his communication device. When he saw the aura on it, a furious aura shot up from his body. Kill, kill, kill. At the location above him, the shadows of the believers appeared one by one. The faces of these believers were extremely ferocious. They were exuding an extremely powerful killing intent. The killing intent instantly soared into the sky. The sudden change of the elder of the Qianyuan Palace caused the gods in the surrounding palaces to show a stunned expression, and they looked at him in bewilderment. Elder Qianfa, what's going on? An expert of the gods couldn't help but ask. Elder Qianfa of the Qianyuan Palace had a gloomy look on his face, and the shadow of the believers in the sky was still roaring. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent. The entire army of our Qianyuan Palace has been annihilated, he said in a deep voice with a gloomy face and a changing expression. What? Upon hearing his words, the bodies of all the gods from the other 23 palaces trembled slightly and their faces revealed a shocked expression. Elder Qianfa, what's the situation? Could it be that the great beings from the Nine Origin universe have set up an ambush on our side? One of the palace's gods asked with a solemn expression. Now, the 24 palaces had joined forces to wipe out the disciples of the experts of the Nine Origin universe. Now, their Qianyuan Palace had suddenly been wiped out. This was a 1,000,000-strong army. More than 80,000 gods. This incomparably powerful force had actually been wiped out. This was a major event. It had to be taken seriously by all the experts of their palaces. It was a powerhouse from the Nine Origin universe, but according to our resurrected disciples, it was the Dragon King of the Nine Origin universe who destroyed the 1,000,000-strong army of our Qianyuan Palace. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had a terrifying supreme treasure, which rendered our Qianyuan Palace completely defenseless. He was killed in 2 moves. Elder Qianfa said with an unsightly expression. This loss was too great for their Qianyuan Palace. It was so great that they couldn't bear it. More than 80,000 gods, and more than 100 rank 7 gods, as well as their Qianyuan Palace's plan for the starry universe for the past tens of millions of years. Now it was all destroyed. This blow to their Qianyuan Palace was too great. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? The Dragon King of the Nine Origin universe? The Dragon Palace of the new peak race. This? 2 moves to destroy the 1,000,000-strong army of your Qianyuan Palace? This is impossible, right? What kind of power can destroy the 1,000,000-strong army of your Qianyuan Palace in 2 moves? The eyes of the gods of the surrounding palaces focused when they heard Elder Qianfa's words. They were very familiar with the peak races of the Nine Origin universe. They also knew about the new peak race, the Dragon Palace. After all, tens of millions of years ago, the Dragon Palace's ancient god, Kuan Feeding Master, had attacked them and killed many gods. Now, the Dragon King had actually destroyed the million-strong army of the Qianyuan Palace. This shocked them. The Qianyuan Palace was not weak. According to our resurrected disciples, the Dragon Palace's 2 treasures should be comparable to the strength of 5 or 6 rank 9 gods. Elder Qianfa said with a gloomy face, this was bad news for their Qianyuan Palace. The power of 2 treasures is comparable to the power of 5 or 6 rank 9 pantheon gods. The faces of the pantheon gods of the surrounding 23 palaces changed slightly and revealed a solemn expression. This power was beyond their expectations. Dragon Palace Dragon King. This Dragon Palace hasn't been around for long. Back then, this Dragon Palace Dragon King single-handedly made the Phoenix and Angel races in the 9 Origin universe bow their heads. Their Dragon Palace has an ancient god that feeds the Kuan Lord, which feeds the space beasts. Currently, it's estimated that the ancient god feeds the Kuan Lord with 3 Kuan, which are comparable to level 6 space beasts. That Dragon King now has such a terrifying treasure. Conservatively speaking, their Dragon Palace's strength is comparable to 8 or 9 6th level space beasts. At the passage of the belief universe, a palace's god expert frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. If I'm not wrong, the Heavenly Palace's Black Scripture Treasured Land and the Void Spirit Treasured Land were both attacked by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Elder of the Decree Palace said coldly with a gloomy face. The Decree Palace had lost a total of 7,000 to 8,000 experts from the Void Spirit Treasured Land as well as many experts from the other palaces. They had also lost 3,000 to 4,000 gods and a large number of believers from the Heavenly Palace. The Decree Palace, the Heavenly Palace, and the now-destroyed Qianyuan Palace, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had almost killed 100,000 of the gods they believed in. What kind of concept was this? This was a huge loss. Even after fighting for 10 to 20 billion years, not many gods had died. However, so many of them had been killed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has killed so many of our experts. We must kill him. We must kill him. The Elder of the Decree Palace continued to speak, his eyes full of murderous intent. We must first exterminate the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, once he attacks us one by one, our army will not be able to withstand it. The elders of the Heavenly Palace chimed in at this moment. Their Heavenly Palace's Black Scripture Treasured Land had been occupied, and a large number of the gods and believers had been killed. This enmity must be avenged. That is indeed the case. In the surrounding area, the elders of the palace nodded slightly. Most of them hadn't been attacked by the Dragon King, but the Dragon King was a powerhouse from the 9 Origin universe. His strength was so terrifying that he had to be destroyed. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Especially when their palaces were separated, none of them were a match for the Dragon King. Even if 2 or 3 palaces joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Dragon King. And the 24 palaces couldn't always gather together. Therefore, the Dragon King had to be destroyed. Immediately inform the other gods of the 23 palaces to gather together. An elder of a palace immediately said. The other elders nodded. They had to gather the gods and believers immediately. Otherwise, if the Dragon Palace continued to kill their army, the result would be the same as the Qianyuan Palace. This loss was too great. Prepare the elite forces of 10 palaces to kill the Dragon King first. Another elder said as he looked around. The elders of the surrounding palaces nodded in agreement. They had to deal with the Dragon King first before they could kill the other powerful disciples in the 9 Origin universe. Should we change the plan now? If we don't fight back now, they might attack us. An elder of a palace spoke. He hesitated for a moment and continued, I suggest that 10 palaces fight against the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the other 13 palaces fight against the powerful disciples of the 9 Origin universe. With the power of our 13 palaces, the 9 Origin universe might not be our match. That's fine. The peak races of the 9 Origin universe have been a little arrogant recently. Even if we only send out the power of 13 palaces, it's enough to suppress them. An elder nodded. Since that's the case, then we'll use the method of prayer to lock onto the position of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and destroy him. An elder spoke. The gods of the belief universe began to make plans. At the same time, in the belief universe, the legions of the palaces received the message from the elder, and their faces were filled with astonishment. The million legions of the Qian Yuan Palace were actually destroyed. The strength of the other party is somewhat terrifying. Dragon Palace, Dragon King? There's actually such an expert in the Nine Origin universe. Is the black scripture treasured land of our heavenly palace related to him?
He's courting death. Let's go and meet up with the other palaces.
When the other experts of the 23 palaces received this news, they immediately began to meet up. They weren't very far from each other, and very soon, the legions of the various palaces began to gather. Half a year later, in a certain part of the starry universe, 10 legions of the belief universe gathered together.
10 legions, 10 million gods and believers. Just the existence of the gods alone had reached more than 800,000. In addition, there were 5 level 6 space beasts and some special powerful treasures.
They gathered together and the 1,000 or so level 7 gods looked at each other. Let's begin. Follow the orders of the elders and destroy the Dragon King first. A level 7 god from the heavenly palace said coldly.
Okay, let's pray and lock onto the Dragon King.
The group of tier 7 gods nodded. Pray, kill me. Pray to the universe gods. Pray for karma. Lock onto the enemy. Lead. A tier 7 god shouted, and his voice entered the ears of the tens of millions of gods and believers. Yes.
The gods and believers replied, and all the believers immediately sat cross-legged in the air.
The rest of the gods below tier 7 closed their eyes and pressed their palms together.
Wang 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 wing. Wang 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 wing.
Waves of faith energy floated in the sky. The faith energy changed and condensed together, releasing a special energy.
Slowly, the faith energy condensed into a hairpin and pointed in a certain direction.
Very soon, this arrowhead flew in a certain direction. Go! Kill that Dragon Palace Dragon King. When the Faith Universe gods saw this scene, they immediately ordered loudly. Boom! 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 At the next moment, the 10 belief legions started to move and flew towards the direction that Scissors had pointed out.
Belief locking the enemy.
This was an extremely powerful ability of the belief universe.
However, the execution of this move required a large number of believers to gather the power of belief and pray.
The stronger the enemy that they were tracking, the more power of belief they needed. However, with the power of the 10 legions, it was still very easy for them to lock onto Wang Xian's figure.
The speed of the 10 legions was not slow. They flew along with the scissors at a terrifying speed.
At this moment, Wang Xian did not know that he was locked onto.
He was flying towards a direction, looking for the legions of the universe of faith.
Let's see if we can kill 1 or 2 more of them. After flying for more than half a year, he suddenly felt a terrifying force of faith rushing towards him. What's the situation?
Wang Xian sensed the terrifying power of faith and his gaze focused.
This power of faith was more than 10 times stronger than the million-strong army of the Chenyuan Palace that he had encountered previously.
This power of faith was almost tangible. He hesitated for a moment and his gaze focused slightly. He stared ahead vigilantly. Wang Xian also knew that the belief universe must have received the news that he had destroyed the million-strong army of the Chenyuan Palace. After they received the news, they would either retaliate or evade.
However, based on Wang Xian's understanding of the strength of the 24 palaces, they would not evade. Instead, they would retaliate. Instead, they would seek revenge on him.
However, how did they know my location?
Is there some special method? Wang Xian mumbled to himself as he became more and more vigilant. If a power that believed in the universe wanted to deal with him, he had to be extremely vigilant. The 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc floated directly around him. The soul battleship was ready to burst out with its fastest speed at any time.
Buzz! 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 At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a powerful energy before the gods of the belief universe arrived. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is right in front. Don't let him escape.
Soon, an army that was 10 times stronger than the Chenyuan Palace appeared in his line of sight. It was not 1 army, but 10. Each army was as strong as the Chenyuan Palace. In the middle of a few armies, there were also space beasts that were at level 6. There was even one army with 10 space beasts that were at level 5.
10 armies flew over, accompanied by a cold voice.
When Wang Xian saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Fuck! He could not help but curse. His expression was a little ugly.
10 armies of the palace.
The gods who believed in the universe actually sent out 10 armies of 1,000,000 to deal with him. It was no problem for each palace to deal with a level 6 astral beast. In addition to the trump cards of the 1,000,000-strong army, they could even destroy a level 6 astral beast. With this force, even if Wang Xian had the Tai Chi Dragon Plate, the 5 elements grinding mill, and for powerful soul treasures, he was still no match for them. He really sees me.
When Wang Xian saw this, he didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and fled into the distance. I see the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. He wants to escape. Stop him.
Kill him. He dares to kill the gods and believers of our universe. He's courting death. Spear of Faith, attack. At this moment, the level 7 gods of the Faith Army of the 10 Palaces also saw Wang Xian. Seeing that he wanted to escape immediately, a cold expression appeared on his face. He immediately shouted loudly.
At the center, a few hundred level 7 gods waved their arms. A surge of faith power was injected directly into the arrow that was guiding Wang Xian. Following that, the haircutter was like a long spear as he attacked Wang Xian at a terrifying speed.
The power of faith was invincible. Whoosh! What a fast speed! Wang Xian sensed the speed of the spear of faith and his expression changed slightly. He moved his body and the 5 elements millstone released a 5 elements spear directly towards the spear of faith. Boom! A violent collision sound was heard and the 2 spears collapsed at the same time. The power of this faith spear is enough to kill a level 6 space beast. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw the terrifying collision. The opponent had come prepared. The power of just one strike was enough to withstand the full force strike of the 5 elements millstone.
I'm not their match, he thought to himself. He immediately controlled the soul battleship and fled into the distance.
His speed was very fast. With the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc, he was much faster than the 10 Palaces army. He was able to withstand the attack of the Spear of Faith in an instant, as expected of the army that was able to destroy the Heaven Origin Palace. This Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is indeed not simple. When the gods of the 10 Palaces saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly.
He wants to escape. We can't let him escape. Chase after him. Think of a way to stop him.
When the group of level 7 gods saw that Wang Xian wanted to escape, they hurriedly shouted out loud, "Transfer of faith! All of you attack and help me pin him down. I will go in front of him and pin down his strength."
At the army of a palace, a level 7 god roared and his body began to turn illusory.
Below him, the space beast, which was the ruler of level 6 realm, also began to turn illusory slowly. Attack! When the other pantheon gods saw his figure gradually disappearing, they let out a loud roar.
Roar! 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 Roar!
Roar!
Roar! The space beast began to roar as waves of terrifying and vast energy began to condense. The other experts who believed in the pantheon gods also immediately condensed powerful attacks and attacked Wang Xian. However, the distance between them and Wang Xian was very far. Many of their attacks could not reach such a long distance.
Only 5 to 6 attacks were attacking Wang Xian. When Wang Xian saw the power behind him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Roar! 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 On the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc, the 7 divine dragons also let out roars. Defense! Defense!
The 5 elements millstone released a line of defense and the Tai Chi dragon disc spun. Behind the 5 elements millstone's defense, yin and yang began to spin.
Boom! The 5 elements millstone's power was shattered, and the remaining power fell on the Tai Chi dragon disc. The Tai Chi dragon disc spun and slowly blocked it. At the same time, a backlash force charged toward the attacking gods. Oh?
Not good. I can feel a great terror descending on me.
Oh no! What kind of strange attack is this? An unknown force is attacking us. Soon, the expressions of the dozens of rank 7 gods changed, and they roared in embarrassment.
Quickly pray for our faith and get rid of all negative things.
One of the rank 7 gods roared. Buzz, buzz,
Buzz.
buzz, buzz, buzz.
The pantheon and tens of millions of believers in the surrounding area immediately began to pray. Waves of faith power entered their bodies to resist the strange backlash. A huge amount of faith power entered his body. The backlash power in their bodies was instantly cleared. It's enough.
Stay here for us.
Web of faith trap.
Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, in front of Wang Xian, hundreds of level 7 pantheon gods and a level 6 space beast suddenly appeared in front of him.
Hundreds of pantheon gods and level 6 space beasts immediately unleashed their strongest attacks. Ha! Seeing the pantheon gods who suddenly appeared in front of him, Wang Xian's expression froze slightly. He was filled with astonishment.
A huge net covered Wang Xian.
Wang Xian looked at the huge net and his eyes were shining.
At the back, the Tai Chi dragon plate and the 5 elements grinding mill were blocking the attack. Die! The gods in front looked at Wang Xian, and their eyes were shining coldly. At this moment, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was completely restrained by them. Once he was restrained, with their strength, they would be able to easily keep the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace here.
Their eyes revealed a sinister and cold expression. Hee, you want me to die? When Wang Xian heard their words and saw their excited expressions, his eyes revealed a cold expression. With a move of his palm, a soul spear appeared in his hand. All the energy in his body surged into the soul spear and shot straight ahead.
The target was the space behemoth that dominated the 6th level.
At the same time, after the first soul spear was shot out, another soul spear appeared in his hand and met the huge net directly. In addition, the soul battleship under him charged straight ahead.
In an instant, not only did Wang Xian not stop, he even sped up. Roar,
Roar! Roar!
whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the soul spear was hurled at the level 6 ruler level astral beast. The level 6 ruler level astral beast immediately sensed the immense danger and rushed forward with a roar. A surge of energy charged straight at the soul spear.
The other soul spear easily pierced through the web of faith and attacked the gods in the belief universe.
Not good. This is a level 9 treasure. It's a soul weapon condensed from souls. Be careful. He still has a powerful trump card. When the web of faith was pierced through, the gods in front of them who were trying to block it all changed their expressions and quickly tried to dodge. Whoosh! 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 However, at this moment, the soul battleship was approaching at an extremely fast speed.
The distance between Wang Xian and them was very, very close.
He stared at the gods and moved his body.
Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz!
In the next second, 4 nether spirit avatars appeared around him. Each of the avatars was wearing a soul armor and held a soul spear in their hands. These were the soul armors and soul spears that they had condensed. Now, the ghost avatars possessed soul armors and soul spears that could dominate the level 7 realm. This allowed their strength to approach the 3 level 7 pantheon gods.
The 4 ghost avatars started to move instantly.
Wang Xian's figure also started to move instantly.
His speed was extremely terrifying. When he unleashed his maximum speed, it was comparable to the speed of the level 8 pantheon gods. At the same time, with a thought, the 2 soul spears that were sent out instantly appeared in his hands. He waved his hand again. One of them attacked the level 6 space beast while the other attacked the pantheon.
The soul battleship charged towards the level 6 space beast.
After doing all this, Wang Xian locked onto a level 7 pantheon and his figure disappeared instantly. Oh no! Come and help us! Quick, quick, he has too many trump cards in his hands. Come and help us!
Terrified voices came from the pantheon in front of them. There were more than 100 level 7 pantheon and a level 6 astral beast. This force was already very powerful.
However, their strength was not enough to deal with 3 soul attack treasures that were comparable to a level 9 pantheon. Boom! 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 The soul spear attacked the hundreds of level 7 pantheon. The power that was comparable to the level 9 pantheon instantly caused the dozens of level 7 pantheon to have no time to react. The terrifying soul spear and the aftershocks instantly killed them with heavy injuries. In addition, Wang Xian and his nether spirit avatar instantly arrived beside the 5 level 7 pantheon. The 5 level 7 Pantheon's expressions changed drastically and they immediately started to defend.
Boom. Ah! Save me.
However, faced with the strength of Wang Xian and the rest, they were completely helpless in a one-on-one situation. They were instantly killed. Roar, roar, roar.
Roar. From below, the Soul Spear attacked the level 6 Astral Beast once again. This time, there was an additional Soul Battleship. 2 attacks collided with the level 6 Astral Beast. The level 6 Astral Beast let out a blood-curdling scream.
Wang Xian killed one of the level 7 Pantheon gods. With a wave of his arm, another Soul Spear appeared in his hand. He shot it at the other level 7 Pantheon gods again. To the level 7 Pantheon gods, an invincible force swept towards them.
Save us! Hurry up, save us!
Seeing this scene, they roared towards the front with their eyes wide open.
They were no match for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Hurry up!
Attack!
Behind them, the gods and believers of the other 9 palaces quickly flew towards them.
5 elements disc destruction. However, at this moment, the 5 elements millstone immediately unleashed its strongest attack.
An incomparably huge 5 elements magic disc was heading towards them. On the Tai Chi dragon disc, 2 divine dragons of light and darkness were also heading towards the experts from the 9 temples.
Damn it! Block it! The gods from the 9 temples immediately roared. Although they could completely suppress the Tai Chi dragon disc and the 5 elements millstone, they still needed to do some blocking.
Oh!
However, just as they were fending off the attacks, dozens of level 7 gods were killed by the soul spears on Wang Xian's side. Run, run, run. When the remaining level 7 gods saw this scene, their faces were filled with fear. They quickly roared in fear and immediately landed on the space beast as they gave the order loudly. Roar, roar, roar. The space beast that was at the level 6 realm unleashed all of its energy and immediately fled to the side with dozens of level 7 gods.
Wang Xian did not give chase. With the power of the soul battleship and the 2 soul spears, he could not destroy the space beast that was at the level 6 realm easily. After all, the soul spears and the soul battleship were different from the Tai Chi dragon plate 5 elements millstone. The Tai Chi dragon disc's 5 elements millstone could unleash all of its strength without Wang Xian's control. The soul spear and the soul battleship required him to control them himself. Wang Xian kept all the corpses and flew forward immediately. Buzz!
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 The Tai Chi dragon disc and the 5 elements millstone flew toward Wang Xian instantly. Whoosh! In the next second, Wang Xian stood on the soul warship and flew into the distance rapidly. His speed was much faster than the speed of the 10 Palaces army. Damn it! Oh no! The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is about to escape. Continue the pursuit.
Continue the pursuit. When the gods of the 10 palaces saw this scene, they looked extremely embarrassed.
When the 10 palaces joined hands, not only did they not leave the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace behind, but they were also killed by him. This was simply a slap to their faces. This Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is very powerful. He has 3 powerful soul treasures. He must have obtained them from the Void Spirit Treasure Land. The 10 palaces and 10 million legions quickly chased after him. He's a level 7 Pantheon. A level 7 Pantheon from the Decree Palace said with an extremely ugly expression. According to the information they had obtained, the Dragon King's trump card was comparable to 5 or 6 level 7 Pantheon. The strength of their 10 legions was comparable to the fighting strength of more than 10 rank 9 Pantheon gods. However, the Dragon King still managed to escape under such circumstances.
The strength he displayed was much stronger than the information they had obtained.
With the information they had obtained, they could have kept the Dragon King. The Dragon King is indeed very strong and difficult to deal with, a rank 7 Pantheon of the Heavenly Palace said with an embarrassed expression. The true strength of the Dragon King had exceeded their expectations. Continue to chase him. With our strength, we can kill him as long as we trap him. A rank 7 Pantheon said coldly. The other 10 palace gods nodded solemnly. They had already clashed with the Dragon Palace. Although dozens of Type 7 Pantheon gods had been killed, they had a clear understanding of the Dragon King's strength.
With their full strength, they could still kill him. But first, they had to trap the Dragon King. Continue the pursuit. The power of faith contained in our group is too great. The Dragon King can sense it. We'd better surround him.
As long as we can fight him head-on, we can kill him.
A rank 7 god of the Heavenly Palace said.
Yes. Continue the pursuit. The gods from the 10 palaces nodded. Knowing oneself and one's enemy was the key to victory. Their earlier failure was due to their misestimation of the Dragon King's strength. That was why they allowed him to escape. However, they were confident that it would be difficult for him to escape the next time. The experts from the 10 palaces continued their pursuit. How did the experts from the 10 palaces lock onto me?
I have been searching for them for so long, but I have yet to find them. Yet, they were able to find me so easily. It seems like they have some special method. At the same time, Wuxia was mumbling in front of him.
Although the battle just now was a little dangerous, the rewards were still not bad.
The corpses of the 63 rank 7 gods were another huge reward.
A smile appeared on Wuxia's face. After hesitating for a moment, he prepared to fly in the direction of the 9 Origin Universe passage. He was preparing to leave this area. Now that he had been discovered and was being hunted down by the gods who believed in the universe, there was no longer a need for him to continue staying here.
In the future, it would be much more difficult to kill the gods who believed in the universe wantonly. Not only that, he would be in danger instead.
Therefore, he was prepared to return. The gains he had now were already terrifying enough. He had to go back and think of a way to raise the abilities of Lan Qingyue and the rest. Once Lan Qingyue, Xiaolan, and the rest improved once again, they would be comparable to the gods at the peak of the ruler realm. When the time came, he would deal with them. With this thought in mind, Wuxia flew quickly. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
However, a few months later, Wuxia suddenly felt a rush of savage aura. This aura belonged to the space behemoth. He focused his gaze and looked to the right.
That's not right. There's one at the back too. Wuxia's mind stirred as he looked to the back.
Faith, god of chaos. At this moment, a cold and loud voice was heard.
When Wuxia heard this voice, his expression changed slightly. He caught up to me again? Wuxia mumbled.
As he was walking diagonally, he was caught up by the other party. However, even if he was walking diagonally, the gods that believed in the universe were able to lock onto him so quickly and catch up to him. This caused him to be filled with shock.
His body moved. Without the slightest hesitation, he changed his direction and fled into the distance.
The Tai Chi dragon disc and the 5 elements great mill wrapped around him, protecting him.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
In the next second, a vast voice filled with the power of faith surged into his mind.
This voice caused the energy circulation speed in his body to be reduced by 80% instantly.
A thought of submitting to the other party emerged in his mind.
This voice was pervasive and disturbing.
Inyang space.
Wuxia shouted in a low voice. The Tai Chi dragon disc rotated and placed him in a special space to isolate this strange voice of faith. Roar!
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 At this moment, a roar was heard. Waves of energy gushed towards him.
Wuxia moved his body and controlled the soul battleship to increase its speed. The energy gushed into the air but did not hit Wuxia. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you can't escape. Since you dare to kill us, the believers of the gods, you must. Your Dragon Palace will be destroyed as well. The angry voices of the gods could be heard from the back. When Wuxia heard that, his eyes were filled with coldness. Do you really think I can't do anything to you guys? Wuxia's eyes were cold, and there was a glint in them. With a thought, he immediately took out his communication stone plate and sent a message.
Sensing the pursuit from the back, Wuxia increased his speed to the maximum and shook them off once again. Continue the pursuit.
Continue the pursuit. The treasures on him can withstand the impact of the god of confusion. It's best if he can conceal his aura next time. Otherwise, he will be discovered in advance.
The 7-tiered gods of the 10 palaces roared loudly and continued the pursuit behind Wuxia. In the next few days, Wuxia was escaping rapidly. However, 10 days later, Wuxia saw a life planet in front of him and immediately flew over. When he arrived at the life planet, he waved his arm and a demonic spirit altar was formed.
Soon, in the demonic spirit altar, and Lai and 20,000 cursed dragons appeared. Cursed dragons. This was a trump card of the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian had already verified the power of the cursed dragons. With 2,000 cursed dragons, they could kill a space behemoth that was at level 7.
The reason why Wang Xian summoned them was to use the cursed dragons to deal with them. I just don't know what the cursed dragons will do to the gods who believe in the universe. Wang Xian looked at the 20,000 cursed dragons that he had summoned, and his eyes revealed a look of contemplation. A space beast that was at level 7 was comparable to the strength of the gods at their peak. However, the curse of the cursed dragon was not an ordinary attack, but the power of the curse. The curse entered the physical body directly.
In terms of the physical body, there was not much difference between a level 7 pantheon and a level 7 astral beast.
Of course, the astral beast still had a strong advantage in terms of the physical body. However, the difference was that the power of faith of the level 7 pantheon was suppressed by a lot. Wang Xian wasn't sure how many cursed dragons could kill a 7th level god. After all, this curse was somewhat special.
Back then, when I used the cursed dragons to kill a level 7 astral beast, 2,000 cursed dragons killed a level 7 astral beast.
Wang Xian mumbled as he pondered in his heart. In essence, the level 7 pantheon was on the same level as the level 7 astral beast. Due to the suppression of the astral universe, the level 7 pantheon was much weaker.
However, the power of the curse was directed at the physical body.
Wang Xian was not sure how many cursed dragons he would need to kill a level 7 god. If he needed too many, it would not be worth it.
However, Wang Xian estimated that he would not need 2,000 cursed dragons to kill a level 7 god.
After all, to resist the power of the curse, he needed both his physical body and energy to resist the power of the curse at the same time.
Although the physical body of the level 7 gods did not change, their energy was greatly suppressed. Let's give it a try. At most, these cursed dragons will take tens of millions of years to recover. After all, the cursed dragons of the Dragon Palace are useless for the time being.
Wang Xian mumbled. Moreover, this time, the main force that Wang Xian used the cursed dragons to deal with was not the level 7 gods, but the space behemoths that ruled the level 6 realm. Currently, the powerhouses from the 10 palaces had 5 space beasts at the level 6 realm. This was one of their greatest combat strength. He only needed to use the cursed dragon to kill these 5 space beasts that were at the level 6 realm. Then, he would be able to fight head-on with the 10 palaces. As he was thinking, Wang Xian was considering if he should call Lan Qingyue and the rest over. I think it's better to call them over. If we can destroy the tens of millions of legions of the 10 palaces, it would be extremely terrifying for the improvement of the Dragon Palace.
As Wang Xian spoke, he asked Enlai to bring Lan Qingyue over.
Lan Qingyue was not involved in the war against the belief universe at the moment. She was currently searching for resources and treasures. After receiving Wang Xian's message, she immediately asked Enlai to bring her over. Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian with a smile on her face. Qingyue, come with me to deal with the 10 legions of the belief universe. Get Xiaolan and the rest to leave this place first. When the battle breaks out, immediately summon them over.
Wang Xian instructed Lan Qingyue.
All right, Xiao Xian.
Lan Qingyue nodded. Then she looked at the 20,000 cursed dragons around her in surprise. Xiao Xian, is the opponent very strong?
Very strong. There are 24 temples in the belief universe. Not long ago, I destroyed a 1,000,000-strong army from one temple. Now, there are 10 million-strong armies from 10 temples chasing after me. Each temple has combat strength comparable to Xiaolan. In addition, each temple has more than 100 rank 7 pantheon gods.
Wang Xian said with a smile.
Is the belief universe so strong?
The strength of these 10 temples is comparable to the strength of our 9 origin universe, right? Lan Qingyue's face was filled with astonishment.
It shouldn't be that strong. The peak races of our 9 origin universe should still be hiding their strength. Moreover, after tens of millions of years, they should have also experienced a huge improvement. Wang Xian guessed. At that time, they had just entered the starry universe not long ago when Wang Xian had a huge battle with the phoenix race of the angel race. At that time, they were able to bring out a combat strength that was comparable to the level 8 overlord realm. If Lan Qingyue and the other two Kuan beasts had not displayed their terrifying strength, they might not have lowered their heads.
Now that tens of millions of years had passed, the peak races should have prepared more and done more.
Lan Qingyue nodded.
However, I feel that the number of gods who believe in the universe should be much more than the rulers of our 9-origin universe.
Wang Xian added another sentence. This time, the number of gods who were chasing after him had reached 800,000. This number was absolutely terrifying. Xiao Xian, will the other party chase after us?
Do we need to wait here?
Lan Qingyue asked.
Yes, just wait here. Don't come out for now and hide yourself. Wang Xian nodded.
Lan Qingyue nodded. Following that, she hid herself in the life planet, completely concealing her aura. At the same time, a group of cursed dragons gathered around him.
Time passed day by day.
Did you find him? That Dragon King actually stopped. 10 days later, at the back, the eyes of the 10 legion gods of the belief universe lit up when they saw the direction guided by the power of belief. The Dragon King must be hiding. Does he think we can't lock onto him? A rank 7 god of the palace said excitedly, his eyes shining.
The Dragon King suddenly stopped. We have to be careful. He looks very cunning.
A rank 7 god of the Decree Palace hesitated and reminded. No matter what, since he's stopped, we have to act. We've already investigated this domain, and there's no danger. We'll immediately surround him and completely destroy him. The gods of faith at the side spoke up.
Since they were going to lock onto the Dragon King, they couldn't stop just because of some misgivings.
Moreover, they had already figured out the Dragon King's strength. Let's do it. Even if he still has a trump card, we can still deal with him. A rank 7 pantheon said. The strength of their 10 palaces could be compared to 15 or 16 rank 9 pantheon.
And the strength that the Dragon King displayed was only comparable to 7 or 8 rank 9 pantheon. Under such circumstances, they did not believe that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace could double his strength.
5 legions attack from the left. We will attack from the right. We will trap him directly.
The level 7 pantheon gods of the Heaven Imperial Palace spoke to them. The 10 pantheon gods nodded. They moved and immediately surrounded Wang Xian.
They are here. Not long after, Wang Xian faintly sensed the arrival of the army of the gods from the belief universe. A smile appeared on his face. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. He waved his arm and placed the cursed dragon and Lan Qingyue in the mother nest. Then, he moved and fled straight ahead. He knew that the army of the 10 palaces from the belief universe wanted to surround and attack him.
Therefore, he was prepared to flee ahead and let the high-end combat strength of the belief universe chase after him. This was especially so for the 5 space beasts that were at the level 6 of the Dominator realm. He wants to escape and chase after him. This time, I will definitely leave him here.
Roar, roar, roar. The gods of the belief universe sensed that Wang Xian had started to escape and immediately roared loudly.
Their bodies moved and immediately increased their speed. The 5 space beasts at the level 6 of the Dominator realm roared and also increased their speed. They were at the front.
Hold him back. A level 7 god looked at Wang Xian and roared loudly. Roar.
Roar.
The 5 level 6 space beasts immediately attacked.
At the same time, some of the gods began to use their treasures to form waves of terrifying energy.
Hee, as expected. Wang Xian flew forward. When he felt the terrifying attack coming from behind, his eyes lit up instantly.
His eyes lit up with joy. Without any hesitation, he waved his arm. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, cursed dragons appeared behind Wang Xian one after another and went to receive the energy.
With the attack of 5 space beasts and 500 cursed dragons, there was a 100% chance that the curse could be killed. Wang Xian was not sure about the rest of the attacks. However, faced with this terrifying attack, Wang Xian released more than 20,000 cursed dragons.
The 20,000 cursed dragons roared and charged towards the streams of energy without hesitation.
What is this? They saw the cursed dragons that were going up against their attacks. The gods of the 10 palaces were extremely astonished.
Boom. 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 In the next moment, the cursed dragons were struck by the streams of energy and died instantly. They had no ability to resist at all. However, after they cursed, streams of cursed energy surged towards them.
This was especially so for the 5 space beasts that were at the 6th level. In order to avoid any accidents, Wang Xian had ordered 500 cursed dragons to kill them. This was already a lot.
According to his calculations, 200 to 300 of them should be enough to kill them completely. There were at least 500 to 600 gods at the 7th level and a large number of gods at the 6th level. They used the attack of their treasures to kill 20,000 cursed dragons instantly.
The energy continued to attack Wang Xian. Wang Xian hurriedly tried to block it. Boom! 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 Waves of energy were blocked by Wang Xian. In the next moment, he turned around and stared at the million-strong army of the 10 palaces. His eyes revealed a ghastly expression. "You want to kill me? Today, I will see who will kill who," he said with a ghastly expression. The soul spear appeared in his hand. Next, he was ready for a big battle. "You guys from the 9 origin universe actually dared to kill the gods that we believe in. Today is the day you die. After you destroy us, we will also destroy your dragon palace."
When a level 7 god from the Decree Palace heard Wang Xian's words, his eyes were filled with sharp killing intent.
Their Decree Palace had suffered heavy losses at the hands of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Then let me see who will be the one killing who today. Wang Xian sneered as he stared at the 5 space beasts. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Awoo! Awoo! At this moment, the curse began to descend. A large amount of terrifying black energy flowed out from the mouths of the 5 space beasts.
A strange black energy coiled around the 5 level 6 space beasts. This strange black energy was eroding their life force.
Eh?
What's going on?
The sudden change caused the expressions of the level 7 gods on the 5 space beasts to change.
Not good. I feel an invasion of energy. What a terrifying energy. I can feel it too. It's a curse. We've suffered a terrifying curse.
At this moment, the hearts of the Tier 7 and Tier 6 gods that had attacked earlier suddenly pounded.
They could feel a terrifying energy gradually enveloping their bodies, dissipating their life force. This energy was terrifying and strange.
It's a curse. It should be related to the 20,000 creatures. It's a curse. Quick, move the curse. Half of the 7th level gods of the 10 palaces were covered by the curse. Black curse power surged out from their bodies.
The curse was quickly wiping out their vitality. This caused their expressions to change drastically.
Faith, shift the curse.
The eyes of the 7th level and 6th level gods who were cursed focused. They roared loudly. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, Wang Xian saw the scene of countless believers worshipping in the sky above them.
The entire void was filled with the shadows of the believers.
At this moment, wisps of black curse power were transferred to the shadows of the believers above them from the bodies of the cursed gods. Ah! Ah! Following that, miserable screams were heard. One could see the illusory figures of the believers showing pained expressions. Slowly, the illusory figures belonging to them collapsed.
This represented the death of a believer. A large number of believers were enveloped by the black curse power and died quickly.
Ha! When Wang Xian saw the scene, his gaze focused slightly. They actually transferred the curse on their own believers to help them bear the power of the curse. However, they didn't show any signs of abnormality.
The transfer of the curse astonished Wang Xian. "Qingyue, make your move."
Wang Xian saw that the situation was continuing. With a low growl, Lan Qingyue instantly appeared beside him.
Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. Following that, a black hole appeared behind Lan Qingyue. From the black hole, Xiaolan and the rest flew out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Wang Xian threw out the soul spear in his hand. The 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon disc directly attacked them. Xiaolan, Xiaobai, and the rest also let out a roar and directly attacked the army of the 10 palaces who believed in the universe. Roar! Roar! Roar!
At the same time, the auras of the 5 cosmic beasts who were at the 6th level of the 10 palaces were getting weaker and weaker. They were slowly dying.
This caused the 10 palaces to instantly lose 5 of their top-notch combat strength. On the other hand, Wang Xian had increased the combat strength of Lan Qingyue and the rest by 4 top-notch combat strength. Under this situation, the strength of Wang Xian and the rest had already surpassed the million-strong army of the 10 palaces.
In addition, among the million-strong army of the 10 palaces, half of the level 7 and level 6 gods were resisting the power of the curse.
Oh no, damn it, we've been ambushed. That's the ancient god of the Dragon Palace, the Kuan-rearing master. They are actually hiding here. All of our space beasts have died.
When the gods of the 10 palaces saw the scene, their expressions changed drastically as they roared loudly.
Originally, they were in an absolute situation of suppression. However, they didn't expect the situation to turn out like this in the blink of an eye. All the gods revealed ugly expressions on their faces. We need to remove the curse power in our bodies. We can't make a move for a short period of time.
The gods who were cursed also roared with extremely ugly expressions.
They knew that they were in trouble. They didn't know why they were suddenly struck by such a strange and terrifying curse, and they needed to resist it now. And if they resisted, then the true treasures they believed in the universe wouldn't be able to be controlled and used.
This was a huge crisis for them.
The gods who believed in the universe looked extremely grave.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice.
We'll definitely destroy them today. Soon, a level 7 god from the Decree Palace roared with blood-red eyes. They still had a trump card. Sacrifice. When the 1 million followers of the 10 palaces heard this sentence, their bodies trembled violently. The belief universe had a big killer weapon, and that was sacrifice.
Sacrificing their own followers would cause the gods to burst out with terrifying strength.
Similarly, if they sacrificed other followers, they would also be able to achieve a terrifying amplification.
Every legion sacrificed 1/5 of their strength to block the Dragon King and the others.
Quick! A rank 7 god from the Decree Palace shouted.
Sacrifice!
Sacrifice!
The experts from the other palaces roared without any hesitation. With a wave of their arms, a large number of believers behind them were enveloped.
The believers who were enveloped by the power of faith were filled with despair. However, they did not hesitate at all. They sat cross-legged, and the heart of faith slowly flew above their heads. To the experts who believed in the universe, the heart of faith was their lifeblood and also their source of power. However, their sacrifice could cause their heart of faith to erupt with extreme energy.
It could cause them to burst out with pure and terrifying power of faith.
After the heart of faith was suspended in the air, a level 7 pantheon flew directly to the sky.
In the sky above him, the illusory images of the believers appeared one after another. This illusory image began to collapse slowly. The believers were sacrificing. The powerful believers around them were also sacrificing.
They were sacrificing their own lives to obtain the most powerful power of faith.
Eh?
Wang Xian was astonished when he saw this scene.
His eyes focused and revealed a look of astonishment. Attack! Wang Xian shouted out in a hurry.
The soul spear in his hand shot forward.
2 soul spears covered the area where the 2 level 7 gods were.
The 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate attacked the gods who had sacrificed themselves.
An incomparably powerful force covered them. Block this attack and buy us some time.
The group of rank 7 gods roared loudly when they saw this terrifying attack. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Boom! Boom!
Boom! Boom! The tens of millions of gods and believers of the 10 palaces all released powerful attacks and met it head-on. However, the attacks from the Soul Spear and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate were not something that they could fight against together.
Not to mention Xiao Lan, Xiao Bai, and Lan Qingwei.
The terrifying attack came crashing down. In an instant, at least 1 million worshippers and believers were engulfed by the terrifying energy wave and died instantly.
Continue. When Wang Xian saw the scene, he moved his body and the soul battleship beneath him charged forward.
Lan Qingyue and the rest launched the second round of attacks. Faith Barrier.
At this moment, a level 7 god who was concentrated by the sacrificial energy moved his palm and a staff of faith appeared in his hand.
This staff was formed from the pure power of faith. With a wave of his arm, a barrier appeared in front of the 1 million troops of the 10 palaces. Faith, reign. Another rank 7 god that was blessed roared. Hua la la. In an instant, The rain formed by faith dripped down from the sky. This rain of faith contained a special energy. When the rain fell on the bodies of the gods and disciples of the faith universe, it had a strengthening effect. When it fell on other living plants, it had a terrifying offensive effect.
Faith destruction palm. Another voice sounded and attacked Little Blue.
Faith heart-piercing spear. The level 7 gods that were strengthened exploded with a terrifying power. This power was not weaker than the level 9 gods.
This was the power of sacrifice.
What a powerful attack!
Wuxia's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene.
The Soul Spear's attack landed on the barrier and was completely blocked. The powerful destructive palm of faith landed on Xiao Lan's body and caused her to fly backward. However, the price to pay is also very high.
Wuxia mumbled as he watched. The strength that they displayed was very terrifying. However, it was indeed a short-term improvement based on the strength of countless believers and the lives of the 200,000 gods and believers in each palace. What was sacrificed was not just the strength of the believers. The level 7 gods would not live for long either.
Since all his believers had died, he would drop down to the realm of the Pantheon. He might even die directly. Boom, 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 boom.
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you made us pay such a huge price. We will not let you off. We will never let you off. A level 7 pantheon that was sacrificed was filled with violent killing intent as he shouted sternly. Let's retreat.
Wuxia looked at their terrifying strength and spoke to Lan Qingyue directly.
He didn't intend to continue fighting with them.
The sacrificial power of the gods of the universe was temporary and couldn't be sustained for long.
In that case, he might as well leave and avoid their attacks.
Furthermore, the cursed level 7 gods had been gradually transferred by them and were gradually recovering.
Once they had recovered, they would be able to unleash their terrifying strength with the help of the ultimate treasure in their hands. Wuxia was prepared to fight and retreat.
He would continue to kill them after the energy from their sacrifice had completely disappeared. At this moment, they were no longer a match for the gods.
All right.
Lan Qingyue nodded and immediately gave the order to retreat to Xiao Lan's small house. Wuxia did not hesitate and retreated immediately.
Damn it, stay behind for us. The 10 gods who were sacrificed roared ferociously. They immediately chased after them.
Boom, 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 boom. The 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon plate immediately formed a defense. They immediately fled into the distance. Oh! Die! Die! Die!
Die!
Die! The level 7 gods who had sacrificed themselves unleashed attacks one after another as if they didn't care about their lives. They attacked Wuxia and the rest. However, their attacks were all blocked by the 5 elements millstone, the Tai Chi dragon plate, and Lan Qingyue. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia had pulled a huge distance away from them. The curse on our bodies has been shifted. We can't let the Dragon King escape. Chase after him.
At this moment, the gods who had gotten rid of their curses roared and began to chase after him.
After the curse was lifted, they used their most precious treasures to unleash a burst of power that was sufficient to fight against Wuxia and the rest. After the sacrifice, even if the 5 6th level astral beasts died, they were still much stronger than before.
However, this strength could not be maintained for long.
Once the power of the sacrifice began to disappear, they would not be a match for the Dragon King.
Whoosh! 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 Wuxia began to flee. The strength of his belief in the gods of the universe had far exceeded his expectations.
Out of the 20,000 cursed dragons, only 5 of them, which were at level 6, were killed.
Even a level 7 or even level 6 god was not killed by the curse. The powerful transfer of the curse had completely exceeded Wuxia's expectations.
Every universe cannot be underestimated. They all have their own strengths. Wuxia mumbled. However, this time it was not too much of a loss. After the 5 level 6 cosmic beasts were killed, his crisis would be resolved. Although they were still chasing after him, he was no longer afraid. Wuxia was fleeing at a terrifying speed.
Go, go!
Damn it, we've suffered heavy losses again this time. If we can't kill the Dragon King, we'll suffer a huge loss. Quick, quick! At the back, A group of the 10 Palaces army who believed in the universe was chasing after them. Their expressions were abnormally ugly. However, in the beginning, a part of them relied on the speed of a level 6 astral beast. Now that the astral beast was killed, it was too difficult for them to catch up to Wuxia. The gods also realized this point. However, if they were to stop and not pursue, their losses this time would be too great. 5 level 6 astral beasts. There were also a large number of gods and believers who died due to the sacrifice. Could be said that their losses this time were very great.
However, such a huge loss was unable to keep the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
This? One had to know that they had used the power of the 10 palaces this time.
They believed in the universe, and the 24 palaces used the power of the 10 palaces, which was almost half of their power.
And the result was so tragic. This was a huge loss of face. It wasn't just a matter of face. Once the Dragon Palace Dragon King escaped, how could they resist when the Dragon Palace Dragon King hunted the gods they believed in the universe in the future? They couldn't always gather together? If the Dragon Palace Dragon King couldn't deal with them alone, how could they destroy the entire 9 Origin universe? How could they chase the 9 Origin universe out of the space beasts?
They chased after him and passed the news over at the same time.
They knew that they had failed. The power of the 10 palaces wasn't enough to kill the Dragon Palace Dragon King. What?
At the same time, the elders of the 24 palaces in the belief universe received this message, and their expressions turned ugly.
They looked at each other and their expressions turned ugly.
What's wrong?
The elders of the 24 palaces who were not involved looked over and asked curiously. Our 10 palaces have failed to join forces. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace killed 5 level 6 space beasts. In addition, we had no choice but to use the power of sacrifice. Now that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has escaped, it's very difficult to kill him. The elder of the Decree Palace said with a gloomy face.
What?
The combined power of the 10 palaces was defeated by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, and your 10 palaces suffered heavy losses. An elder of a palace said in shock when he heard this. The eyes of the surrounding elders of the various palaces also focused, and their faces were filled with solemnity.
They knew how powerful the combined forces of the 10 palaces were. However, not only did they let the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace escape, but they also let the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace cause them to suffer such heavy losses? This was simply unimaginable.
Were all the experts of the 9 Origin universe this terrifying? That Dragon Palace isn't simple. It's not without reason that he was able to make 2 peak races bow their heads from a high-level race. The elder of the Heavenly Palace said with a gloomy face. The strength displayed by this Dragon Palace Dragon King is even stronger than the other peak races in the 9 Origin universe. Damn it, we have to destroy him. Otherwise, all our plans will be useless. Moreover, we must always be on guard against the Dragon King's attack.
An elder of a palace looked around with a gloomy face.
The other elders of the 24 palaces also nodded. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had to die. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. The strength of the 10 palaces didn't kill him. Are we going to let the 24 palaces attack together? An elder frowned and couldn't help but say. Gathering the power of the 24 palaces to attack a Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was a bit absurd in their eyes. That Dragon King is running away now. If we chase after him with a large number of great beings, he might escape to the 9 Origin universe. When that time comes, he and the peak races of the 9 Origin universe will join forces, and it will still be a big problem for us. We must use other methods to get rid of him as soon as possible.
The elder from the Decree Palace said he looked toward one direction. 9-Star Palace and your 7 palaces, didn't you once fight over a fragment of a supreme treasure?
That fragment has great destructive power. If you send people to gather all the fragments together, they should be able to kill a peak ruler, right? Star Field Fragment? The elders of 9-Star Palace frowned slightly. The Star Field Fragment is with our palace master. We have 1 fragment and they have 7. At this time, we have to put aside our differences and deal with the Dragon King first. An elder of the gods looked at them and reminded them. Yes, the Star Field Fragment has a terrifying attack power. If we can gather it, it will be a destiny true treasure. We have 1 fragment here, and your 7 palaces also have 7. With 7 of them working together, killing a peak ruler shouldn't be a problem. The elders of 9-star palaces hesitated for a moment, then looked at the elders of the other 7 palaces and said,
They had once fought an 8-palace war over a treasure.
at that time many of the level 7 and level 8 gods had died. Thus, the 8 palaces had always been in a state of open and hidden strife. But now, facing the starry universe and facing the same enemy, they could still work together. Okay. The elders of the other 7 palaces hesitated for a moment and nodded. They had fought and killed each other because of this true treasure.
But at this time, they could also join forces to fight the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. If that's the case, then send powerful warriors over as soon as possible and kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace as soon as possible.
The elders of the Decree Palace said.
The elders of the 9 Stars Palace nodded.
With the Starfield fragment and the group of experts, killing the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wouldn't be a big problem. The Starfield fragment was an existence of a supreme treasure of creation.
And a supreme treasure of creation was the heavenly yuan creation of the 9 origin universe.
Such a supreme treasure was a very powerful existence in every universe. Even a fragment could cause a fight among the peak races, even at the expense of sacrifice. Let's leave this place. The 24 temples of the belief universe are still too powerful. It's extremely dangerous for us to stay here alone. Wang Xian brought Lan Qingyue and fled rapidly in the starry sky. The strength of the belief universe was still too powerful.
Just the strength of the 10 temples was enough to make Wang Xian pay such a price to cause them to be severely injured.
If the other party was determined to destroy him, he might send out even more powerful forces next time. Therefore, he was prepared to leave this place. He would let an lie bring him out of this place. This way, it would be safer. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian looked at Lan Qingyue and said, Qingyue, we will leave this place directly later. All right, little Xian. Lan Qingyue nodded her head without any objections. Woo. However, at this moment Xiaolan, Xiaobai, and the rest suddenly let out a low growl. When Wang Xian and the rest saw it, they were slightly stunned and looked over. What's wrong, Xiaolan?
Lan Qingyue asked Xiaolan as well. Master, we can feel a strong energy in that direction. Xiaolan looked in one direction and spoke.
A huge amount of energy? When Lan Qingyue heard that, she revealed an astonished expression. What kind of energy? Lan Qingyue asked. The huge amount of energy that can be absorbed. We don't know the exact details. Xiaolan replied. Is there any danger? If there's no danger, let's go and take a look.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment.
They had already escaped for more than 10 days. Wang Xian did not know how long the power of the sacrifice could last. However, he guessed that it would only last for a few months at most. Perhaps it would be shorter.
The current strength of the experts who believed in the universe as well as the peak races of the 9 origin universe had also given birth to the combat strength of a ruler at the 9th level.
Wang Xian and the rest did not have much of an advantage anymore. Of course, this advantage was probably due to the 5 or 6 peak races.
If it was a one-on-one, Wang Xian was still very confident.
In the starry universe, the Dragon Palace was not afraid of any peak races or a palace that believed in the universe. However, the situation where the Dragon Palace was almost invincible in the past had been broken now.
Now he couldn't improve his strength, and it was very difficult for him to improve the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and the 5 Elements Grinding Mill.
The only improvement was Xiaolan and the others.
Xiaolan and the others were only at the Ruler Realm level 6, so it was easier for them to improve.
If they could improve to the Ruler Realm level 7, Xiaolan would be able to fight against the Peak Ruler Realm. This power was extremely terrifying. Now that they could sense the energy, they could go and take a look. If Xiaolan and the rest had all advanced, they would be invincible.
Woo!
Xiaolan and the rest let out a low growl. Their bodies moved and flew in that direction.
After flying in that direction for more than 10 days, Wang Xian and the rest saw an incomparably huge ocean.
The water of the entire ocean was azure blue. There was a special energy contained in the ocean.
Master Dragon King, this is the edge of the infinite starry sky. At this moment, Xiao Lan's voice suddenly sounded. When Wang Xian and the rest heard it, their hearts trembled slightly. The edge of the infinite starry sky? The status of the infinite starry sky in the starry universe was more important than the heaven-opening primeval continent in the Nine Origin universe. The space beasts that could live in the infinite starry sky were all abnormally terrifying existences. Even those at the heaven origin creation level existed. Other than these terrifying space beasts, they were either the babies of other space beasts. In the infinite starry sky, it was the paradise of the space beasts and the treasure land of the starry universe. At present, whether it was the belief universe or the Nine Origin universe, no powerhouse dared to step into the infinite starry sky. Oh right, Little Blue. The other space beasts that came with you to the starry skies, what's their current situation? Little Blue and the others had been brought to the starry skies. That was because the exceptionally terrifying space beasts had broken through the universe's passageway, allowing the powerful disciples of their Nine Origin universe to be able to enter here. They formed the king race of space beasts, wanting to rule over even more space beasts, wanting to educate the space beasts, causing them to give birth to intelligence. Xiao Lan replied, the space beasts in the universe didn't have much intelligence because this universe didn't give birth to intelligent creatures. Their inheritance and everything they had no civilization. They were all hunting, growing, and evolving. This was their main theme. This was also the reason why they didn't give birth to intelligence and civilization. However, the space beasts in the Nine Essences universe gave birth to their intelligence. Is it to enlighten the space beasts? To give them intelligence? If the space beasts are born with intelligence, the overall strength of the entire universe would probably increase by a lot. Wang Xian opened his mouth and said. His eyes were shining. Is there any danger in this sea? Wang Xian looked at the endless sea water floating in the universe in front of him. He was astonished. We don't know either. With our strength, we didn't dare to step into the territory of the other space behemoths. Once we discovered that this territory was occupied, we wouldn't go near it. Xiao Lan and the rest replied. Their strength was still too weak. Even now, they weren't very strong in the endless space. Wang Xian and the rest nodded their heads and looked at the ocean. This special ocean contains a powerful energy. This energy is of great benefit to our cultivation. Wang Xian sensed it and felt a little tempted. This place was at the edge of the boundless starry sky. Wang Xian felt that he could take a look inside. If he could find some treasures, Xiao Lan and the rest's breakthrough would be shortened for a long time. Sure, maybe we can find some treasures. Xiao Lan and I have the pure aura of a space beast. Be careful and we won't be chased by the space beasts. Lan Qingyue nodded her head. All right, let's go and take a look. Wang Xian nodded his head. He still had a random space scroll in his hand. If they were really in danger, they could escape immediately. As for Lan Qingyue and the rest, if they were really in danger, Wang Xian could ask Enlai to come over. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian gestured to Xiao Lan and the rest. Xiao Lan and the rest moved their bodies and entered the ocean directly. They swayed their bodies happily. Kuan was biased towards the ocean. The divine dragons naturally lived in the ocean. Wang Xian entered the ocean and felt comfortable all over. He swam towards the ocean. Their speed was not fast. They were alert as they sensed their surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Wang Xian and the rest entered the ocean, they were at the army of the 10 palaces. 8 figures flew over from afar. 8 messengers, you are here. The gods of the 10 palaces were delighted when they saw the 8 level 7 gods flying over. Where is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace now? Let's destroy him. The 8 rank 7 gods asked calmly. Eh? They have arrived at the center of the starry universe, at the edge of the infinite starry sky. They have entered this ocean. At the edge of the infinite starry sky, a huge army was flying rapidly. 8 figures were at the center. An arrow condensed from faith energy pointed to the front. In front of them was an endless ocean. These 8 figures were the envoys sent by the faith universe. They were the envoys who controlled the heaven origin creation level fragment. Envoys, are we still going in? There might be some risks. A level 7 pantheon frowned and asked. The entire army cannot enter. Once the entire army enters, it might attract the attention of the powerful space beasts.
An envoy shook his head and frowned slightly. This boundless starry sky was a completely forbidden area for them. Although this was a peripheral location and the danger was not very high, they had too many gods of faith entering, and it would still immediately attract the attention of the powerful space behemoths.
With the Tianyuan creation-grade treasure fragment in their hands, although they were comparable to peak pantheon existences, they were only able to contend against a ruler level 7 space behemoth.
If a level 8 space behemoth came, they would be finished. And in the infinite starry sky, level 8 space behemoths were 100% possible. The 8 of us should enter. This is the edge. The level of the space behemoths shouldn't be very high. If we encounter some, we can resist or escape. An emissary said. Their army absolutely couldn't enter, as long as the 8 of them stepped inside. Those 8 emissaries will wait for you outside. We'll perform the faith pursuit one last time for you. If we do it at full strength once, it'll be enough to last for thousands of years.
The 7 gods of the 10 palaces army said.
The 8 emissaries nodded. Soon, the arrows of the faith pursuit became more and more concentrated. The 8 7th-level gods looked at each other and flew forward.
Continue the pursuit. They had to kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
At the same time, Wuxia, Xiaolan, and the rest stepped into the ocean and felt like they had returned to their homeland. Although the ocean here was slightly different, it still contained a huge amount of water energy. Wuxia and Lan Qingyue stood on the body of Xiaolan's house and looked around.
They kept flying deeper into the ocean and didn't sense the aura of the space beasts.
This ocean was so huge that Wuxia and the rest couldn't sense the boundary at all. They were flying in one direction. Xiaolan and the rest had their energy wrapped around Wuxia, so the other space beasts couldn't sense his aura.
After flying for a year, Xiaolan and the rest suddenly sensed something.
There are treasures over there. Xiaolan and the rest stared in one direction and said, Are there any powerful space beasts guarding it?
When Wuxia heard that, his eyes narrowed and he asked, Dragon King, I didn't sense it.
Xiaolan and the rest responded and flew forward immediately. Soon, a very special item appeared in their line of sight. It was a crystal that was crystal clear and emitting a powerful energy.
The crystal contained water energy and a powerful life force. Water nurtured all living things. The special water energy also contained the life force. It was similar to the wood attribute. This crystal floated quietly in the ocean, emitting a luster. Wuxia sensed this crystal and his eyes lit up. The energy of this crystal should be comparable to the divine fruit that can dominate the 5th level.
Woo-woo! Xiaolan and the rest let out a low growl and flew over. This treasure that contains life energy can enhance Xiaolan and the rest. Just consume it.
Lan Qingyue said. Little Blue and the others needed a huge amount of life energy to upgrade. They devoured the lives of peak races to upgrade their life energy.
However, they couldn't give the resources of the Dragon Palace and the dragon blood in the Dragon Pond to Little Blue and the others. The main reason was that the dragon blood of the Dragon Palace wasn't enough for them to upgrade.
After all, Xiaolan and the rest had reached a high realm. This kind of crystal is actually floating here without the protection of the space beasts. It's just like picking up treasures.
Lan Qingyue sighed at the side.
Indeed, it's just like picking up treasures. Let's keep looking. Even if we encounter one of these treasures in a year, the harvest is still huge. In tens of millions of years, Xiaolan should be able to improve.
Wuxia nodded his head.
Picking up such a treasure directly.
This was impossible in the 9 origin universe. Xiaolan and the rest swayed their bodies and continued to fly forward. After flying for more than half a year, Xiaolan and the rest sensed something again. Let's go.
Xiaolan brought Wuxia and the rest over. It was still a crystal that contained a huge amount of energy. After Xiaolan swallowed it, she continued to search for it.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, a year later, Wuxia also sensed a huge amount of energy. Under normal circumstances, Xiaolan and the rest would be the first to discover the energy crystal. However, Wuxia was able to sense it this time as well. There should be a large number of energy crystals over there. There must be a lot of them.
Lan Qingyue's eyes glowed as she pointed in a certain direction.
Wuxia nodded. Without their instructions, Xiaolan and the rest flew over immediately. The closer they got, the denser the energy became.
However, when they were about to get closer, Wuxia and the rest could feel the majestic energy charging towards them.
What's the situation? Wuxia and the rest's eyes narrowed as shock appeared on their faces.
Roar!
Roar!
However, in the next second, a crystal-like interstellar beast charged towards Wuxia and the rest.
This was the smallest interstellar beast that Wuxia had ever seen in the universe. It was only about 1,000 meters in size and could not even be called a behemoth.
Instead, it was a powerful creature.
What is this?
Wuxia stared at it and felt the energy coming from the crystal creature. His expression changed slightly.
The Tai Chi dragon disc and the 5 elements millstone immediately floated around.
Boom!
At this moment, the surrounding seawater energy condensed and formed terrifying water dragons. They attacked Wuxia and the rest.
They attacked from all directions without any difference.
Block it! Wuxia saw that the Tai Chi dragon plate was blocking the position at the back. The 5 elements millstone immediately released a divine dragon with 5 attributes and attacked the crystal creature.
Xiaolan and the rest also opened their huge mouths as waves of energy charged forward. At the same time, their bodies trembled as the gray energy blocked the attack of the water energy.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sudden battle was about to start. Waves of water dragons formed from seawater rushed towards Wuxia and the rest.
Xiaolan and the rest instantly used their defensive powers. The water energy landed on the Tai Chi dragon plate and the defense of Xiaolan and the rest. They were completely blocked.
The attack released by the Tai Chi dragon plate was directed towards the crystal creature.
Roar!
The crystal creature let out a low roar. There was a huge crystal horn on its head.
The crystal horn went straight for the attack of the 5 elements millstone.
Boom! The 5 divine dragons released by the 5 elements millstone were blocked by the collision.
Ha!
Wuxia raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw it.
We can fight,
Lan Qingwei said.
Yes. This crystal creature is very special. It seems to be formed from the energy of the crystal. If Xiaolan and the rest can devour it, they will definitely be able to gain a significant improvement. Wuxia said as his eyes glowed. Roar! The crystal creature in front of them stared at Wuxia and the rest. Its eyes were filled with coldness. Buzz!
Wuxia moved his palm and a soul spear appeared in his hand.
The 5 elements millstone, Lan Qingwei, Xiaolan, and the rest immediately launched their attacks and attacked the crystal creature. Whoosh!
The soul spear in Wuxia's hand shot out instantly.
Woo woo! Xiaolan and the rest let out a low growl. With their extremely huge bodies, waves of grayish energy rolled towards the crystal creature. Roar! The crystal creature let out a low growl. The seawater behind it started to churn instantly. It was as if the entire ocean was under its control. The endless seawater condensed into a crystal creature that was exactly the same as it. It attacked Wuxia and the rest from all directions. What a powerful crystal creature. However, it shouldn't have reached the level of a dominator at level 7. However, it has the ability to instantly kill a dominator at level 6. When Wuxia saw this attack, his eyes focused. Another soul spear appeared in his hand. He threw it with all his strength and continued to throw it at it. Roar! The 5 elements were sharpened. The 5 elements revolved and the head of a water god dragon extended out. A majestic wave of water energy surged forward. The crystal creatures formed from seawater collapsed rapidly. The grayish energy of Lan Qingwei and the rest seemed to form a special starry universe wherever they passed.
Under the coverage of this energy, they attacked the crystal creatures rapidly.
Ignoring the soul spear, they instantly arrived in front of the crystal creatures.
Roar! Roar!
The crystal creature sensed the attacks of Wuxia and the rest and roared furiously. In the next moment, his figure turned illusory rapidly as if he had completely merged into the sea.
At this moment, Wuxia felt his heart tighten as a surge of energy attacked him.
Wuxia's mind stirred as a soul warship appeared around him and formed a defense. The Tai Chi dragon plate also quickly draped over his body and turned into a dragon robe. Bang! The defense formed by the soul battleship collapsed rapidly. His attack landed on the Tai Chi dragon plate.
The Tai Chi dragon plate spun and resisted with all its might. Bang! 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 Waves of energy landed on the Tai Chi dragon plate. The impact force caused Wang Xian's expression to change drastically.
Fortunately, the Tai Chi dragon plate was able to withstand its attack. Furthermore, a backlash force was directed towards it. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the crystal creature's body. Wang Xian's gaze focused. He waved his arm and a force of wind and thunder landed on its body. Roar! 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 This was the crystal creature's indignant roar. This figure quickly turned illusory.
When it reappeared, it was already under Xiao Bai's body.
His terrifying crystal horn directly attacked Xiao Bai.
Bang!
A huge wound instantly appeared on Xiao Bai's body. What a fast speed! What a strange speed! Lan Qingyue's expression changed slightly when she saw this scene. Her body moved and instantly landed on Xiao Bai's body.
A wave of energy landed on Xiao Bai's body and healed his injuries. 45 degrees, 100,000 meters to the right.
Wang Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw Xiao Bai's terrifying speed. He shouted loudly. The 5 elements were sharpened and numerous chains attacked that direction directly. Xiao Lan's small house also let out a furious roar. His body moved and opened his huge mouth to swallow Xiao Bai. He's dodging. The speed of this crystal creature is too terrifying. We must trap it in an area. Xiao Lan, Kuin's domain. However, the moment they attacked him, he could feel that the crystal creature had disappeared in an instant.
This terrifying speed was several times faster than Xiao Lan and the 5 elements grinding mill.
In terms of speed, they were not on the same level. Wang Xian was able to lock onto its position now because he relied on the void pursuit power of the uninitiated holy wings. However, Wang Xian could sense that the void search ability on his body was disappearing at a terrifying speed. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. At this moment, Xiao Lan heard Wang Xian's order and let out a low growl. The small house also let out a low growl. The surrounding scene changed instantly. Walala!
Huh?
Seawater appeared in the domain of Kuin. The Kuin's domain appeared and formed a space. However, what surprised Lan Qingyue was that the seawater also appeared in the Kuin's domain.
This was a situation that she had never encountered before. It was the energy of the crystal creature that invaded the Kuin's domain. The Kuin's domain can only last for 5 minutes. Xiaolan said,
"Finish it within 5 minutes. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill him. His speed is too fast."
Wang Xian focused his gaze and looked in a certain direction.
He could sense that the crystal creature was there.
With a thought, the 5 elements grindstone became bigger.
5 elements annihilation plate. The best way to deal with a strong enemy who was fast was to launch an area of effect attack. In the past, it was always others who dealt with Wang Xian in this manner. This was the first time he dealt with a creature in this manner.
The speed of this crystal creature was beyond their imagination. Its attack power and speed far surpassed Xiao Lan and the rest who were masters of level 6. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Xian and the rest were stronger, with its speed alone, it would be able to kill the space beasts who were masters of level 6 easily.
Boom! 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 Roar!
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 The 5 elements annihilation disk appeared and covered the entire Kuin region.
The crystal creature could not dodge such an indiscriminate attack at all.
The annihilated energy was directed at it.
The crystal creature had no choice but to show itself to defend against it.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Wang Xian saw the crystal creature appear and shot his soul spears at it. At the same time, the attacks of Lan Qingyue and the Kuin condensed at the same time.
It was also a spear.
6 spears also attacked it. Roar! Roar!
Roar!
When the crystal creature saw the attacks from Wang Xian and the rest, it roared in shock and anger.
It did not dare to take the attacks from Wang Xian and the rest head-on. 6 spears shot towards it. Once it was hit, it would definitely die.
The crystal creature hurriedly dodged to the side.
However, when it dodged to the side, the 5 elements annihilation disk's attack landed on its body. The powerful attack caused cracks to appear on his body.
This time, the cracks covered almost his entire body.
"Continue," Lan Qingyue shouted softly. With a move of her palm, a grayish palm pressed down directly on the crystal creature. Xiaolan and the rest opened their mouths. Waves of energy were injected into the palm.
The gigantic and terrifying palm arrived above the head of the crystal creature.
Wang Xian waved his arm and the soul battleship under him crashed towards it. The OE attack covered it once again. Roar! 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 The crystal creature let out a furious roar and instantly appeared at the edge of the Kuin's domain. Endless seawater attacked the Kuin's domain.
It wanted to break through the Kuin's domain.
As long as it left the Kuin's domain, it would be able to escape easily. Otherwise, what awaited it would be death. It won't be so easy to escape. Wang Xian moved his body and the divine dragon of light and darkness circled around his body.
He used the strength of his physical body to attack it directly.
The great grinding of the 5 elements also smashed towards it forcefully.
The crystal creature sensed the attack from Wang Xian and the rest again. Its face was filled with panic.
He quickly stopped attacking the Kuin's domain. All the seawater surged towards his body, forming a powerful defense. Boom! Lan Qingyue and the rest landed their palms on it.
The crystal creature's defense was actually forcefully blocked.
Bang!
However, the 5 elements millstone had already arrived in front of him. The entire 5 elements millstone was emitting flames as it charged towards him forcefully.
Boom! The immense force caused cracks to appear on the body of the crystal creature. Wang Xian followed closely behind as his arm turned into a dragon claw.
The light and darkness dragon claws overlapped with each other and smashed onto the surface of the crystal creature. Crack! Crack!
Crack! In the next moment, the body of the crystal creature was like glass. Pieces of crystals fell from its body. Each piece of crystal contained a majestic energy. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his eyes lit up with joy. Big whale fist! Lan Qingyue swayed her body and threw an ordinary punch at the crystal creature. Her punch seemed to contain the strength of 3 Kuin. Bang! When her punch landed on the body of the crystal creature, its body completely collapsed. Its entire body turned into pieces of crystal energy.
It's dead! When Wang Xian saw that the crystal creature had completely collapsed, a look of joy appeared on his face.
This crystal creature is really powerful. If we didn't trap it, we wouldn't be able to kill it. Lan Qingyue said with a smile on her face. Indeed, this crystal creature's speed is too fast and its attack power is also very strong. If it wanted to escape outside, it would be easy for it. Wang Xian nodded his head. If it weren't for him and Lan Qingyue working together, ordinary experts wouldn't be able to do anything to him. One had to know that when Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue worked together, they could rival more than 10 cosmic beasts that were at the level of a ruler at level 6. If he couldn't restrict his movements, Wang Xian felt that even if it was a cosmic beast that was at the level of a ruler at level 7, it would be very difficult to catch it.
Wang Xian moved his body and waved his arm to collect the crystals.
Each crystal contained a huge amount of energy. Wang Xian could also absorb this energy.
However, he did not lack the resources to upgrade.
He waved his arm and threw them to Xiaolan.
Currently, they were prepared to focus all their efforts on nurturing Xiaolan. They would first upgrade Xiaolan to the overlord of level 7.
Woo woo! Xiaolan swallowed all the crystals and let out a joyful sound. How much more energy do I need to raise my strength? Wang Xian asked Xiaolan with a smile. Dragon King, I need to kill at least 3 more of these crystal creatures before I can raise my strength.
Xiaolan reported.
3. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. There were too many of them. They were lucky to be able to kill this crystal creature this time.
This crystal creature was a little arrogant. It wanted to fight them if they didn't run away. If it ran away immediately, Wang Xian and the rest wouldn't be able to kill it. Let's take it slow.
Wang Xian wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to improve slowly. As long as Xiaolan improved, he would continue to worship the gods in the universe.
At that time, he would be able to obtain a terrifying amount of resources.
Woo woo! Thinking of this, Little Blue and the others let out a low roar, and the Kuin domain instantly disappeared. Ha!
However, when they had just appeared in the ocean, Lan Qingyu slightly focused and immediately looked to the left. Little Xian, I can sense the energy of the universe masters of faith. They are chasing us.
Lan Qingyue immediately spoke up. Are they chasing us? How dare the tens of millions of troops from their 10 palaces come here? Aren't they afraid of the attacks of the space beasts?
Wuxia revealed a look of surprise as he spoke up.
They shouldn't be the troops who believe in the universe. They only have 8 streams of energy, the strength of a level 7 pantheon. Lan Qingyue sensed and spoke up. 8 level 7 pantheon? Are they chasing after us? Do they have any trump cards? When Wuxia heard that, he didn't relax at all. On the contrary, a solemn expression appeared on his face.
Let's go. Let's not touch them for the time being.
Wuxia hesitated for 2 seconds and spoke immediately.
Lan Qingyue nodded her head.
8 level 7 pantheon dared to chase after them. It was impossible to say that the other party didn't have any trump cards. Wuxia and the rest had completely exposed their strength. If they were to chase after them under such circumstances, they must have a trump card. A powerful trump card. Wuxia and the rest came to Xiaolan's body. Xiaolan swayed her huge body and swam straight ahead.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, 8 figures appeared at the position of Wuxia and the rest. Each of them was stepping on a book condensed from their faith.
Their eyes scanned the surroundings, and there was a glint in their eyes.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest have just left this place.
There must have been a huge battle here. Let's go. Let's continue our pursuit. The 8 gods of level 7 spoke as they moved and continued their pursuit in the direction of Wuxia and the rest. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were no slower than Wuxia and the rest. Wuxia directly dodged and fled. After flying for more than a month, Lan Qingyue did not sense the 8 level 7 gods. This chasing technique of the belief universe is really amazing. To be able to lock onto us with such precision, it's really not simple.
Lan Qingyue could not help but exclaim.
The strength of every universe is not to be underestimated. I feel that the strength of the belief universe is much stronger than our 9 origin universe. Upon hearing Lan Qingyue's words, Wuxia replied, Indeed.
Based on the strength displayed by the belief universe, it is much stronger than our 9 origin universe.
Lan Qingyue nodded. I just don't know which one is stronger in front of the heaven's origin creation. It is very likely that they still believe in the universe. After all, they occupy 2 universes. According to the information I received, during the last calamity, there were 5 kings of the gods in the belief universe, the supreme gods. Wuxia spoke.
Kings of the gods, the supreme gods. They were all addressed as powerhouses who believed in the universe. When the calamity arrives this time, I don't know what the situation will be like. When a large number of universes collide, it will definitely be very terrifying.
Lan Qingyue said.
Now, just their 9 origin universe and the belief universe coming to the starry universe were fighting like this. When that time came, all the cosmic passages would be opened and there would be no suppression between the universes. This would definitely be a bloody feast.
When that time comes, with the strength of our Dragon Palace, we will be able to deal with the calamity. Wuxia smiled and said with confidence.
The resources in his hands could help him to advance to the 4th level of the ruler realm, which meant he could be comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th level of the ruler realm.
Wuxia had some guesses now. If he could advance to the 7th or 8th stage of the Dominator realm, would he be able to fight against the heaven's origin creation? If he could advance to the 9th stage of the Dominator realm, would he be able to slaughter the heaven's origin creation?
This might be possible.
Wuxia chatted with Lan Qingyue. After flying for more than a year, they sensed the existence of the crystal treasure again. They moved and flew over immediately.
The crystal energy in front of us seems to be of a higher level.
Wuxia and the rest flew over and spoke. Lan Qingyue nodded and waved her arm. A wave of energy grabbed the crystal energy. Roar! However, when Wuxia and the rest made their move, an extremely terrifying roar was heard.
Oh no, there's a powerful space beast.
When Wuxia and the rest heard the roar, Lan Qingyue's expression changed slightly.
Woo-woo! Xiaolan let out a low growl. Without any hesitation, they immediately fled to another location.
Is it an undefeatable space beast? Wuxia asked with a serious expression. He could also feel a wave of pressure from the space beast's growl.
We shouldn't be its match. I hope we don't chase after it. Lan Qingwei nodded her head with a solemn expression on her face. That space beast shouldn't have chased after us. I feel that it is very far away from us.
Wang Xian looked behind him and said with a frown. After all, they were at the edge of the boundless starry sky. To them, it was also extremely dangerous.
They changed their direction and flew straight for about a month. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest are right in front of us. They didn't escape immediately. This time, we used all our strength to conceal the power of faith to some extent. We intercepted him and used the power of the galactic fragment directly. A level 7 Pantheon shouted loudly.
All right, get rid of them and leave this dangerous place.
The other 7 level 7 gods responded immediately.
I've sensed it. At this moment, they sensed the aura of Wang Xian and the rest. At the same time, in order to avoid the space beast, Wang Xian and the rest swam in another direction for a month.
Woo woo woo. Just when they felt that they could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiaolan and the rest's reminder suddenly came. Lan Qingwei immediately looked to the side and her gaze froze slightly. The experts from the belief universe are chasing us again. They have actually been behind us all this while. Lan Qingwei looked over and said.
Wang Xian also raised his eyebrows and his eyes revealed a cold expression.
The gods from the belief universe were really like dogskin that couldn't be shaken off.
Leave immediately. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Lan Qingwei nodded her head.
To dare to chase after them like this, they must have a trump card. Damn Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you guys won't be able to escape this time.
At this moment, a voice filled with anger was heard.
Following that, Wang Xian and the rest saw 8 figures stepping on faith books and flying towards them. When Wang Xian heard that, he frowned slightly. With a move of his palm, a soul spear appeared in his hand instantly.
Whoosh! Wang Xian waved his arm and the soul spear in his hand shot towards them instantly.
He's courting death. We can't let him escape this time.
Kill them. When the 8 gods of level 7 saw Wang Xian attacking, their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. With a move of their palms, blue fragments appeared in their hands one by one.
The lock fragments were very small, only the size of a palm.
With a wave of their arms, the fragments rose into the sky above them. The 8 fragments merged together in an instant, forming an even larger fragment. The 8 gods of level 7 waved their arms, and a surge of power of faith was injected directly into them. One by one, the fragments appeared around Wang Xian's star field. Soon, 8 belief meteorites that looked like stars attacked Wang Xian and the rest instantly. The first thing that hit them was the impact of the 8 belief meteorites on the soul spear. Bang! In just an instant, the soul spear collapsed instantly. The soul power that was gathered together instantly collapsed and dissipated. Under this attack, the soul spear was completely destroyed and disappeared. Wang Xian sensed that the soul spear was instantly destroyed and disappeared from the world. His expression changed drastically.
Due to the nourishment of his mind, the moment the soul spear was destroyed, a backlash was transmitted.
He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After the collision with the soul spear, only one of the 8 faith meteorites was used up. The remaining 7 meteorites continued to attack Wang Xian and the rest.
Their speed was extremely terrifying. Not good, their attacks are extremely terrifying. This is definitely an attack comparable to the peak of the ruler realm. Run immediately. Wang Xian hurriedly said to Lan Qingwei. Lan Qingwei naturally knew how powerful the soul spears were. When she saw the scene, her expression changed slightly. Without any hesitation, she immediately ordered Xiaolan to bring them to escape.
At the same time, he waved his arm. Numerous spears condensed and attacked the 7 belief meteorites. Wang Xian also instantly condensed the energy of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc and charged towards the remaining 7 meteorites.
The attack speed of the belief universe was too fast. They couldn't dodge it at all. They had to face it head-on. Bang bang bang.
A terrifying collision sound rang out.
The 7 meteorites seemed to carry the power of the entire universe, extremely terrifying.
Boom, boom,
boom.
A terrifying collision sound was heard.
Wang Xian, Lan Qingwei and the rest's strongest attack landed on the 7 meteorites and collided with them.
The terrifying energy caused the surrounding seawater to collapse and dissipate instantly. Similarly, the The 5 elements grinding Tai Chi Dragon Plate and Lan Qingyue's attacks gradually dissipated. After Wang Xian and the rest launched an attack, they did not hesitate and continued to flee into the distance. However, what made Wang Xian and the rest relieved was that Wang Xian and the rest's attacks had completely blocked the 7 meteorites. Their attacks disappeared, and so did the meteorites.
What a powerful treasure. How can this treasure be so terrifying?
Lan Qingyue couldn't help but exclaim, her face full of shock.
Their combined attack was almost comparable to the attack of a pinnacle ruler.
But they didn't expect that their full-strength attack could only block the opponent's casual attack. If the opponent attacked a few more times, they wouldn't be able to block it at all. They would be easily crushed and destroyed. They were on completely different levels. We are not their match, as expected of the belief universe. To be able to take out such a terrifying supreme treasure. I wonder what level this supreme treasure is.
Wang Xian's face was also filled with shock.
A soul supreme treasure that was comparable to a dominator of the 9th level collapsed under that attack and dissipated completely.
This was not an ordinary attack. An ordinary attack could shatter a soul spear so that the soul spear would not dissipate in the world.
However, their attack caused the soul spear to disappear completely.
Terrifying. This involved a powerful and strange energy.
Let's go. Increase our speed. Wang Xian shouted softly again. The 5 elements millstones helped landed on Xiao Lan's body.
Lan Qingyue nodded her head. Similarly, a stream of energy landed on Xiao Lan's body to increase her speed. Their speed had suddenly increased by a level. You want to escape?
Once we have locked onto you, do you still want to escape? Starfield fragment, Starfield chain. At the back, the eyes of the 8 gods were filled with coldness and awe. They waved their arms and streams of energy were injected into the Starfield fragment. The shadows of the stars appeared one after another. The shadows of the stars instantly appeared around Wang Xian and the rest.
Their appearance out of thin air was extremely terrifying. It was as if they had teleported.
What?
What ability is this?
Wang Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. They had already distanced themselves from the 8 gods. However, they did not expect this strange energy to appear around them in an instant.
The 8 planets surrounded them. Although the planets were just shadows, Wang Xian and the rest could sense a strange energy.
Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He looked at Lan Qingyue and immediately sent a voice transmission. Let's go. Let's split up. I have a way to escape in an instant. All right, husband, be careful. Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian and nodded her head heavily. She knew that Wang Xian had the ultimate teleportation treasure in his hands, so she wasn't too worried. Yes. Now that Lan Qingyue was here, she would be a burden instead.
Wang Xian's gaze swept across the 8 star apparitions that surrounded them. His body moved and he immediately flew to the left. Meanwhile, Lan Qingyue flew to the right.
Ha!
At the back, the eyes of the gods froze slightly when they saw the scene.
He actually escaped separately? Lock onto the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and destroy him first.
A level 7 god spoke. All right.
The rest of the gods responded immediately. They waved their arms and waves of energy were injected into the Starfield fragment. Buzz!
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 The 8 astral shadows flickered slightly and flew toward Wang Xian's body instantly.
Wang Xian's expression changed drastically when he sensed this scene. These 8 stars were very strange. He couldn't sense any offensive power, only a special energy.
Wang Xian could sense that if he was hit by this energy, something bad would definitely happen. Lan Qingyue glanced over, gritted her teeth, and left quickly.
Wang Xian was very calm at this moment. He wasn't worried at all. Even if he really died this time, he still had enough resources to quickly recover to his current level. After all, he had stored a large amount of resources.
Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz! Wang Xian's body trembled and a shadow dragon avatar appeared at the side. Buzz!
The next second, the 8 stars disappeared instantly when they were very far away from Wang Xian.
He could feel a wave of energy entering his body.
What kind of strange attack is this? What kind of treasure is this? Could it be an ultimate treasure at the heaven's origin level?
It's really terrifying. Wang Xian sensed this strange energy and his body trembled.
Buzz!
This body of his instantly collapsed and dissipated.
The clone at the side replaced the main body, the Shadow Dragon clone. It was able to withstand Wang Xian's ability to die for sure.
When Wang Xian's other body collapsed, he felt that the energy in his body had disappeared. This made him slightly relieved. That strange energy had been evaded.
In the next moment, he didn't hesitate at all. He continued to flee forward at a terrifying speed.
After sensing the distance between Lan Qingyue and him, Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He actually dodged this move.
I can't let him go. The 8 level 7 gods were slightly shocked when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with astonishment.
Their bodies moved and they immediately gave chase.
Trap him in this starry sky, Starfield Lock.
One of the gods of level 7 roared. He waved his arm and a surge of energy continued to be injected into the starfield fragment. Buzz!
Buzz!
Buzz! The other 7 gods also injected the power of faith. Crash!
In an instant, an invisible chain appeared. The chain instantly chased after Wang Xian. It's done!
Wang Xian saw that Lan Qingyue had already escaped some distance away. With a move of his palm, the spatial scroll appeared in his hand.
It was his last chance to use it. Without any hesitation, he used it instantly.
Buzz! 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 His figure started to turn illusory. However, what shocked Wang Xian was that he saw the illusory and mystical chain instantly enter his body. Before he could sense anything, the scene around him had already undergone a huge change. Teleportation was successful. However, Wang Xian sensed that a surge of energy was located in his body. This made his heart sink. His mind moved and he wanted to get rid of it. In the end, he realized that he couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. This made him frown.
What was going on?
A chain appeared directly in my body. It's illusory and weird. I have a bad feeling about it. Wang Xian's expression was a little ugly. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange and terrifying treasure. It was similar to a curse, but it wasn't a curse. It seemed to be a binding force. That Dragon King has escaped. He teleported away from here? What kind of treasure is this? He can actually escape.
In the ocean at the edge of the infinite universe, the 8-ranked 7 gods were surprised to see the Dragon King disappear in an instant.
Don't worry. That Dragon King has been locked in our galaxy. He can't escape. He will always be trapped here. A 7th level pantheon said. Although he can't escape, our star field treasure is only a fragment. The star field is too large and the chains can only trap it within this large area, but they can't teleport it over instantly. We need to search bit by bit, and we can't leave this area yet. A 7th level pantheon frowned slightly. The starfield fragment in their hands was a fragment of a heavenly creation level true treasure.
It had a part of the ability of a heavenly creation level true treasure.
This included the starfield chain.
Once the starfield chain entered one's body, it was equivalent to entering the starfield heavenly creation level true treasure. As long as one was within a certain area, they could instantly pull one back.
This area was very vast. After all, it was the area of the heavenly creation supreme treasure. Covered a very wide area. Even if they all searched, it might take them 10,000 years. 10,000 years, and this was under the situation where the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was not moving. Once he tried to hide, it would depend on their luck. Moreover, because it was a broken heavenly creation supreme treasure, many of its functions were missing.
They could not leave this area either.
Once they left, the effects of the starfield chains would disappear. But no matter what, the power of this starfield fragment was still very terrifying.
As long as we trap the Dragon King in a certain area, we will have a way to kill him. If it doesn't work in 1,000 years, then it will take 10,000 years. If it doesn't work in 10,000 years, then it will take 100,000 million years.
Even if it takes 10 million years, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, we will be able to kill him. A 7th level pantheon said, his eyes shining. The other 7th level pantheon also nodded in agreement. Let's go and find your Dragon King. If we are lucky, we might be able to find him within a few years. After all, our faith can still hold out for a few hundred years. A 7th level pantheon said as he quickly flew forward. In the end, we will destroy him within a few hundred years. Otherwise, we will have to try our luck. Let's go back first.
At the same time, Wang Xian, who was at another location, looked around.
After he sent a safe message to Lan Qingyue, he immediately sent a message to Enlai. After Enlai received the message, he appeared beside him very quickly.
Let's go.
Wang Xian gestured to Enlai.
Enlai nodded and enveloped Wang Xian with his energy.
Buzz. However, Wang Xian's figure disappeared in an instant. To his astonishment, he realized that he didn't return to the Dragon Palace. Instead, he was still in the ocean at the edge of the boundless starry sky. He frowned and his expression kept changing. Dragon King?
What happened?
I felt that you suddenly disappeared when I was teleporting you. Dragon King. Enlai's message was sent over very quickly. Wang Xian looked at this message and a hint of shock appeared on his face.
Enlai's ability had actually failed. What kind of ability is it that can render Enlai's teleportation ability useless?
You must know that even the powerful defense of the Grotto Heaven blessed land in the 9 Origin universe has no effect on Enlai. What grade of treasure is that?
How can it be so strange and powerful? Is the Starfield fragment just a fragment?
If a fragment has such an ability, then…
Wang Xian's eyes focused. He had a guess in his heart. If a fragment had such an ability, then this fragment could only be a fragment of a treasure. An ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation level.
Wang Xian was not surprised that the belief universe could produce an ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation level. He was not too surprised that it could produce a treasure fragment of the Heaven's Origin creation level. However, he did not expect that the gods of the belief universe would not hesitate to use such an ultimate treasure to deal with him.
They really think highly of me. Wang Xian mumbled. Now he was in trouble.
He seemed to be trapped in a domain. He tried to fly forward, but a substantial chain suddenly appeared in front of him. This chain completely blocked the road ahead.
Boom!
Boom! Wang Xian's mind stirred. He held a soul spear in his hand and attacked the top. However, the attack didn't leave any marks on the surface. This kind of defense was obviously not something that Wang Xian could break.
I can't break it or dodge it. I don't even know how big this area is. If it's small, it'll be troublesome.
Wang Xian mumbled. If this area was really small, he might really die here. He moved his palm and left a mark here. Then he flew along the edge of this area.
After flying for a year, he had yet to arrive at the location he had marked.
It seems like this area is really big. So big that it's beyond my imagination. Moreover, the 8 gods didn't chase after me. It seems like they don't know my location. Wang Xian spoke. However, there was still a problem. They had a way to lock onto his position. In other words, they were still looking for him.
This is really troublesome. I should continue to hide. After Xiaolan and the rest upgrade, I must make the belief universe pay a terrible price.
Wang Xian spoke with a cold gaze.
His body moved and he continued to fly forward.
His speed was very fast. He was not slower than the group of level 7 Pantheon. In fact, he was much faster.
After all, he had a soul battleship that was comparable to the level 9 Pantheon. When Wang Xian was flying forward, he discovered an energy crystal.
He scanned his surroundings and immediately flew over.
With a wave of his arm, he kept the energy crystal in his bag.
His body moved and he continued to fly forward. He didn't know if that place was located in the depths or at the edge of the ocean. He kept flying in one direction.
After flying for a few days, he encountered another energy crystal.
This caused Wang Xian to be astonished.
The number of energy crystals was beyond his imagination.
What's going on? Am I in the depths of the ocean? Wang Xian guessed in his heart. Since the spatial scroll was sent randomly, Wang Xian couldn't tell the direction. However, looking at the number of energy crystals, Wang Xian felt that he should have entered the depths of the ocean.
His eyes became alert. He slowed down and flew forward.
What is this? Wang Xian had been flying aimlessly in the ocean.
He was filled with curiosity when he encountered 2 energy crystals consecutively. After flying for more than 10 days, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was the domain space of a crystal.
It was a crystal formed from dense water energy. This crystal was not the kind of crystal energy that contained boundless energy. Instead, It was an ordinary crystal condensed from ordinary seawater. An incomparably huge crystal palace appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. These crystals were located in the sea area without any rules. They were densely packed and one could not see the edge of it at a glance.
He sized them up with a face full of curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he entered the palace. This place is a little strange. There are definitely treasures inside, but it's also 100% dangerous.
Wang Xian mumbled. After hesitating for a moment, he flew into the space. Even after flying for more than 10 days to ensure his safety, he still couldn't fly out of this space. His figure moved and hid in a crystal. He waited just like that.
Wang Xian hid here, thinking that if the 8 gods chased after him, it might attract the attention of the crystal creatures or the space behemoths.
If the crystal creatures and space behemoths could destroy them, he could also leave this place. With this thought in mind, he hid here and waited quietly. He did not wander around this area wantonly. Wandering around the infinite starry sky without any scruples was undoubtedly courting death. Wang Xian was hiding here. If he was found by the 8 gods, he was thinking of escaping.
What if they encountered the terrifying existence here?
Of course, Wang Xian knew that the probability was not very high.
However, this was his only option at the moment.
Time passed day by day. Wang Xian remained hidden here without moving an inch.
At the same time, on the other side of this ocean, 8 level 7 gods were flying toward Wang Xian through the guidance of their faith tracking.
In fact, Wang Xian had already fled a very, very long distance in an instant through the teleportation via the spatial scroll. He had pulled away a very long distance from them. This was also the reason why the 8 level 7 gods could not find Wang Xian even after chasing him for a few years. The only thing they could be sure of was that Wang Xian was within the range of the starfield fragment. As long as he was still within this range, they had a great chance of capturing him and killing him. Time passed quickly. The 8 level 7 gods flew for a few hundred years but still could not reach Wang Xian's position. This caused them to frown slightly. We can only hold on for a few decades by using faith to track the energy above. If we can't find the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace within these few decades, we might have to spend even more time. A level 7 god said with a frown.
There's no other way. We have to destroy the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This place is already quite deep. If our army of faith comes here, it's very likely that we will attract the attention of the powerful cosmic beasts. We can't take this risk and let them come here. A level 7 Pantheon said. As long as we seal the Dragon Palace Dragon King here, it will be fine. He can't advance here, but the Pantheon outside can. Without the Dragon Palace Dragon King, it will be much easier for our faith universe to destroy the 9 origin universe. We just need to trap him here.
Moreover, after tens of millions of years, more powerful treasures will be born in our faith universe. At that time, we can send a large number of experts to search and easily destroy the Dragon Palace Dragon King. One of the Tier 7 gods glanced at them. That's true. In any case, we can't let him escape from this region. One day, we will be able to destroy the Dragon Palace Dragon King. One of the Tier 7 gods in the center nodded. Let's go. We can't give up now. If we can destroy the Dragon Palace Dragon King as soon as possible, it will be beneficial. The 8 rank 7 gods continued to fly forward.
After dozens of years, they arrived at the territory filled with crystals.
Here,
the 8 rank 7 gods looked ahead and frowned slightly.
They looked at the direction of the faith tracking in the sky and looked at each other. This area ahead is very likely to be dangerous. One of the gods said as he looked ahead. There must be treasures or space beasts in the more special places. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is probably hiding in there.
One of the gods said, "Let's go. We have to go in and check it out."
The faith tracking is only for a few days. We have to go in. The 8 gods continued to fly in. After entering, they were on high alert.
Balls that looked like stars floated in the sky above them.
This was the protection of the galactic fragment. They could use this galactic fragment to fight against a level 7 cosmic beast. However, it would be difficult to kill a level 7 cosmic beast. The 8 of them entered the space. The entrance they entered was not the route that Wang Xian took. In fact, Wang Xian had already forgotten the entrance that he entered in this area that was filled with crystals. He did not dare to leave behind any energy marks.
Roar. After flying for a few days, the 8 gods suddenly felt a cold aura locking onto them,
following which a roar sounded.
Not good, there's a space beast. When a Tier 7 Pantheon heard this roar, his expression changed slightly and his eyes revealed a look of fear. Crash. However, in the next second, the sound of a crystal shattering could be heard.
A crystal creature appeared behind one of the Pantheon gods. His terrifying and strange speed instantly arrived, and the crystal horn on his head rammed into his back. Wang!
The moment the crystal horn struck, the star above its head directly enveloped it.
The horn struck the Star Guardian.
Cracks instantly appeared on the entire Star Guardian. However, this attack was blocked by the crystal creature.
Seeing that the attack didn't succeed, the crystal creature instantly moved and entered a crystal.
When it entered a crystal, it seemed to have disappeared.
Damn it! It's not a space beast. It's a strange creature. Its speed is very fast, comparable to the speed of a peak Pantheon, but its attack power should only be at the level of a Tier 8 Pantheon. The Tier 7 Pantheon that was attacked immediately shouted, "Be careful, gather together. If it attacks again, destroy it immediately." The 8 gods gathered together with an ugly expression on their faces. Their eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. The 8 level 7 gods were not as lucky as Wuxia. They were attacked by a crystal creature.
The strength of this crystal creature was about the same as the crystal creature that Wuxia had dealt with back then.
With the strength of the 8 level 7 gods and the starfield fragment in their hands, they were able to kill it in an extremely short period of time.
What kind of creature is this?
Isn't there only a space beast in the universe?
How can there be such a creature? And it's so powerful.
After the 8 level 7 gods killed it, they looked at the corpses that were suppressed by the starfield fragment and let out a sigh of relief. The battle just now had shocked them a little about the crystal creature's speed.
Its strange speed was like teleportation. It could even enter the crystals and disappear. If they did not have the starfield fragment, it would be very difficult to kill it. If this crystal creature was stronger, the starfield fragment would not be able to kill it. One of the Tier 7 gods said with a serious expression.
Even if they had dealt with this trouble, this was still the first creature they had encountered, and it was already so powerful.
Was there an even stronger existence inside?
The other 7 gods also nodded with grave expressions. Let's go. Be careful from now on.
One of the Tier 7 gods said. The 8 of them continued to walk forward. However, this time they became even more vigilant.
Their speed had also been reduced by several levels.
This won't do. The faith tracking is about to disappear.
Half a month later, one of the Tier 7 gods raised his head to look at the tracking energy in the sky and spoke. The other 7 gods also revealed helpless expressions. The faith tracking energy had already been used up. If they wanted to continue tracking, they had to use it again. However, this tracking ability wasn't something they could succeed with just a few of them. This chasing ability required a huge amount of faith power. It required at least a few million legions to successfully use it. But now, the legions that they believed in the universe couldn't step into this ocean.
Because of the star chain, they couldn't leave this place.
Let's stick to our original plan. Even if we don't move, we'll still have to waste time here. One of the gods said. This was also the order of the elders of the 24 palaces in the universe. We can't waste time either. Let's slowly search here.
One of the gods looked at them. The other 7 nodded and continued to fly in the direction of the faith tracking. However, without the guidance of the faith tracking, it would be thousands of times more difficult to find the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
The celestial chain, the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin destiny, was too terrifying, even if it was a fragment of the heaven's origin destiny. Time passed little by little. Wuxia told Lan Qingyue about the situation here.
He asked Lan Qingyue not to come here for the time being. Instead, she would bring Xiaolan and the rest to continue their advancement. When Xiaolan and the rest had broken through, she would come here to save him.
Then, she would destroy the 8 level 7 Pantheon gods.
After Lan Qingyue received the news, she nodded her head heavily and immediately led Xiaolan and the rest to search for resources and treasures to advance.
10 million years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 million years, Wuxia successfully nurtured another soul item. The soul spear that was destroyed by the fragments of the starfield was also replaced. During these 10 million years, the 8 gods did not pursue him. Halfway through, Wang Xian tried to get Enlai to bring him back, but he still failed. This meant that he was still in this blockade. Wang Xian guessed that this blockade was not unsolvable. A powerful force could break this blockade directly. However, he did not have the power at the moment, so he could only wait. During these tens of millions of years, the Dragon Palace was developing at a terrifying speed. After obtaining the million-strong army that Wang Xian brought back for Enlai and the Heart of Faith, the improvement of the disciples of the Dragon Palace was almost without any shackles. There were over 80,000 gods in the million-strong army. There were over 100 rank 7 gods. This made the improvement of the Dragon Palace extremely terrifying. In tens of millions of years, there were 200 Dragon Palace powerhouses who were at the level 7 realm. However, all of them were charming dragon species. There were also over 50,000 powerhouses at the level of the ruler. This was even before the Heart of Faith was exhausted. The improvement of the Dragon Palace was absolutely terrifying. In the past 10 million years, the war between the Belief Universe and the Nine Origin Universe was getting more and more intense.
Especially a few million years ago, the army of belief from the Belief Universe arrived. For a time, the Nine Origin Universe was in a great crisis. At this time, the peak races also unleashed their powerful trump cards and strength. Because of Wang Xian, only the 13 palaces of the 24 palaces had the power to clash with the peak races of the Nine Origin Universe. This also prevented the experts of the Nine Origin Universe from being defeated.
However, the battle was not too intense. All the plans of the 24 palaces were disrupted by Wang Xian. If not for Wang Xian, the 24 palaces would have destroyed the Nine Origin Universe long ago.
This also gave the Nine Origin Universe a chance to catch its breath. The Dragon Palace did not participate in this battle.
Wang Xian ordered all the disciples of the Dragon Palace to focus on improving their strength. This was also because the Dragon Palace did not have top-notch combat strength at the moment. Lan Qingyue and Xiao Lan were working hard to improve.
He was trapped here.
This also meant that the Dragon Palace did not have the combat strength of a ruler at level 8. Neither did they have the combat strength of a ruler at level 9.
Secondly, the Dragon Palace did not lack the Heart of Faith at the moment. If they had the time to fight, they might as well go to the depths of the starry universe and search for some treasures. Furthermore, Wang Xian had destroyed the million-strong army of the Heaven Origin Palace in the universe of faith.
In terms of combat results, the Dragon Palace had killed the most gods of faith in the entire Nine Origin universe. Moreover, if he had not delayed the power of the Belief Universe, the Nine Origin universe would have been defeated. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, another 10 million years had passed. Wang Xian tried again to leave this place, but he still did not succeed. 30 million years passed very quickly. Wang Xian wandered around the area in boredom.
During these 30 million years, he accumulated the energy in his body and tempered the energy in his body. In the middle, Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls had accompanied him here for a million years. They weren't too bored.
Compared to the past, his control over his own energy and combat experience had improved by a lot. Let's go to the right. I've already checked the left side. The right side belongs to the depths of this crystal region. In the past 30 million years, Wang Xian would occasionally explore the surroundings. He had already explored the left side. That was the location of the exit. Compared to that, it was safer. However, he was prepared to explore the depths to see if he could find any treasures. It has been 30 million years. I don't know when I will be able to leave this space. In a few tens of millions of years, I might as well commit suicide and reincarnate before I have a breakthrough at the Young Moon realm.
Wang Xian mumbled as he flew towards the right side of the crystal region.
He had been trapped here for 30 million years. If he couldn't get out, Wang Xian might as well consider committing suicide.
After committing suicide, he would still be able to resurrect with the ancestral tree around.
As for not being able to resurrect,
Wang Xian had never thought of this.
The fragment of the starfield was most likely a fragment of a heaven-grade treasure. However, the ancestral tree was a true heaven-grade treasure. Even if it had yet to reach its peak, It was still more powerful than a fragment of heaven-grade treasure. As he thought about this, he scanned his surroundings. In front of him, on his left, right, and back, there were 4 nether spirit avatars. Wang Xian had to be extremely careful when exploring this space. With the nether spirit avatars, he would be able to cover the front, back, left, and right. If there was any danger, he would immediately flee. Furthermore, the nether spirit avatars were sufficient to create a huge distance between him and them. Even if he were to encounter a space behemoth that was at the 7th level of the ruler realm, he would still have sufficient time to escape. The 4 Hades avatars looked around vigilantly and kept exploring ahead.
This time, Wang Xian was prepared to go deeper. Whoosh! Bang!
When he was about to go deeper for half a month, the Hades avatars in front suddenly sensed a terrifying force attacking them. By the time Wang Xian reacted, the Hades avatars had already suffered a fatal attack. Buzz!
Wang Xian immediately thought of something and the ghost avatar in front of him disappeared instantly. This is that kind of crystal creature. After the ghost avatar was recalled, Wang Xian summoned it again. He realized that the soul armor around the ghost avatar had already been damaged and needed time to repair it. In just a split second, the battle armor that was comparable to a ruler of level 8 was destroyed. The strength of this crystal creature should not be weaker than the crystal creature that he encountered last time. Change direction, Wang Xian thought to himself. With a thought, he used the nether spirit avatar behind him to deviate a little and continued to explore. After changing direction, he did not encounter any more attacks from the crystal creature. He flew in for another half a month. What is that? Suddenly, Wang Xian's eyes widened. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. In front of him was a dense cluster of energy crystals.
Different from ordinary crystals, these were energy crystals that contained vast amounts of energy. The energy contained in each crystal was definitely of a higher level than the energy crystals that Wang Xian, Lan Qingyue, and the rest obtained.
The number of energy crystals was no less than 50.
Why are there so many energy crystals all of a sudden? This is insane. If we can obtain them, wouldn't Xiaolan and the rest be able to improve immediately? Wang Xian's eyes glowed as he quickly scanned his surroundings. The ghost avatar sized up the surroundings. With a move of his body, he instantly arrived in front of the more than 50 crystals. Buzz! The avatar of the netherworld ghost stretched out his arm. Energy enveloped all the energy crystals and flew towards Wang Xian frantically. The energy of the crystals was considered an external object. Unless the avatar of the netherworld ghost refined them, he could not bring them to Wang Xian in an instant. However, Wang Xian did not have any considerations at the moment.
With so many energy crystals, he had to give it his all.
If he could get his hands on them, the rewards would be too great. Then, he would be able to leave this place. Even if it was dangerous. At most, his nether spirit avatar would be scattered and reassembled. Once he could get his hands on them, it would be a huge profit. Roar! 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 However, a roar came from behind. When Wang Xian heard this voice, his heart tightened. As expected, the crystal energy was guarded by a powerful space beast. Wang Xian gritted his teeth and made his nether spirit avatar unleash its maximum speed. Whoosh! However, in the next second, Wang Xian sensed an extremely huge crystal beast suddenly appearing from an ordinary crystal. Although this crystal beast was much smaller than an ordinary space beast, it had already reached the size of hundreds of thousands of meters. It looked the same as the crystal creature he had encountered previously. The only difference was that its energy was abnormally terrifying.
The moment it appeared, Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately controlled the netherworld phantom avatar and threw the energy crystal in his hand in all directions.
Roar! Roar!
The crystal behemoth opened its mouth. There was fury in its eyes as it roared furiously. Pieces of energy crystals flew into its mouth immediately.
At the same time, the doppelganger of the netherworld ghost sensed a surge of terrifying energy charging towards him. This caused the doppelganger of the netherworld ghost to fly backward. Buzz! Wang Xian's mind stirred, and the doppelganger of the netherworld ghost disappeared instantly. Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all, as he transformed into the netherworld dragon. He instantly arrived at the body of the Nether Spirit avatar behind him and transformed.
After that, he recalled all the Nether Spirit avatars and turned around to escape. He didn't have any lingering feelings.
Sensing that the crystal behemoth behind him didn't chase after him, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The strength of this crystal behemoth is at least at the level of a dominator at level 7. It might be at the level of a dominator at level 8. Wang Xian mumbled. However, even if it was at the level of a ruler of level 7, it was still an existence that could easily kill other rulers of level 7. That terrifying power was too strong. As expected, this area isn't that simple. It's not easy to obtain more than 50 crystal behemoths.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered and he shook his head.
After recording the location, he hesitated for a moment before looking for a place to recover.
After recovering his strength to its peak, he was prepared to continue exploring.
Since the current situation wasn't good, he might as well take a gamble. At most, he would die.
If he didn't die, he might turn from a bicycle into a motorcycle.
Earlier, he had already seen a motorcycle. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring it over. After changing his position, Wang Xian continued to explore. Damn it! More than 30 million years have passed. Could it be that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has already left this area?
Should we leave this place?
It's too dangerous here. At the same time, at a location not far away from Wang Xian, 8 figures
were advancing bit by bit.
They had solemn expressions on their faces. All right, don't you think this is a good opportunity for us? A level 7 Pantheon looked at the complaining Pantheon and said faintly,
Hee, that's indeed the case. If it wasn't for the Dragon King, we wouldn't be qualified to use the Galactic Fragment. Now that we have the Galactic Fragment, although this area is dangerous, my gains aren't small either. A rank 7 Pantheon narrowed his eyes and said with a smile.
Although the risk is high, there are still a lot of goods. If it weren't for the star field fragment, we wouldn't have gotten so many treasures.
Indeed. This crystal energy is useful to us. Let's continue exploring this place.
Maybe we can get a lot of goods. That's right. Even if we can't find the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, if we can get the treasures in this area, it will be a great deal for us.
The 8 rank 7 gods spoke and a smile appeared on their faces.
Even the rank 7 god who had just mocked them nodded with a smile. Then let's continue exploring. We can't go to the rear. It's a bit dangerous there, so let's go to the front. The rank 7 god spoke. The other 7 nodded. Let's go. Let's continue.
With the Starfield fragment, the 8 Type 7 gods were able to unleash the power to fight against a Type 7 space beast.
This power could be said to be the strongest strength they believed in the universe.
They had relied on the Starfield fragment to gain many benefits in this space. As a result, they had even put aside the matter of hunting the Dragon King.
After all, with their strength, it was impossible for them to use such a treasure. Only existences at the peak of the Pantheon level had the right to use such a treasure. Moreover, such a treasure would only be able to unleash greater power in the hands of the peak of the Pantheon level. The 8 of them continued to fly forward.
However, what they didn't know was that they were getting closer and closer to Wang Xian.
At the same time, Wang Xian did not know that the direction he was exploring was getting closer to the gods who believed in the universe. The ghost avatar was still scouting ahead.
A month later, Wang Xian suddenly felt a familiar energy coming from the front.
When he felt this energy, he was slightly stunned.
This is the power of faith?
There are powerhouses from the universe of faith ahead. They are still here and are still looking for me. It seems that their treasure has some restrictions.
After sensing the gods from the universe of faith, Wang Xian had some understanding in his heart.
This kind of restrictive ability did indeed have restrictions. It should be a restriction of distance. Once they left this place, he might be able to get rid of the restrictions. I've been discovered. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed through his nether spirit avatar that the waves of power of faith were rapidly approaching him.
Wang Xian's eyes focused. Without any hesitation, he immediately recalled the ghost avatar. I can sense the aura of the Dragon King. Is he really here?
Yes. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is still hiding here. Humph, it has been more than 30 million years. He can still hide. A few seconds after the ghost avatar disappeared, The 8 level 7 Pantheon gods arrived at the spot where the ghost avatar had been.
Their eyes scanned the surroundings and their eyes were shining brightly.
It should be in that direction. Let's go and continue our pursuit.
The 8 level 7 Pantheon gods moved and flew towards Wuxia. They should be able to sense me. Let's leave.
Wuxia did not hesitate at this moment. However, he was suddenly stunned. Recently, he had gained some understanding of this area. He had an idea.
It was not too far from here. It should be about a month away, and it should be the area where the crystal beast was.
He had some understanding of the surrounding area.
What if he attracted the 8 type 7 gods from the starry cosmos? Wouldn't that be the case?
His eyes flickered.
He did as he was told. Without any hesitation, he controlled the Hell Ghost avatar to fly in that direction.
At the same time, he released some energy to guide it.
This way.
At the back, the 8 rank 7 gods didn't hesitate and immediately chased after him. They didn't have any doubts. In their opinion, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was leading the way.
How could they be in danger if they were at the back? Even if they were in danger, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would be the first to be in danger. Moreover, the combat strength of their side far exceeded that of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Even if they were in danger, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would be the first to die. They could still escape.
8 gods of level 7 were chasing after them at a rapid speed.
As Wuxia was escaping according to the route he had taken, coupled with the fact that he had the ghost avatar to scout the way, his speed was also extremely fast.
The 8 gods were chasing after him while Wuxia was fleeing in front. Both parties were extremely fast.
Wuxia, who possessed a soul battleship, was slightly faster than them.
After fleeing for about a month, Wuxia arrived at the front where he encountered danger the last time. He immediately controlled the 2 Hades avatars to continue flying to the left. Once he encountered danger, Wuxia would also use the Netherworld Dragon transformation. Following that, the 2 ghost avatars moved carefully towards the area of the giant crystal beast. Buzz. Around his body, the Taiji dragon disc appeared. The power of yin and yang completely enveloped it.
His figure was hidden in a crystal, trying his best to conceal his aura. Meanwhile, the ghost avatars continued to fly with their own aura. This way. Not long after, Wuxia sensed a surge of power of faith flying to his right. The corner of Wuxia's mouth curled up slightly.
That direction was the direction of the crystal behemoth where the 2 Hades avatars were heading to.
The 2 Hades avatars were flying. The deeper they went, the more they concealed their energy. They were trying to prevent them from encountering the crystal behemoth inside.
The last time, the crystal beast was quite far away and did not suffer any major attacks.
If they were close, the crystal beast would be killed instantly.
More than 10 minutes later, the 2 Hades avatars arrived at the place where they explored the last time.
The more than 50 energy crystals were still there. There were still no crystal beasts there.
Wuxia also did not understand why the crystal beast insisted on placing the energy crystals here. The Netherworld Phantom Avatar stayed where he was and waited for a while. Not long after, he sensed the auras of the 8 level 7 Pantheon gods.
The eyes of the 2 Netherworld Phantom Avatars were sparkling as they continued to fly forward. Do you see the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace?
No, this doesn't seem to be the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the 8 level 7 Pantheon gods at the back saw the 2 Netherworld Phantom Avatars. Their eyes focused. At this moment, they saw the 2 Nether Spirit avatars wave their arms.
More than 50 energy crystals containing massive amounts of energy flew towards them.
This caused the 8 Tier 7 gods to be slightly stunned, and they stared fixedly at the 50 over energy crystals. They felt the energy within, and their breathing became slightly hurried.
These 50 over energy crystals, even when they saw them, were incomparably hot.
More than 50 energy crystals suddenly flew into their hands. The 8 rank 7 gods were stunned. However, they didn't hesitate and put them away. However, in the next moment, an angry roar was heard. Without hesitation, the 2 ghost avatars disappeared. This is a trap set by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. There are space beasts here. Get out of here now. The 8 rank 7 gods heard the roar and focused their eyes.
They knew that they had fallen into the Dragon King's trap.
However, they couldn't throw out more than 50 energy crystals. The 8 of them did not hesitate and immediately fled into the distance. Roar! Roar!
Roar. However, at this time, the crystal beast saw them putting away the energy crystals and its eyes were filled with fury. With a flash, it entered one of the crystals. With its tens of thousands of meters long body, it entered the crystal looking extremely strange.
In the next second, it appeared in front of the 8 gods.
It came out from the crystal.
What? The 8 gods were shocked when they saw this scene. Why is this crystal beast so fast? How did it come out from the crystal?
Not good, let's fight. The 8 Tier 7 gods did not hesitate at all. They sensed the aura of this crystal behemoth and with a wave of their arms, the starfield fragment appeared in front of them.
Wong wong wong. They instantly channeled their energy into the starfield fragment. Roar roar roar.
The crystal behemoth stared at them with reddened eyes and the crystal horn on its head charged toward them.
The terrifying energy contained within caused the expressions of the 8 rank 7 gods to change.
Wang Wing. However, at this instant, a bright star appeared in front of them. The star charged towards the crystal beast. The star collided with the crystal beast's head.
Boom! A huge explosion sounded out, and a terrifying energy caused the 8 rank 7 gods to fly backwards. Roar roar roar.
The crystal beast shook its head and its body also retreated hundreds of thousands of meters. One crystal after another shattered.
The crystal beast went completely berserk, and the surrounding water flow seemed to boil. Its body moved, and it instantly disappeared. Damn it, this crystal beast's strength is at least at the rank 7 realm. Be careful. When the 8 7th rank gods saw the space beast charging at them again, their expressions were extremely ugly. This space beast's strength was very terrifying. Star Domain's flaming star.
The 8 7th rank gods looked at each other. With a wave of their arms, a wave of energy directly poured into it. Boom! Boom!
Boom! In the next instant, flaming meteorites appeared behind them. The densely packed meteorites blotted out the sky and covered the earth. In this sea, they were like flaming lava, emitting a terrifying aura. The endless flaming meteorites charged forward.
At the same time, they were located not far behind. When Wuxia saw them erupting into battle, he immediately commanded his nether spirit avatar to fly over to watch the battle.
When he saw this scene, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The gods who believe in the universe use the power of faith. However, they are able to unleash the power of flames with the help of this galactic fragment. This is really strange. In that case, this galactic fragment should be a 100% ultimate treasure of the Tianyuan level. Wang Xian mumbled.
Last time, he did not tremble with the 8 level 7 gods. Instead, he escaped in an instant. Now, looking at the combat strength that they had unleashed with the help of the starfield fragment, Wang Xian was a little shocked. Just the fragment alone was able to reach such a level. He really did not dare to show his image. How terrifying was a treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation level. The ancestral tree was a supporting type of Heaven's Origin creation, not an offensive type. In this aspect, it could never be compared to an offensive Heavenly Fate treasure.
He hid at the back and watched the battle. This starfield fragment was very powerful, but the crystal beast wasn't jealous.
The crystal beast's strength was also very terrifying.
Facing the flaming meteorite, the crystal beast crawled out of a crystal. It opened its mouth, and the endless seawater around it condensed into water dragons to meet the flaming meteorite. Boom!
Boom!
Boom! A terrifying collision sound was heard again. The crystal beast disappeared again. Damn it! The flaming star of the starfield fragment was blocked, and the crystal beast disappeared again. A Tier 7 Pantheon saw this scene, and his face turned gloomy as he roared. Nirvana Starfield, get rid of this crystal beast. A rank 7 god hurriedly roared. Waves of faith energy surged into the starfield fragment. The other 7 faith gods also surged into waves of energy.
On the starfield fragment, a wave of nirvana energy slowly erupted.
This was a wave of deathly silent energy.
This wave of energy enveloped the surroundings.
Wherever it passed, the seawater would retreat. It was as if all those with energy and vitality had to retreat. The crystal behemoth collided with the energy enveloping it, and a fearful expression appeared in its eyes.
It took 2 steps back in shock and anger.
However, in the next moment, azure light also bloomed from his body.
The light surged forward.
However, the light still retreated rapidly under the power of nirvana. However, the blue light quickly wrapped around the power of nirvana. Boom! 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 The surrounding seawater let out a rumbling sound. The surrounding ocean seemed to be completely controlled by the crystal behemoth. The ocean pressed towards the power of nirvana. Fight! Fight!
This energy of silence was forcibly withdrawn.
What? This crystal monster is very strong. We may not be its opponent. Try to escape.
A seven-order god see, the expression is gloomy roarway.
Okay, Starfield. Let's go. The eyes of the 8 seventh-order gods froze, and the power of faith poured once more into the debris. 8 stars appeared beneath their feet. Whoosh! The 8 stars revolved rapidly, and with an abnormally terrifying speed, they brought them to flee. As they fled, the starfield of extinction disappeared in an instant. Seeing that they wanted to escape, the crystal beast's crystal horn above its head suddenly flew out.
The surrounding ordinary crystals suddenly began to gather.
Wong 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 wong. A terrifying crystal horn flew out from the crystal beast's head.
In the surroundings, countless ordinary crystals surged towards the crystal horn. In an instant, they entered the single horn of the crystal beast.
The single horn, along with countless ordinary crystals, emitted a terrifying strength. The horn brought with it a terrifying might as it charged towards the 8 rank 7 gods.
The horn's speed was even more terrifying than the 8-star chains of the 8 rank 7 gods. After all, this was the territory of the crystal behemoth.
Not good.
The 8 rank 7 gods felt the horn of the crystal behemoth charging towards them. Their hearts pounded and their faces were filled with fear. Especially the last type 7 god, when he saw the horn charging towards him, he was filled with fear. Defend!
He quickly shouted out.
The other 7 gods gritted their teeth, preparing to channel their energy into the starfield fragment to defend.
However, the horn suddenly sped up and disappeared. It reappeared behind the Type 7 god and rammed into him. A terrifying collision sound rang out. The body of the Type 7 god crumbled under the impact.
No, 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 save me, save me.
The Type 7 god felt death approaching, and his face was filled with despair as he roared out, "Damn it!" Seeing this, the other 7 pantheon gods had ugly expressions on their faces.
They had no time to save them. One of them was killed by the horn.
The horn continued to attack the second one. Quick! Quick! Block this attack! Seeing the attack coming towards him, the second pantheon god's heart pounded and he shouted in fear,
"Starfield, White Dwarf Star!"
The few Type 7 gods in front roared out, and the star beneath their feet disappeared. A white planet that was thick and heavy slammed towards the horn.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The white dwarf star collided with the terrifying horn. The Type 7 god, who was near the center, spat out a large amount of blood under the terrifying impact. Faith! Sacrifice! Heal!
He hurriedly roared, and the phantoms of his followers appeared in the sky above him. The phantoms of his followers collapsed, turning into the power of faith to resist the impact.
The powerful book beneath him also resisted the terrifying attack.
However, the collision between the single-horned beast and the white dwarf star was too terrifying. His body fell downwards, instantly losing all life.
Not good. With the 2 of them dead, our control over the starfield fragment will be reduced by 2, and its power will be reduced by 1/4.
A Tier 7 pantheon saw that the single-horned beast had killed 2 of his members in an instant, and his face revealed an incomparably grave expression. Final counterattack, Starfield Black Hole Tide, flee.
One of the Type 7 gods roared out, sending his power of faith into the starfield fragment. The remaining 5 Type 7 gods also hurriedly sent their power of faith.
Black holes appeared one after another, attacking the unicorn and the crystal beast. The powerful unicorn was swallowed by one black hole coming out from the other. However, after the horn came out, its energy was greatly weakened.
Similarly, it was also very far away from them. The crystal behemoth hurriedly dodged the attacks of the black holes.
The 6 Type 7 gods did not hesitate at all, frantically fleeing into the distance. After losing 2 Type 7 gods, their strength is much weaker. We can't let them escape so easily and create some trouble for them. At the back, the two nether spirit avatars stared at this scene once more. The two nether spirit avatars moved their palms, and soul spears appeared in their hands. The nether spirit avatars hid at the side, quietly waiting for the right time. This is the time when they fled in this direction. The crystal behemoths behind them continued to chase after them, and the surrounding seawater attacked them. The remaining 6 rank 7 gods hurriedly used the power of the starfield fragment to resist. The next second after they used the power of the starfield fragment, the dark ghost clone spear directly attacked 2 of the rank 7 gods. If these gods didn't rely on the power of the starfield fragment, their strength wouldn't be strong at all. Relying on the Book of Faith in their hands, their strength would be able to resist a ruler at the rank 8 realm. The soul spear was a great killing weapon for a ruler of the 9th rank. The moment they used the star field fragment, the soul spear arrived in front of the bodies of the 2 rank 7 gods. The sudden attack shocked the 2 rank 7 gods. There's a sneak attack. It's the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. That damn Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is ambushing us. The 2 tier 7 gods who had been attacked immediately roared. They moved their palms, and the Book of Faith under them instantly blocked in front of them. At this time, the star field fragment could no longer be used in an instant. However, in the next second, the soul spear pierced through their Book of Faith and directly pierced through their heads. The terrifying power caused them to die instantly without even letting out a scream. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ghost clone controlled the soul spear and flew toward them with the 2 corpses. Damn Dragon King of the Dragon Palace! The death of their 2 companions instantly caused the remaining 4 rank 7 gods to feel like their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Of the 8 rank 7 gods, only 4 were left. This caused their control over the star field fragment to drop to the extreme. The amount of power they could mobilize was also reduced by half. They looked at the scene with bloodshot eyes. Grab the corpse. The energy crystal is over there. A rank 7 pantheon immediately roared. Roar, roar, roar. However, at this time, the sound of the crystal beast's roar could be heard from the rear. The remaining 4 rank 7 pantheon heard this roar and their bodies trembled violently. There were only 4 of them left. With their strength, they were not a match for this crystal beast. Sensing the fatal power coming from behind, they looked at each other and gritted their teeth. They shouted indignantly and hurried to the sky above the star field fragment. Waves of energy surged into it, and the star field fragment quickly brought them to escape. The soul spear pierced through the 2 corpses and flew toward the nether spirit's body. The 2 nether spirit's bodies were only staring at the crystal beast. They made another bet. If the crystal beast continued to chase after the 4 gods, the 2 corpses would be collected smoothly. They would be able to obtain more than 50 energy crystals. Roar, roar, roar. The 2 nether spirit avatars stared at the crystal behemoth with vigilant expressions. Boom! But very soon, Wuxia made the wrong bet. The crystal behemoth was clearly able to sense the location of the Christopius energy. It moved its body and flew directly towards the corpse that was penetrated by the soul spear. When the netherworld ghost clone saw the scene, his expression turned ugly. He immediately threw the soul spear away and returned in an instant. Buzz. In the next instant, the netherworld ghost clone disappeared. The soul spear also flew rapidly towards Wuxia's direction. I failed. I didn't manage to reap the benefits. When Wuxia saw the 2 netherworld ghost clones enter his body, he waved his arm and put away the soul spear as well. Following that, the nether spirit dragon transformed and disappeared in an instant as it flew out. Roar! 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 The faint roar of the crystal behemoth could be heard from the back. Although he didn't manage to obtain more than 50 energy crystals this time, he managed to kill 4 level 7 pantheon gods. This had vented the anger in Wuxia's heart. Furthermore, without the 4 level 7 pantheon gods, their strength had been reduced by more than half. Now, Wuxia could leave safely when he faced them again. If he were to call Lan Qingwei over, the 4 level 7 pantheon gods wouldn't be their match even if they relied on the galactic fragment. Wuxia thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he immediately contacted Lan Qingwei and the rest. Xiao Xian, what's the situation? Soon, and Lai brought Lan Qingwei to Wuxia's side.
Currently, 4 out of the 8 level 7 pantheon gods have died. Even if the other 4 have powerful ultimate treasures, they are no match for us. Let's go and look for them. Let's see if we can find them and kill them, Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue. Role reversal. The reason why Wang Xian wanted to hunt down the other 4 level 7 pantheon gods was firstly to seek revenge. The most important reason was the starfield fragment in their hands. The starfield fragment was very powerful and could release all kinds of energy attacks. The power of flames, the special energy of destruction, and the power of black holes. All of this was because of the powerful starfield fragment. If Wang Xian could obtain it, it would be a huge profit. After all, this was a heaven-grade fragment. All right, Lan Qingyue nodded. If we can destroy them, there might be some unexpected gains. Xiaolan is not far from breaking through now. There was a certain chance of obtaining more than 50 starfield fragments just now. It's a pity that we failed. Wang Xian spoke. Xiaolan and the rest were at the level of a ruler at level 6. For a ruler at level 6, it would not be so easy for them to improve. Many powerhouses at the level of a ruler at level 6 could achieve a breakthrough in hundreds of millions of years. It was already very fast and extremely heaven-defying. Xiaolan and the rest had just broken through to the level of a ruler at level 6. Now only about 30 million years had passed. If they wanted to improve quickly, they would need a large number of resources and treasures. Based on the rate of improvement over the past 30 million years, Xiaolan would probably need another 10 million years to improve. After all, Xiaolan's current realm was already very high. Improving was not that simple anymore. Let's go and look for those level 7 pantheon now. As long as we destroy them, Xiaoxian, you will be able to leave this place. We will conceal ourselves for more than 10 million years. When Xiaolan and the rest break through, we will take revenge. Lan Qingyue said. Wang Xian nodded. Let's go. They should be in this direction. Lan Qingyue nodded. Xiaolan and the rest were too huge, so they were left outside. Once a battle broke out, Xiaolan could come over instantly. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue moved and flew in one direction. Damn it, damn it. After the 4 of them died, our utilization of the power of the galactic fragment is only half of what it used to be. If we meet the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace again, we won't be able to take him down. At the same time, the 4 rank 7 gods quickly fled outside. At this time, their expressions were extremely ugly. There were a total of 8 star field fragments, and each star field fragment had been refined. They were only borrowing the power of the star field fragment. They had not refined it. Now that half of them had died, it also meant that they had lost half of their power. Now, with the help of the star field fragment, they could no longer match the strength of Peak Pantheon. I've already reported the situation on our side. A Type 7 Pantheon said solemnly. And this time, it's all because of that Dragon King setting us up. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. A Type 7 Pantheon nodded, his expression somewhat unsightly. We must destroy the Dragon King as soon as possible. A Tier 7 god beside him said with a face full of killing intent. They weren't in a hurry at first, but now they had to destroy the Dragon King as soon as possible. If they were to be set up the next time and die, then even if they could revive, it would be a huge loss for them. It was better to destroy the Dragon King as soon as possible. The 4 level 7 gods reported the news. At the same time, in the space passage of faith, the elders of the 4 palaces frowned slightly when they received the news. They looked at the elders of the other 4 palaces and said, "The expert with the star field fragment has died. I've received the news that they were killed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace by luring a space beast. We'll send more people over." An elder of the palace nodded calmly. He had just received the news that the level 7 gods with the star field fragment had a resurrection treasure. The moment he died, he had already sent the news to him. They had already understood the outcome of the matter. I think we should eliminate the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace as soon as possible in order to avoid more trouble, the elder said. Indeed, eliminating the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is ranked first, and eliminating the experts of the other peak races in the 9 origin universe is ranked second. An elder from a palace beside him nodded. Then let's send all the level 7 gods of the 10 palaces over this time. However, we must be careful not to provoke the powerful space behemoth over there. All right, find the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace as soon as possible and destroy him. Don't make any mistakes. The other elders nodded in agreement. Now that 30 million years had passed, although they had been fighting with the Nine-Origin universe, their strength was getting stronger and stronger. The Belief universe and the Nine-Origin universe didn't erupt in such a world-shaking battle, and the top-tier experts rarely suffered casualties. Both sides restrained themselves a little. They fought while searching for resources and opportunities. This also made both sides' strength not decrease, but increase instead. Of course, if it weren't for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, they would have sent all their armies to destroy the Nine-Origin universe long ago. There was a reason why the 24 palaces hadn't gathered all their forces to fight against the Nine-Origin universe in the past 30 million years. The 24 palaces knew that the Nine-Source universe was the only foundation for their cooperation. If they didn't have the Nine-Source universe, they would fight among themselves because of the resources in the universe. Therefore, if they really wanted to fight among themselves, they had to remove all the hidden dangers. Especially the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, who could destroy an army of one palace by himself. This hidden danger had to be eliminated first. Wuxia might not have thought that because of him, the Nine-Origin universe had resolved a huge crisis. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Maybe the Nine-Origin universe had a trump card? Maybe some peak race had fragments of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven-S origin creation. These were all uncertain, especially those powerful existences that had existed for several eras. If he believed in the universe and wanted to attack the Nine-Origin universe wantonly, Wuxia did not believe that the Tianyuan existence in the Nine-Origin universe would not make a move. They would definitely intervene. For example, he knew about the Tianyuan existence of the ELF race. After all, the resources in the starry universe were too huge. At this moment, Wuxia and Lan Qingyue were flying forward in search of the 4 level 7 Pantheon gods. Wuxia relied on his soul battleship. Coupled with Lan Qingyue's current realm, their speed was faster than the 4 level 7 Pantheon gods. It was impossible for the 4 level 7 Pantheon gods to use the power of the Starfield fragment all the time. They were merely borrowing the power of the Starfield fragment. In fact, they had not truly displayed the power of the star fragment. If a peak pantheon could control the power of the star fragment, he could fight against dozens of them. It was not an exaggeration. This was the terror of the Tianyuan destiny level. The two of them flew in the direction where the 4 rank 7 gods were fleeing. I can sense the power of faith. They had only flown for a few hours when Lan Qingyue sensed the power of faith. Lan Qingyue was stronger than Wuxia. Wuxia was only borrowing the help of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate. Have you found it? Let's go and see if we can destroy them. If we can destroy them, we might be able to obtain the fragment of the starfield. Wuxia said with a burning passion in his heart. The fragment of the heaven's origin creation. If he could obtain it, Wuxia's strength would receive another terrifying increase. All right, Lan Qingyue nodded. Both of them moved and flew forward quickly. We're very close. After flying for another hour, Lan Qingyue spoke. Wuxia immediately concealed his figure. Lan Qingyue similarly concealed her figure. The 4 level 7 Pantheon gods were in front of them. They were moving forward cautiously. They heaved a sigh of relief when the crystal behemoth didn't give chase. However, after witnessing the terrifying crystal behemoth, they became even more vigilant. If they were to encounter an existence like the crystal behemoth again, they would be completely finished. After all, their strength was no longer as strong as before. In fact, they were no longer strong enough to fight against a level 7 space behemoth. They were no longer a match for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Therefore, they were exceptionally careful. It was also because of their speed that Wuxia gradually chased after them. I found them. They are right in front. At this moment, Lan Qingyue, who was located not far behind them, was staring ahead with her sparkling eyes. Wuxia also noticed the 4 figures in front of him. His eyes were sparkling. It should be safe around here. Let's do it. Wuxia made his decision immediately. Lan Qingyue nodded her head heavily.
With a wave of his arm, a black hole slowly appeared behind her. Ha! At the same time, the 4 level 7 Pantheon gods suddenly felt something and looked towards the back. Whoosh! At this time, they saw a soul warship charging toward them. At the same time, there was a huge millstone. Around the millstone, there were 2 soul spears, and from the black hole, 3 enormous space beasts emerged. The space beasts emitted the aura of a ruler at the 6th level. Damn it, it's the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. How dare he chase after us? A rank 7 Pantheon roared with an ugly expression when he saw this scene. They had been chasing the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace for more than 30 million years. Now, they were being chased by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Moreover, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others had come to kill them. Are you going to fight the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? A rank 7 Pantheon's expression changed as he asked. Let's give it a try. A rank 7 Pantheon gritted his teeth and said, Wang 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 wing. They waved their arms, and waves of energy surged into the starfield fragment above their heads. A star instantly condensed on the starfield fragment. This was an icy star that gave off an extremely cold temperature. The entire star went straight for the 5 elements soul spear and the soul battleship. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. At this moment, Xiaolan and the rest flew over as well. With a roar, the Kuan formed from gray energy charged towards the extremely cold planet. Boom. 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 A terrifying collision sound was heard. Under the attack of Wang Xian and the rest, the extremely cold planet began to crack and collapse slowly. The attack of this starfield fragment is really miraculous. It can actually erupt with the energy of the ice attribute. Aderlan Qingyue said that her body moved and flew toward the Tour level 7 gods. She waved her hand and an incomparably huge gray palm pressed down from the sky. It was as if it wanted to suppress the entire world. Oh no, we are no longer their match. The strength of the ancient god's Kuan master is really terrifying. She is working together with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. We are no match for her. Run. Run. When the 4 gods of level 7 saw the attack of the galactic fragment, they were quickly defeated by Wang Xian and the rest. Their expressions changed drastically. They did not hesitate at all. A surge of power of faith immediately surged into the galactic fragment. A long river wrapped around their bodies and led them to flee into the distance. The power of this starfield fragment is really powerful. Wang Xian's eyes focused when he saw this scene. He waved his arm and the soul spear appeared in his hand. It was imbued with the power of wind and thunder as it chased after them. If this is a true treasure of the heaven's origin, how terrifying would its power be? Lan Qingyue sighed slightly when she saw it. These 4 level 7 Pantheon could only display a strength comparable to a ruler of level 8 even with the help of the Book of Faith. If she were to join forces with Wang Xian, she would be comparable to 14 to 15 level 9 Pantheon. However, the 4 of them could fight against them with the fragment of the treasure of the heaven's origin. One could imagine how terrifying the true heaven's origin was. Wang Xian also nodded his head heavily. This made him even more envious of the fragments of the starfield. Chase after them and see if we can destroy them all, Wang Xian said. In the sky, an incomparably huge palm landed on the bodies of the 4 level 7 Pantheon gods, slowing them down slightly. The soul spear arrived in front of them. The force of wind and thunder on it exploded instantly and landed on their bodies, vying for enemies in the void. The Dragon King and the others are very fast. We have to think of a way to get rid of them or else we'll be finished. The 4 rank 7 Pantheon gods were running in front of them. They felt the Dragon King chasing after them, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The Dragon King and the others' strength had exceeded their expectations. They could no longer match up to them. Damn it! The 4 of them gritted their teeth and roared, explode. As they spoke, they waved their arms and a majestic power of faith surged into the fragment of the starfield. The surging starfield fragment increased their speed by a lot. In an instant, they pulled away from Wang Xian and the rest and fled forward. Ha! At the back, Lan Qingyue raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw this scene. They have the remaining energy from me. They can't escape, Wang Xian said faintly when he saw the 4 figures disappearing quickly.
Lan Qingyue nodded her head.
Huff! Huff! 60% of the power of faith surged into the starfield fragment continuously.
They felt that they had escaped from the pursuit of Wang Xian and the rest and heaved a sigh of relief. Let's find a place to hide first and recover the power of faith in our bodies. When our reinforcements arrive, we will make the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace pay the price.
A level 7 Pantheon said with a cold expression. The other level 7 Pantheon nodded.
They continued to fly in one direction.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
However, when they slowed down for half an hour, they suddenly felt a familiar energy coming from behind them. This caused their expressions to change drastically. Damn it! How did they know we were here?
How did they catch up?
The 4 rank 7 Pantheon's expressions changed drastically. They did not hesitate once more. Their bodies moved, and the power of faith surged into the starfield fragment. A large amount of the power of faith activated the power of the starfield fragment, causing their speed to increase drastically once again. This time, they had used up 20% of the power of faith. There was 20% of the power of faith left in their bodies in case of danger. Quick, hide first.
Their bodies moved and found the locations of some secret manuals and crystals to hide their bodies.
However, in less than 20 minutes, they sensed Wang Xian and the rest again.
We've been locked on. We've been locked on by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest with special energy.
One of the level 7 Pantheon's eyes revealed a hint of fear as he exclaimed in shock.
The other 3 level 7 Pantheon's expressions would also turn ugly.
I have a treasure that can allow me to escape for a long distance in an instant. However, I'm the only one who can escape. A level 7 Pantheon suddenly spoke up.
The other 3 level 7 Pantheon were slightly silent. The power of faith in our bodies has been depleted too much. Let's have a final showdown with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Whoever can escape will be able to escape. If not, everyone should have a resurrection treasure.
A level 7 Pantheon spoke with a solemn face. The other 3 could only nod helplessly. You can't escape.
At this moment, Wang Xian's voice was heard.
This made the 4 level 7 Pantheon gods' faces turn extremely cold.
Kill!
They let out a low growl and waved their arms. A surge of power of faith was injected into the starfield fragment. One by one, meteorites that were like shooting stars covered Wang Xian and the rest at a terrifying speed.
Roar!
Roar! Roar!
Xiaolan and the rest let out a low roar as waves of energy charged toward the meteors.
Wang Xian waved his arm and the Tai Chi dragon plate met the attack. Lan Qingyue immediately unleashed a powerful attack to defend herself.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! The collision began once again.
The attack from the starfield fragments was once again blocked by Wang Xian and the rest.
Wang Xian and the rest moved and immediately charged toward them. It's over. We must kill this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. We must.
The 3 level 7 Pantheon gods trembled violently when they saw this scene. Their eyes were a little red. Escape from the sea of bitterness. The other level 7 Pantheon gods trembled. The shadows of his believers appeared above his head. The shadows turned into an ocean and slowly drowned him.
He spat out a bead which was like a relic.
Buzz! In the next second, the bead flew in a direction at a terrifying speed.
In the blink of an eye, it disappeared.
However, there was a corpse left on the spot. One of the Tier 7 Pantheon disappeared and the other 3 looked even more embarrassed.
They moved and controlled the fragment of the starfield to attack Wang Xian again. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly astonished when he saw 4 level 7 Pantheon gods suddenly leaving behind a corpse. One of the level 7 Pantheon gods died mysteriously all of a sudden. The other 3 level 7 Pantheon gods controlled the galactic fragment to attack them. However, their attack power was greatly weakened once again. This power was no longer able to threaten Wang Xian and the rest. Let's kill these 3 first. Wang Xian growled and controlled the 5 elements millstone, the Tai Chi dragon disc, and the soul spear to attack the 3 level 7 gods. Lan Qingyue, Xiaolan, and the rest also launched their terrifying attacks. Boom! Boom! The terrifying collision sounded again. However, this time, the 3 level 7 gods were hit by the aftershock of the collision and were instantly sent flying backward. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, You will soon die at the hands of the experts of the universe of faith. Just you wait.
One of the level 7 gods roared crazily.
You guys will die first.
Wuxia snorted coldly. His body moved and appeared in front of them directly.
This time, the 3 level 7 gods did not resist anymore. The power of faith in their bodies was not enough for them to resist anymore. They stared at Wuxia coldly.
The soul spear penetrated their bodies.
Whoosh! Wuxia ignored their corpses and flew toward the galactic fragment. He moved his palm and a wave of energy wrapped around it. Buzz!
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 However, the galactic fragment emitted a ray of light and broke through Wuxia's restraints in an instant. Stay here. Wuxia focused his gaze. The power of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc instantly surged towards it. Whoosh!
However, in the next instant, the fragment of the starfield vanished into thin air.
Ha! Wuxia looked at the disappearing fragment of the starfield and frowned slightly. It should be some strong people who believe in the universe who placed some restrictions on it.
Lan Qingyue flew over and said, "What a pity," Wuxia said with a face full of regret. It would be great if he could obtain this starfield fragment.
However, it was clear that the belief universe would not allow such a treasure to be lost. It was even possible that there was an existence at the heaven's origin level who placed some restrictions on it.
It was to prevent others from taking it away. Who flew? It seems that they are already dead. Now I'm the only one left. Damn Dragon King of Dragon Palace. In an ocean at the edge of the endless starry sky, a 7th level pantheon panted heavily. Looking at the starfield fragment flying toward him, he muttered to himself with a ferocious expression.
This time, if he didn't have the treasure to escape, he would have died.
Looking at the starfield fragment in front of him, he put it away.
The starfield fragment had the restrictions of the experts in their palaces on it.
They couldn't take it away. Even if the others were dead now and the starfield fragment was in his hands, he still couldn't take away the other parts.
He found a place to hide and sent a message. He waited quietly.
I still can't get out.
At the same time, Wuxia looked at the invisible barrier at the edge of the starfield. He frowned slightly. The last level 7 pantheon should have escaped. The fragment of the starfield should have flown to him. In other words, the level 7 pantheon is still within a certain range.
Xiao, how big is this range? Lan Qingyue stood at the side and asked with a slight frown.
If I were to fly here, it would take me a few years to fly from one side to the other at a high speed. This range is very big. Wuxia said.
Then what should we do now? Xiao, you can't stay here forever. Should we go look for the level 7 pantheon? Lan Qingyue said. Let's wait for your strength to break through again. Wuxia pondered for a moment and said, the strength of this starfield fragment is at most comparable to the strength of a level 7 space beast. If your strength breaks through, even if you are trapped here, you should be able to use your powerful strength to help me break through the restriction. All right, Xiao, if we want to make a breakthrough, we will need at least 10 million years or even longer. Lan Qingyue said. It's all right. We can afford to wait. Wuxia nodded. All right then.
Lan Qingyue nodded helplessly.
Qingyue, you guys can leave now. I will take a stroll around this area.
Wuxia smiled and said,
Okay. Lan Qingyue nodded and led Lan Qing and the rest away.
Now, only when her strength increased would it be possible for her to help Wuxia escape. What he needed now was to break through as quickly as possible. Let's go and look for that level 7 pantheon. If we can find him and kill him, we can get out by ourselves. Let's try our luck.
Wuxia mumbled.
The ability to search for enemies in the void had disappeared. He should have gotten rid of it.
Therefore, he could only rely on luck to search like the 8 pantheon of the past. Back then, the 8 level 7 pantheon of the past had searched for him for more than 20 million years. Wuxia began to search and time passed by little. However, a few decades later, Wuxia suddenly received a message. When he received this message, he was slightly stunned. The message was sent by Prime Minister Gue. This message was sent by a peak race to their dragon palace.
A group of 12 peak races was preparing to have a meeting.
A meeting about a great war. They wanted to invite him to participate. A great war, a meeting? A great war in the Nine Origin universe 10 years later? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and immediately replied Prime Minister Gui.
He wanted Prime Minister Gui to go instead of him.
Now, he couldn't go even if he wanted to.
Prime Minister Gui immediately agreed. Currently, Prime Minister Gui's strength had already reached the level of a ruler at level 3. Although he wasn't strong, he wasn't weak either. Moreover, he had already changed his job to the Imperial Dragon Seed.
Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. Wang Xian was flying aimlessly in this space. He already knew a lot about this space. The meeting should be starting soon. Wang Xian looked at the time and muttered. Today was the meeting time agreed upon by the 13 peak races of the Nine Origin universe. Didn't the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace come?
At this moment, at the location of the Nine Origin universe passageway, a group of peak races had arrived.
On the Dragon Palace's side, besides Prime Minister Gui, there were 6 other charming dragon species.
6 charming dragon species at the level 6 of the ruler realm.
Could be considered as a display of the Dragon Palace's strength. However, it was only a small display. After all, the charming dragon species had already given birth to many existences at the level 7 of the ruler realm. An expert from the elf clan looked at Prime Minister Gui and asked, "Our Dragon King can't make it in time in the starry universe. I'm really sorry. I'll be the representative this time. I'll send all the news to our Dragon King as soon as possible, and our Dragon King will also give me an order as soon as possible." Prime Minister Gui said. The great elf of the elven race nodded. "Since everyone is here, let's begin."
At this moment, an ancestor shaman from the shaman tribe swept his gaze across the 12 peak races around him and said. The experts from the other peak races nodded slightly. Prime Minister Turtle swept his gaze over them and his eyes sparkled.
The ancestor shaman from the shaman tribe, the radiant angel king from the angel tribe, and the fire phoenix king from the phoenix tribe had arrived. The other peak races were all led by peak-level rulers. Prime Minister Turtle knew that this meeting was not simple. Calling all the peak races of the Nine Origin universe here today is also a decision made by the Witch clan and the other peak races. We are preparing to launch a general attack on the belief universe. Do you have any objections?
During this period, the belief universe has used the power of belief to make many of our disciples believe in them. We can't continue to waste time with them. If we continue to waste time like this, it won't be beneficial to us. Moreover, now that we have a clear understanding of the power of the belief universe, if we fight, we should have an 80% chance of winning.
Putting aside the gains from the heart of belief, if we defeat them and expel them from the starry universe, there won't be any strong enemies to compete with us for the resources in the starry universe. The ancestor of the shaman clan said, "We have investigated the strength of the belief universe. We can make a move now. Moreover, with the strength of the 13 peak races in the Nine Origin universe, it is enough." A leader of the demons also said. Prime Minister Gui heard their information and raised his eyebrows slightly. He immediately passed the news to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian was also waiting for Prime Minister Gui's news in a faraway place.
When he received the news, he raised his eyebrows slightly. The Nine Origin universe actually wanted to unite the powers of all the peak races to attack the belief universe. Furthermore, they had a complete understanding of the power of the belief universe.
They should not know the full power of the belief universe.
Wang Xian mumbled. But that's also true. The full power of the belief universe has yet to be displayed. The last time, the 24 temples of the belief universe were prepared to destroy the Nine Origin universe. Because of their appearance, their plans were completely disrupted. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled.
Wang Xian wasn't clear about the true power of the Nine Origin universe. However, the power of the 24 temples was truly terrifying. If it was Wang Xian's own guess, it was because the belief universe was stronger.
However, I have killed 7 level 7 pantheon gods this time. The belief universe might still take action. Now, the Nine Origin universe might really be able to achieve victory on the battlefield. Following that, Wang Xian thought about the situation on his side. It could be said that he had single-handedly blocked almost half of the power of the belief universe.
If it weren't for him, the Nine Origin universe would have been destroyed tens of millions of years ago.
After all, the belief universe at that time had 24 legions from the 24 palaces. It was too terrifying. Dragon King, should we participate? At this moment, Prime Minister Gue sent another message. Wang Xian saw this message and pondered for a moment. If we don't participate, tell them that we won't be able to make it in time. Also, our Dragon Palace is too weak. We won't be able to help in this war. Wang Xian replied to Prime Minister Gue. There was no need for the Dragon Palace to participate in a war of this level. Although the voodoo race had an 80% chance of winning the war, there would definitely be casualties. In a war of this level, there was a high chance that even a ruler of level 7 would perish. Not to mention that he was trapped here while Lan Qingyue brought Xiaolan and the rest to level up. There was another point. The other peak races now had combat strength comparable to a ruler of level 9, and the experts of the belief universe also had such strength. And if the Dragon Palace didn't go, the strongest one would only be a ruler of level 6. There was a difference of 2 levels, and if one wasn't good, the Dragon Palace could be destroyed. Furthermore, under such circumstances, if the Dragon Palace was in danger, there might not be anyone to support the Dragon Palace.
At that time, the losses would be huge.
Therefore, the Dragon Palace would definitely not be able to participate in this battle. Prime Minister Gue received the message from Wang Xian and nodded slightly. Everyone, PM afraid our Dragon Palace will not be able to participate in this battle. The Dragon King and the Dragon Queen of our Dragon Palace are currently in a deeper part of the starry universe and cannot make it in time. Other than the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen, our Dragon Palace does not have any powerful combat strength. Therefore, I'm sorry everyone. At the 9 Origin Universe passage, Prime Minister Gue looked at the other 12 peak races and said. The other 12 peak races slightly raised their eyebrows when they heard Prime Minister Gue's words.
Especially the Angel race and the Phoenix race who were staring at Prime Minister Gue.
This is a battle between our 9 Origin Universe and the Belief Universe. Is it really okay if the Dragon Palace doesn't participate? An Angel of Light, who was in the 9th level, said faintly. We have no choice. If the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace could come, we would definitely participate. But I'm afraid we can't.
Besides, the Dragon King has also sent us a message. Let me explain to you that without the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace, our
Dragon Palace is still too weak.
Prime Minister Gue shook his head and said without changing his expression. No matter what, the Dragon Palace could not participate in this great battle. Our 9 Origin universe is a whole. Since the Dragon King and the others can't participate, let the other disciples participate.
Your Dragon Palace has produced a large number of rulers over the past tens of millions of years.
A water phoenix from the Phoenix clan said indifferently.
I won't hide it from everyone. Our Dragon Palace's Dragon King is currently in a place where the starry universe is biased towards the belief universe. Our Dragon Palace's Dragon King and Dragon Empress have killed a large number of belief universe gods.
Now, our Dragon King is trapped in a region and can return for the time being.
Prime Minister Gue looked at the Phoenix clan and continued to explain. At the same time, he revealed some information. Hee, is that so? The Phoenix clan chuckled, obviously not believing Prime Minister Gue's words. In their eyes, this was just an excuse of the Dragon Palace.
Maybe the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is currently in the depths of the starry universe, obtaining a large amount of resources.
An Angel of Light from the Angel clan also said coldly.
Prime Minister Gue frowned slightly. It was not convenient.
This thing could not be explained clearly. Could it be that we told them that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had destroyed the army of the 24 palaces of the belief universe? There were more than 100 level 7 pantheon gods? More than 80,000 pantheon gods. This was obviously impossible. Prime Minister Gue could not reveal this information to them. After all, the faith of the gods was a powerful resource. The more powerful the Dragon Palace became, the more alert the Angel and Phoenix clans would be.
Secondly, even if Prime Minister Gue told them, they might not believe him. It's fine if the Dragon Palace doesn't participate, but the Dragon King and the others probably won't be able to come. After all, they didn't hesitate to ask the Dragon Palace for help the last time.
At this moment, a great elf from the elf clan said, Although we lack the strength of the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace, we have enough strength. A skeleton king from the skeleton clan also said. The elf clan and the skeleton clan were closer to the Dragon Palace, so they helped to say a word. Well, the peak strength of the Dragon Palace is indeed a bit less. It doesn't matter.
The ancestor witch of the witch clan didn't say anything and nodded. In this situation, they couldn't force it.
Although the Dragon Palace had developed rapidly in the past tens of millions of years, in the eyes of the old top-notch races like them, the Dragon Palace was still far behind, especially in terms of peak combat strength. In the starry universe, the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace could bring out their strength.
However, if the other party was only at the level 8 ruler realm, they wouldn't be able to affect the battle.
Prime Minister Gue cupped his fists at them and left apologetically. He didn't participate in the next attack of the Nine Origin Universe. However, he could guess that the Nine Origin Universe would launch a swift and fierce counterattack. The hatred between the angel race and the phoenix race cannot be resolved. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he received all the news from Prime Minister Gue. This was especially so for the Angel of Light and the Water Phoenix race. They might launch an attack on the Dragon Palace the moment they had the chance. However, the Dragon Palace is not afraid of you now.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled.
Once Lan Qingyue and the rest were upgraded, the Dragon Palace would be safe in the Starry Universe. They could even spend billions of years in safety. At that time, it would be uncertain who was stronger and who was weaker.
Time passed by slowly. Wang Xian was searching for the level 7 pantheon in the ocean at the edge of the Starry Universe.
Unfortunately, this place was too big. The chances of encountering him were too small. This did not make Wang Xian feel too helpless.
After all, the level 7 pantheon who believed in the universe the last time spent more than 20 million years to find him.
However, I estimate that there might be experts from the belief universe coming over to provide support. There should be at least 7 rank 7 gods to regain control of the starfield fragment. Wang Xian thought to himself. As for saying that there would be experts from the belief universe coming over to provide support, Wang Xian was not worried.
At the worst, he could hide around the crystal behemoth's domain.
The group of gods who believed in the universe did not dare to be too arrogant around the crystal behemoth's domain. Once there were more of them, it would be very easy to attract the crystal behemoth. A year passed very quickly. In the Nine Origin Universe, a huge battle between the Nine Origin Universe and the Belief Universe suddenly broke out.
Wang Xian didn't know the exact details of the battle. When he received the news, the battle had already ended. The news was sent by Prime Minister Gue. According to Prime Minister Gue, the Nine Origin Universe had won a great victory this time.
Ha ha ha, this time we have won a great victory in the war against the Belief Universe. More than 200 rank 7 gods of the Belief Universe were killed by the experts of our Nine Origin Universe. We also killed 4 or 5 of the level 6 space beasts. The strength of the voodoo race is very terrifying. The space beast puppet of the voodoo race is simply too powerful. There's an expert of the voodoo race who actually transformed the body of the space beast and eliminated a large portion of the suppression of the cosmos. He erupted with the terrifying combat strength of a ruler at the 9th stage realm. It's too powerful. The demon race is also very powerful. The skeleton race's sea of skeletons is very shocking. The ELF race, Phoenix race, and Angel race are all very powerful.
This is so exciting. The gods of the Nine Origin Universe were killed by us until they fled in panic. Ha ha, this is so great.
Is this the power of the peak race of the Nine Origin Universe?
It's very powerful. Although many masters of the ruler realm have died on our side, the number of gods who believe in the universe died 5 to 6 times more than us.
Wang Xian opened the communication stone plate and saw all kinds of information. Looking at some of the information on it, his eyes sparkled. They actually killed nearly 200 rank 7 gods of the belief universe. As expected, the peak races have also experienced a huge improvement over the past tens of millions of years. Wang Xian mumbled. In the beginning, due to the suppression of the universe, the strongest ruler of the 7th level was the strongest. However, as time passed, the foundations and trump cards of the various peak races were revealed one by one. This battle could be said to be a great victory for the Nine Origin universe. Wang Xian smiled faintly and browsed through the information one by one. In this battle, the veteran peak races displayed their terrifying strength.
Especially the strength of the shaman race. The strength of the shaman race should be ranked at the top among the peak races.
At the same time, all the elders of the 24 temples in the belief universe also received this sudden news. When they received some information from their subordinates, their faces darkened and revealed a cold expression.
The peak race of the Nine Origin universe actually suddenly joined hands to attack our army. We were completely caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. An elder of a palace said with a gloomy face.
The strength displayed by the Nine Origin universe this time isn't weak. At least 12 or 13 of US combined aren't a match for them.
An elder frowned slightly and added, "This time our palace has suffered heavy losses. We have to settle the matter of the Dragon Palace's Dragon King and the Nine Origin universe first," an elder of the palace said with some anger.
This time, 50 or 60 of their palace's level 7 gods had died, which was a huge loss for them.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the level 7 gods of our 10 palaces should have already arrived at that area. However, I'm afraid we'll have to search for him before we can destroy him,
an elder said.
How much time will that take?
Another elder asked. Now that the Nine Origin universe had defeated their belief universe, the elders didn't look too happy.
If all the powers of the 24 palaces were gathered together, how could the Nine Origin universe be their match? They were 100% confident that they could destroy them.
The Dragon Palace Dragon King isn't sure when he can be destroyed, but I think we can shift our focus. In the past, we thought of destroying the Dragon Palace Dragon King first, but now we can destroy all the people in the Nine Origin universe first. After we destroy them, we can deal with the Dragon King of the Dragon
Palace. After all, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has been trapped in an
area by us. An elder glanced at everyone and said, "I agree with that. Let's trap the Dragon King in that area first. We'll deal with the experts of the Nine Origin universe first."
An elder echoed.
They had originally thought of killing the Dragon Palace Dragon King first. But the sudden attack of the Nine Origin universe made them change their minds again. The Dragon Palace Dragon King was already trapped in an area, and there was no threat. But the experts of the Nine Origin universe were different. There were still more than a dozen terrifying forces in the Nine Origin universe.
Their strength and foundation were very strong.
The belief universe couldn't be underestimated. Now, the Tier 7 gods of the 10 palaces have already headed to the ocean at the edge of the infinite star field. Should we transfer them over? Let them join the battlefield.
An elder said with a frown.
Call them back. Let's also plan to make the Nine Origin universe pay the price of blood. An elder nodded. His eyes filled with a cold expression. If it weren't for this Dragon Palace Dragon King holding them back, we would have been able to exterminate them and expel them from the Nine Origin universe tens of millions of years ago.
It's the same if we exterminate them now. However, I suggest that we place the rank 7 pantheon of the 2 palaces at the edge of the boundless starry sky to prevent any accidents from happening last time.
One of the elders glanced around and said,
"All right, then we'll deal with the peak races of the Nine Origin universe first. After all, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is hiding now, and it might not be so easy to kill him."
Sure. With the power of 2 palaces, there are 200 to 300 rank 7 gods. And the treasures from the starfield fragments are enough to kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. If that's the case, then get ready to counterattack. The elders of the 24 palaces began to discuss.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the ocean at the edge of the boundless starry skies, over 1,000 Type 7 gods were flying rapidly. All of a sudden, they stopped and looked at the information on their communicators, their eyes gleaming. They looked at each other and nodded. Over 1,000 Type 7 gods left, leaving nearly 300 Tier 7 gods still floating in the air.
Let's go. These 200 to 300 Tier 7 gods moved and continued flying forward.
You guys are finally here. A few hours later, a Tier 7 god saw them flying over and smiled. However, when he swept his gaze across everyone, he was slightly stunned.
Why are there only you guys? Where are the other Tier 7 Pantheon experts? He asked with a face full of confusion.
The last-minute plan has changed. The Nine Origin universe has launched an attack on us. According to the decision of the elders, we will first get rid of that guy from the Nine Origin universe, and then we will destroy the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. A Tier 7 Pantheon spoke. His body moved, and he flew in front of the Tier 7 Pantheon. With a wave of his arm, the starfield fragment appeared in the sky, and he injected a stream of energy into it. If it's just the few of us, the chances of finding the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and destroying him in this space are a little low. The Type 7 Pantheon frowned and spoke. He had originally wanted to take revenge and completely destroy the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, but in the end, an accident had occurred. If we can destroy him, then let's do it as soon as possible. If we can't, then we'll wait for news. A Type 7 Pantheon spoke up, destroying the Dragon Palace Dragon King isn't the most important matter now. We need to get rid of those arrogant fellows from the Nine Origin universe first. Furthermore, the Dragon Palace Dragon King is already trapped in this region and can't get out. He'll die sooner or later. Alright then. The Level 7 Pantheon could only nod helplessly. Let's try to find him and see if we can find him and destroy him. The Level 7 Pantheon nodded. At the same time, Wuxia had already stopped looking for the Level 7 Pantheon. According to Wuxia's calculations, the Pantheon should have arrived by now since they were sent from the belief universe to help. Therefore, Wuxia was not prepared to take any more risks. He was waiting for Xiaolan and the rest to break through. As long as they broke through, everything would be easy to solve. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. On this day, Prime Minister Gui suddenly sent a message to Wuxia. When he saw this message, his gaze froze. The belief army from the belief universe had suddenly attacked the long trading corridor. At this moment, a great battle was taking place in the trading corridor. When he saw this message, his gaze flickered slightly. He immediately took out the communication stone plate and checked the message on it. The belief universe army actually dared to sneak attack our trading corridor. Brothers, kill them. This group of reckless people actually dared to sneak attack us. Last time, we killed them and fled in a sorry state. Now, they actually dare to come and look for trouble? Leave them here. The great beings of our saint lineage have already rushed over. We will definitely exterminate them all. This belief universe has over 2 million gods and believers. Their strength isn't weak. At this moment, the owl of the universe was also completely boiling with excitement. The long trading corridor was a trading place built by the royal family. After tens of millions of years, it had become the largest trading place in the Nine Origin universe. There were countless strong disciples gathered there. It was the most lively place. Now, the strong disciples of the belief universe had suddenly attacked. This sudden attack made all the strong disciples of the Nine Origin universe extremely angry. A war had broken out. Wuxia didn't know the exact situation. However, he felt that the belief universe might not be simply taking revenge. In terms of true power, the Nine Origin universe should be slightly weaker than the belief universe. I wonder what the belief universe is going to do. Wuxia mumbled as his eyes sparkled. Because he was trapped here, he could only read all kinds of news through the communication stone plate. A day later, he learned from the communication stone plate that the strongest race from the Nine Origin universe had arrived and had a huge battle with the army of the gods from the belief universe. However, during the Great War, another army of 10 million had appeared in the belief universe. The army of 10 million gods and believers of the belief universe had caused great losses to the great beings of the Nine Origin universe. A large number of great beings' disciples had been killed. The entire exchange corridor had been destroyed. The top-tier beings immediately began to gather their strength and prepare to counterattack. The real war had begun. The next few days were filled with news about the war. There were all kinds of battlefields, the main battleground in the center. The ruler of a Level 7 powerhouse against a Level 7 pantheon. The trump card of the peak races against the trump card of the belief universe. Wuxia watched it in the communication stone every day. The war continued. This war lasted for a few years. However, as time passed and powerful belief armies appeared one after another, the Nine Origin universe began to retreat in defeat. How can there be so many great beings in this belief universe? We're being attacked by them in many places right now.
so there's no time for us to send reinforcements.
It's not that there's no time to send reinforcements, it's just that the other party is too powerful. Over at the main battlefield, our pinnacle races aren't a match for their army of gods and they're already beginning to retreat continuously.
Oh no, the shamans, the demons, and the other peak races all had a large number of level 7 rulers killed. Even the lord of the shamans who transferred the bloodline of the space beast was killed by the gods of the belief universe.
Hiss, the belief universe is too powerful. We're not their match at all. Many of our disciples in the 9 origin universe have become their believers. Now that their believers have infiltrated our place, they all know the news on our side. On the other hand, we don't know anything about the other party.
All the strong disciples of the royal family guarding the long trading corridor have been killed.
The belief universe is too strong. Now, our range of activity has been reduced to a terrifying extent. On the universe's the strong disciples of the 9 origin universe were posting all kinds of information.
As expected, the belief universe is stronger. At least they have more strong and disciples. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at the daily movements in the communication stone plate. Buzz, buzz. Dragon King, the peak races have invited us for a meeting again. It should be about the war with the belief universe.
Wang Xian received a message from Prime Minister Gui and raised his eyebrows slightly.
Another meeting?
Prime Minister Gui, go and take a look. Wang Xian replied. So.
From the 9 Origin Universe channel, numerous pinnacle race warriors flew over. Prime Minister Turtle also flew over, his gaze sweeping the surroundings.
The pinnacle race warriors were already in position. They had even been here for a period of time. The pinnacle race warriors all had ugly expressions.
What do you think we should do now? The first to speak was the ancestor wizard of the shaman clan. He swept his gaze across all the peak races around him and said, "The strength of the belief universe has completely exceeded our expectations. We are not a match for the disciples of the masters below level 8.
A great elf from the elf clan said bluntly.
The other experts of the peak races frowned. They did not expect the attack of the belief universe to be so fierce. They did not expect that they had so many terrifying legions. According to the information we got from the voodoo race, the belief universe now occupies 2 universes, and the universes have been opened up. They have the power of 24 palaces, and each palace is equivalent to our peak races. A powerful warrior of the demon race said.
Now we can only avoid their sharp edges. They can't lock down our place, and it's impossible for the entire army to be gathered together all the time. So we can fight guerrilla warfare, and every peak race can form hunting squads to secretly attack the belief universe. A powerful warrior of the Immortal nation said.
But we have to be careful. The belief in the universe can forcefully make the disciples of our 9 origin universe believe in them. We have to be careful of this.
A skeleton king from the skeleton race spoke. The other peak races nodded. No matter what, we cannot give up so easily. Let's see if we can try to contact that group of space beasts. If we can reach an agreement with them, then everything will be easy.
A fire phoenix of the phoenix race said. Them? Primal Chaos, Philian, Gongya, Yu, and Su Hao, these terrifying existences would probably not agree. It's possible for some of the starry behemoths below. Don T, your phoenix race, no other starry behemoths? We can't contact them.
The angel race looked at the phoenix race and said, Let's try, but we might not be able to succeed. We have contacted them before. A fire phoenix said, Tell them that we are willing to pay. The angel king of light of the angel race said. The phoenix race nodded.
The army of the belief universe has entered our territory. We are more familiar with this space. We will attack this space and we will have a base.
The great elf of the elf race said to them, Can we go to the base of your shaman race?
The shaman race's base is the most powerful existence. An expert of the saint race looked at the ancestor shaman of the shaman race. The ancestor shaman nodded.
In terms of defense, the shaman race was absolutely invincible among the peak races.
Currently, no peak race could break through the defenses of the shamans.
Legend had it that when the 12 ancestral shamans joined forces, they could match up to the fate of the heaven's origin.
The shamans were also known by all the peak races. They were a terrifying existence who did not have the fate of the heaven's origin but had passed through several eons.
The shamans' formations were the best in the universe.
In the starry universe, if they wanted to break through the shaman's base, they would need to be at least 4 to 5 times stronger than the shamans. If the shamans wanted to defend a place, they would need to send out 7 to 8 times their strength to destroy it. This was how powerful the shamans were.
The shamans were faintly taking the lead in this great battle.
I have a suggestion. We should gather all the power of all the peak races and create a camp to create a powerful defensive land. The black tortoise race that rarely spoke suddenly suggested.
The pinnacle races heard this and raised their eyebrows. This wasn't a bad idea. This isn't a bad idea. Every pinnacle race will take out powerful treasures to strengthen this huge city, but first, this huge city can withstand the attacks of the faith universe. The elven experts nodded.
The other pinnacle races also agreed. Since we want to build it, then this is equivalent to a huge trading place and a safe place. Every pinnacle race must take out enough powerful treasures.
Otherwise, it will be useless.
The ancestral magus glanced at them and said indifferently, "Of course, our black tortoise can take out 10 turtle shells at the peak of the ruler realm to defend the ground below. We can take out black soil and build a city wall." The black tortoise expert said,
"If we really want to build it, our elf race can take out 4 war ancient tree saplings. If the cultivation of the war ancient tree is done with the blood of the
space beasts in the universe, it will not be suppressed by the universe.
However, this cultivation requires everyone to cultivate it together. Everyone should understand the importance of the ancient war tree of the elf race."
The big elf, who was the leader of the ELF race, said,
"One feather from the king of angels of the angel race. Guard the sky."
The king of angels of light, the king of angels of the angel race, took the universal artificial intelligence and sent out messages one after another. After a few dozen seconds, he said one sentence.
"Work together to build a huge city?"
At the same time, Prime Minister Gui sent the news over. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he saw the news. It was indeed much more convenient for a group of peak races to build a huge city. The amount of valuable items that each peak race offered would determine their position in this place in the future. The Dragon Palace still had to participate in such matters. After all, this was a collaboration between all the peak races in the 9 origin universe. There was no harm in cooperating with the Dragon Palace.
What does the Dragon Palace have to offer?
What can they offer? Wang Xian frowned slightly and smiled. There is one that is useful. Other than the powerful fruits on the ancestral tree, there was nothing else that the Dragon Palace could offer. In the past tens of millions of years, the number of fruits on the ancestral tree had reached a huge number. For example, the soul-returning embryo fruit had accumulated hundreds of thousands of them.
These were definitely valuables of Dragon Palace, but they couldn't be taken out.
Then there was only one other thing: the cursed dragon. If the cursed dragon was used to deal with the great beings of the 9 origin universe, it might be a little difficult. The great beings of the 9 origin universe wouldn't attack the cursed dragon foolishly. However, the cursed dragon was also a great killing tool for defense.
Especially since the cursed dragon that had died the last time had been resurrected and had completely recovered.
It was believed that the other pinnacle races wouldn't refuse such a treasure.
After all, tens of thousands of cursed dragons could easily kill thousands of level 7 gods.
Wang Xian made up his mind and sent the message to Prime Minister Gui. At the location of the passageway in the 9 origin universe, each of the peak races shouted out the treasures they wanted to take out.
These treasures were not to be casually shouted out.
Since they were working together to build the giant city, it would be best if the treasures they took out were equal.
Even if they couldn't be equal, they had to take out some resources to make up for it. After all, this giant city was of great significance to all the peak races. Defense, attack?
This was the foundation of the entire giant city.
What they needed to do was to create this foundation. As for the buildings inside, it wasn't too easy for the experts.
As for the size of this huge city and how much each peak race could occupy, they had to be divided. Our Dragon Palace doesn't have any treasures that we can take out. However, our Dragon Palace has a treasure that you don't have that can be used for defense. There are 25,000 cursed dragons, and each of them has the peak of the Venerable Realm. Their combat strength is a little low, only at the 7th level of the Venerable Realm. 200 cursed dragons can kill a 7th level ruler level space beast. For the gods who believe in the universe, 400 to 500 cursed dragons can kill a 7th-level god.
These 25,000 cursed dragons can kill a peak ruler-level space beast at the same time. It shouldn't be a problem. Prime Minister Turtle looked at the peak races and said,
Cursed dragons.
His words caused the peak races to raise their eyebrows.
Cursed creatures?
They are indeed terrifying when used for defense and surprise attacks.
The ancestral Magus nodded slightly. The Magus race had studied cursed creatures before, and they knew how powerful they were.
They had even secretly nurtured such creatures. 25,000 cursed dragons could indeed curse and kill a space behemoth at the peak of the ruler realm.
This defensive effect was no weaker than the wizard clan's spell formation, and it was even stronger to a certain extent. Of course, the effect of the spell formation and the cursed dragon were different. Cursed dragon, aren't you still a disciple of your dragon palace? You can transfer out whenever you want. The King of Angels of Light slightly raised his eyebrows and said faintly, That's simple. We can put a powerful mech on the cursed dragon. Then we can control the mech. The control of the mech will be decided by then. Prime Minister Gue replied, Yes, 25,000 of these cursed creatures are very terrifying. If they play well, they will be of great use.
The dark race experts nodded. The other peak races agreed with the treasures that the Dragon Palace took out. This could be considered a powerful trump card of the giant city in the future. If a level 8 or level 9 space beast came, it would be enough to intimidate them. The matter of the giant city is settled. I have another suggestion from the belief universe. We 13 peak races should form a battle team and gather the experts of our 13 peak forces.
Each race has their own specialties. If we form a battle team, we can fight better against the army of the belief universe. The big elf of the elf race suddenly said,
This is indeed a good choice, then we might as well form more battle squads. The group of pinnacle races nodded slightly. Now that the 9 origin universe had been forced to this point, they knew it was time to unite.
Because the 9 origin universe was already beginning to retreat.
All right, let's pick out the peak combat strength of each race and form multiple combat teams. The Witch Clan's ancestral witch nodded. Prime Minister Gue heard their conversation and passed the news to Wuxia.
When Wuxia received the news, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He pondered for a moment and decided not to let the Dragon Palace participate. The Dragon Palace still lacked the combat strength that could rival a ruler of level 8 or level 9. Hence, it was still not able to participate.
Our Dragon Palace is too weak, we won't participate. Prime Minister Gue received the news and said,
The
Dragon Palace won't participate again?
This isn't the last time. This time, our 9 origin universe has been forced to such an extent by the belief universe. Your Dragon Palace still won't participate?
This doesn't make sense. At the Phoenix clan, a water phoenix heard Prime Minister Gue's words and said directly, Our Dragon Palace's strength is still too weak. It won't be of much use even if we join this battle team. Prime Minister Gue said, This is a critical moment. The water phoenix sneered.
When the Dragon King of our Dragon Palace returns, he will naturally participate. Right now, our Dragon Palace is still too weak. Prime Minister Gue shook his head and insisted, We can't force the Dragon Palace not to participate, the ancestral wizard of the Shaman clan said.
The other peak races didn't think much of it.
They knew what the Dragon Palace was thinking, and they also knew that there was still a gap between them and the Dragon Palace. Some peak races didn't pay too much attention to it. However, the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan had some opinions after all.
However, even if they had their own opinions, they could not force the Dragon Palace to do anything.
Especially at this juncture. Prime Minister Gui bade farewell again and transmitted the reactions of the peak races to Wuxia. When Wuxia saw this, he was very satisfied. He could imagine that the Phoenix race and the Angel race had their own opinions about the Dragon Palace.
As long as the other peak races had no opinions, it would be fine.
On this point, Wuxia was very satisfied with the reactions of the other peak races. In the 9 origin universe, the construction of the giant starry city began.
The construction location was at the World Passageway.
When the 13 peak races worked together to build the entire giant starry city, the speed was still very terrifying.
The entire city could move.
It had a feather at the Heaven's Fate level and the strongest spell formation that could be controlled by a wizard clan master at the level 7 realm. There was a turtle shell that was said to have the strongest defense, and a black tortoise of the Peak realm. There was an ancient war tree sapling of the Elf clan. There was a treasure of the divine Tiger clan, the Tiger clan. There was a saint lineage, a heavenly creation-level existence, and the words of the Hetien saint. There was a skeleton clan that could not extinguish fire. There was a divine shadow of the celestial nation. There was a dragon palace that cursed the dragon. Each peak race took out some powerful treasures and used them to build this huge starry city. This huge starry city was also for the 9 origin universe to gain a foothold in the starry universe. It was also for a supply station, a huge city that could resist the army of the belief universe. Such a terrifying treasure had been built by 13 peak races. Even if a peak ruler realm starry beast attacked, it would be able to resist. Even with the existence of the cursed dragon, it could be destroyed. The construction of the space city was extremely fast. The entire Space Beasts area was comparable to the size of 10 stars. Such an area to the entire 9 origin universe wasn't very big. In the future, when entering the city, the Divine Tiger Clan, Black Tortoise Clan, and Divine Dragon Clan all had to enter in human form. This was because the size of 10 stars might seem very big. But it must be known that the 13 peak races of this space behemoth allowed the powerful disciples of other high-level races to enter. This was also a benefit to the powerful disciples of the high-level races. The space behemoth was secretly built and it took several decades. This speed could be said to be very fast. The main reason was that the star beasts were built in the world passage, and there were wizards who were rulers of rank 8 and rank 9. Of course, the formations they set up could only be controlled by a ruler of rank 7. They could set up a ruler of rank 9, but once they set it up, it would be useless if they couldn't activate it. But comparatively speaking, a level 9 ruler array formation was much stronger than a level 7 ruler array formation. Just the power of the array formation was enough to resist 3 or 4 level 9 gods. Adding in the power of other treasures, this vast starry city would be terrifying. After the construction of the vast starry city was completed, it immediately headed into the starry universe. At the same time, this news was transmitted to every great being disciple in the 9 origin universe. When they received this news, all of their faces were filled with shock. Holy shit, are you serious? A space city built by 13 pinnacle races, this? We can enter as we please. Isn't this too majestic and powerful? This space city was built to deal with the belief universe. Haha, that's great. In the future, when we enter the space city, it can be said to be 100% safe. This is a space city built by 13 peak races. The space city is still secondary. This time, the 12 peak races have joined hands to form a powerful battle team, preparing to fight against the belief universe. The first time our space universe won against the belief universe. Although we failed the last time, our counterattack has already begun this time. We will definitely succeed. That's right. Hey, why didn't the Dragon Palace participate? I don't know. Maybe the Dragon Palace is still a little weak. There is still a huge gap in top-tier combat power. On the communication stone plate, countless great beings' disciples were discussing excitedly. Not long ago, the 9 origin universe suffered a great defeat. The precious lands belonging to the great beings, disciples of the 9 origin universe, suffered attacks from the great beings of the belief universe. A large number of great beings of the 9 origin universe had died tragically. Although the great beings of the high-level races had suffered fewer attacks, they had always been terrified. Now that they had this space city, they also had a safe place to rest. And now, the counterattack of the great beings of the pinnacle races of the 9 origin universe had begun. It didn't take long for a large number of great beings' disciples to enter the space city. When they entered the city, their faces were filled with shock. The great beings' disciples from the 9 origin universe had a safe place, and the counterattack of the 12 pinnacle races had begun. The 12 pinnacle races joined hands to form a total of 5 battle teams to hunt down the army of the belief universe. It was impossible for the 10 or so armies of the belief universe to all gather together. At the beginning, the 5 battle teams had achieved some results. However, this effect was not very great. After all, the great beings sent by the belief universe this time were too terrifying. The pinnacle races of the 9 origin universe also understood that the power of the belief universe was too terrifying. Therefore, they only needed to waste time with it. It was a waste of time for the 10 or so legions of the belief universe to waste time with them. If they withdrew a portion of the legions, the 9 origin universe could also counterattack. The belief universe also understood this problem. After learning that the 9 source universe had built a huge city, they wanted to attack the huge city. However, they didn't have 100% confidence.
Therefore, they didn't take action for the time being. The war was at a stalemate again.
The 5 battle teams of the 9 source universe were fighting a guerrilla war with the army of the belief universe. Although the belief universe was strong, they didn't dare to attack the 9 source universe's huge city. After all, if the 9 origin universe took out a treasure of the level of the Tianyuan destiny fragment, the belief universe might suffer heavy losses. Time passed quickly in this stalemate. Wang Xian was in that domain. Halfway through, he sensed a large amount of information about the experts of the belief universe. He left immediately and was not found. More than 10 million years passed quickly.
On this day, Wang Xian finally received some good news. When he received this news, he could not help but smile. Xiaolan had a breakthrough.
Xiaolan's breakthrough brought with it the power of feedback. It allowed Lan Qingyue to achieve a breakthrough.
The 7th level of the Universe Dominator. Although Xiao Shai and Xiao Bai had yet to achieve a breakthrough, Xiaolan's breakthrough was already sufficient.
I finally achieved a breakthrough. After the breakthrough, I can have a good fight with the gods who believe in the universe. I can even destroy all of them. Wang Xian's eyes shone with excitement.
The power of the galactic fragment was at most comparable to the peak of the ruler realm.
Now that Xiaolan and Lan Qingyue had achieved a breakthrough, the power of the 2 peak of the ruler realm was sufficient to defeat them and even destroy them. Wang Xian immediately contacted Enlai and ordered him to bring Lan Qingyue and the rest over. Buzz.
A few minutes later, Xiaolan and Lan Qingyue appeared beside Wang Xian.
Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian with a smile on her face. Wang Xian smiled at her and nodded his head heavily. Let's find the gods in the starry universe first. Once we find them, we will attack and destroy them completely.
All right.
Lan Qingyue nodded her head. With Xiaolan's strength, she is able to fight against the fragment of the starfield. I can easily kill the other gods as well. If I join forces with Xiaolan, we will be able to defeat them.
All right, that's enough.
Wang Xian nodded his head. He let Xiaolan and the rest hide for now. Wang Xian released his dragon might and flew forward. If he were to search here wantonly, it wouldn't be long before he would meet the group of gods who believed in the universe.
Just as Xiaolan made a breakthrough and Wang Xian was about to make a move on the gods in the universe of belief, the army in the universe of belief and the universe of stars also carried out a plan.
The universe of belief was about to launch another attack on the 9 origin universe. Currently, the 5 fleas in the 9 origin universe have locked onto the positions of 2 of them. We will use all our strength to kill them completely. No problem. Apart from killing them, we will launch a general attack. Even if we can't destroy the space city in the 9 origin universe, we must find out their trump cards. Yes, the Elder's orders are to launch a general attack. This general attack will determine our next situation. We can't keep wasting time with the 9 origin universe. We're all here, so there's no need to waste time.
More than 10 million years passed.
During these 10 million years, they had been completely wasted by the 5 battle teams of the 9 origin universe. They didn't dare to separate, and the few legions had been gathering together.
Even though they were powerful when they were gathered together, their targets were larger.
The great disciples of the 9 origin universe had gone into hiding. Even if they had encountered and killed them, there were only a few dozen of them. It was impossible for them to encounter a large number of the great disciples of the 9 origin universe. However, once their powers were scattered, they might be attacked. Over the past 10 million years, although they had not suffered any losses, they had completely wasted their time here.
Now, after more than 10 million years, they had received some news from the believers of the 9 origin universe, and they were able to lock down 2 of the 5 battle teams of the 9 origin universe. Besides, they were prepared to launch a general attack on the Space Beast after destroying these two battle teams.
A general attack on the space city.
If they could break through it, then they would win a great victory. If they couldn't succeed, then they could test out the strength of the 9 origin universe and then make a long-term plan.
Get ready to start. Faith tracking. In a piece of space in the space universe, the 8 armies of the faith universe gathered together. The leader was the trump card of the 8 armies of the faith.
Some were space beasts at the level 6 realm.
Some of them were powerful battle treasures. The 8 faith legions, close to 1,000 level 7 gods, and close to 10 million gods and believers. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The 8 legions gathered together, and the 8 commanders looked at each other.
Faith tracking. A level 7 god gave another order, and with a wave of his arm, an item floated in the air.
Wang, Wang, Wang. This item was a portrait of an expert from the angel race that they had obtained.
In the belief tracking of the universe, there were certain conditions required for tracking.
For example, the true name of the pursuer, some information about the pursuer, and the item of the pursuer. For example, the portrait of the pursuer.
For example, the karma of the pursuer.
The more items one obtained, the easier it would be to track.
If they could get their hands on the tracker's items, it would be easier. In the past tens of millions of years, they had obtained a portrait of a great warrior from a battle team in the 9 origin universe. Through the portrait, they could conduct faith tracking.
Waves of faith power condensed in the sky, and countless shadows of believers appeared.
They prayed and tracked.
Faith tracking was very troublesome and a huge project. If they wanted to chase after an expert who was at the level 7 realm, they would need to use the strength of at least 5 to 6 legions.
Just like the tracking of Wuxia, a large number of strong believers from 10 legions had to use the tracking of faith.
This 9 origin universe is much stronger than we thought. We thought we could destroy it easily. A level 7 pantheon could not help but sigh.
The 9 origin universe is one of the top-tier existences in the universe. It won't be easy to destroy them. Another level 7 god said. That's true. The strength of the belief universe is one of the top-tier existences in the universe.
The level 7 god nodded. There was a hierarchy in the universe. This hierarchy was based on the strength of the experts in the universe.
The 9 origin universe was not weak among all the universes. At this time, in the sky, the immense power of faith condensed into a haircut and pointed in a certain direction.
The lock has succeeded. Now, we have to pay attention to how to surround them. Otherwise, once they escape, it will be very difficult for us to catch up. A tier 7 pantheon spoke up. We have a sealing treasure here. Next, we might have to rely on the Netherworld Palace's side.
A tier 7 pantheon looked towards a palace's army.
One of the 24 palaces, the Netherworld Palace.
No problem. Our Netherworld Palace's nether sound is enough to immobilize them. The 9-star palace's side is dealing with another battle team. We can't let this battle team from the 9 origin universe escape. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing.
The 7th tier gods, led by Nether Heavenly Palace, nodded indifferently. All right.
The gods nodded and smiled.
Go pursue. The 10 million legions of the 8 palaces immediately attacked. They were mighty and carried an invincible might.
Their speed was very fast. With the guidance of the faith tracking, they were very close to their target in 2 years.
The target is very close to us. Explode. Go. The gods of the 8 palaces immediately increased their speed and flew forward.
At the same time, a group of more than 500 experts was floating in the starry sky not far ahead. These more than 500 experts came from the 12 peak races. The 12 peak races were the Black Tortoise race that was good at defense, the ELF race that was good at long distance, the Dark race that was strange in assassinations, the powerful skeleton experts, and so on.
When they worked together, compared to when the experts of a single race worked together, their strength would be doubled.
This was also the reason why they were able to create trouble for the belief universe over the past 10 million years.
There were over 500 experts, and the weakest was a ruler of the 6th stage. Among them, the number of rulers of the 7th stage had reached 150. After all, it was the combined power of 12 pinnacle races. However, right at this moment, a great being at the level of a ruler at level 7 of the wizard race suddenly felt a sense of fear and looked toward a direction. Not good. There's a huge amount of faith energy rushing toward us. This is a huge faith universe army. Let's escape immediately. This great being at the level of a ruler at level 7 of the wizard race took out a compass. When he saw the information on it, his expression changed greatly, and he immediately shouted. The group of great beings from the 9 origin universe did not hesitate at all. They immediately fled into the distance. Wang.
Those who believe in the mighty faith and the gods will gain eternal life.
Those who believe in the mighty faith and the gods will gain eternal life.
Those who believe in the mighty faith and the gods will gain eternal life. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying sound wave energy attacked them.
This vast voice instantly enveloped them. Those who believed in the vast and mighty, believed in the gods, obtained eternal life. When this voice entered their ears, they seemed to hear countless exhortations and rushed into their minds. Those who believe in the mighty gods will gain eternal life. Those who believe in the mighty gods will gain eternal life. The voice of faith entered the minds of the disciples of the 12 peak races.
This vast voice made their bodies stiffen and their eyes became dull. Their faces were filled with shock.
Their faces revealed a look of struggle.
Wang Wang Wing. The demon race's expert's wings emitted a pitch-black light that slowly enveloped him.
Quickly escape. After breaking free from this comfortable feeling, he hurriedly shouted loudly, "Boom, boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom!" However, just as he finished speaking, waves of terrifying pressure surged towards them. This terrifying pressure made all of them hold their breaths. Oh no, 8 legions. It's actually the 8 legions of the belief universe. The expression of the devil race expert changed drastically when he saw this scene.
He spread his devil wings and immediately fled into the distance.
At this time, he could no longer care about the others.
At this moment, a few of the underworld race experts and a few of the wizard race experts regained their clarity. Seeing the army of faith that was attacking them, despair appeared on their faces.
Whoosh! 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 Waves of terrifying power were already suppressing them. We can't escape. A rank 7 nether race expert saw this scene and his heart trembled violently. Boom! Energy swept towards them. The rest of the experts reacted, but it was too late. It's over, we can't escape. How did they know where we are?
How did they lock onto us?
8 legions, we can't escape.
The 500 or so experts of the belief universe recovered, their hearts sinking.
They were doomed. The 500 or so experts of the 12 peak races faced the 8 legions, tens of millions of gods and believers. At such a close distance, they couldn't resist. The terrifying power of faith instantly drowned them all.
Their life force instantly vanished.
Only one level 7 devil race expert escaped because he had a treasure. The rest all died. Only those who had a true treasure could be resurrected. He actually let one escape? It doesn't matter if one escapes. The harvest this time isn't bad.
Indeed, it's still all right. At this time, the gods from the 8 legions flew over, the corners of their mouths curling up slightly.
9 origin universe, 5 battle teams formed by the 12 pinnacle races. Each battle team's strength wasn't weak, but they weren't too strong either. At most, all of their trump cards could be used to fight against an army from the belief universe. But facing the combined forces of 8 legions, it was still not enough. He could be easily killed.
Wang Wing.
On the other side, they have also destroyed that small team.
At this time, a level 7 Pantheon in the center suddenly took out his communication device to take a look. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said with a smile.
Oh, that's not bad.
Next, we should prepare to attack the 9 origin universe's space city. Let's see what the space city can do.
Let's go. We'll meet up with the other legions. The 7 gods of the 8 palaces said. They smiled and flew in one direction to meet up with the other 12 legions.
More than 1,000 warriors of the 2 battle teams died one after another. This news immediately spread to the 12 pinnacle races.
When the pinnacle race warriors received this news, their expressions instantly became ugly. Out of the 12 peak races, each battle team had around 50 of their experts. The level 6 and level 7 rulers were already the high-level combat strength of each peak race. But now, in a short period of time, more than 100 had died. in addition to the trump cards in their hands.
One had to know that the 5 battle teams formed by the 12 peak races were all peak existences at the level of each peak race.
All of them had some powerful treasures in their hands. Now all of them were dead. This loss was not insignificant.
Even the great battle between the Angel race and the Phoenix race against Wuxia was not as disastrous as this one.
Let the other 3 battle teams return to the giant star city first. We won't take any action for now. Also, let them pay attention to the situation in the giant star city. The Witch clan's ancestor Wu frowned and said. The other peak races nodded. Phoenix clan, have you contacted the star beasts in the depths of the starry universe? On the Angel clan side, the Radiant Angel King asked the Phoenix clan's Water Phoenix King.
We've already sent experts over. We're not sure yet.
The Water Phoenix King replied. The strength of the belief universe is still too strong. At our level, we're not their match. The great elf of the elf race frowned slightly and said,
Let's wait and see. With the space city here, we don't need to worry too much. Let's slowly waste our time with them.
Several pinnacle race warriors said. Their brows also locked. It was unknown which pinnacle race's great beings had suddenly revealed the news of 2 battle teams being killed by the Faith Universe army. The moment this news was released, it caused a huge sensation within the Faith Universe. What's going on? 2 armies formed by 12 pinnacle races were actually killed?
How is this possible?
Is the Faith Universe army so strong?
We don't seem to be a match for the belief universe gods. Damn it, how can they be so strong?
I heard that a battle team of more than 500 top-tier great beings, and these 500 top-tier great beings were all annihilated. This is too terrifying. You have to know that this is a battle team formed by the combined strength of 12 pinnacle races from our 9 origin universe. Countless great being disciples were discussing within the communication stone plate.
All of the expert disciples who saw this news were filled with shock.
When the group of peak races saw this news being transmitted to the communication stone plate, it caused a huge sensation, and they didn't refute it. In fact, the Elven race even sent a message. If you fall behind or are weak, you have to take a beating and train hard. The peak races tacitly agreed, and the Elven race's message once again caused everyone to be in an uproar. Countless experts and disciples began to discuss. Following that, they erupted with the slogan of attacking the belief universe and killing them. Hee, killing us? Just based on your tiny 9 origin universe. The gods of the various palaces all had some believers in the 9 origin universe. After receiving the information on the 9 origin universe communication stone plate, they revealed a trace of a cold smile. Launch the attack on time in 1 month. The gods of the belief universe said coldly.
The attack of the belief universe on the 9 origin universe team caused a huge shock.
This also caused the great beings and disciples of the entire 9 origin universe to not dare to starve outside, and they all returned to the space city. The current space city was the safest place in the entire 9 origin universe. This is? What are they doing?
Their direction is the direction of our space city.
Time passed day by day, and more than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye.
However, on this day, in a corner of the starry universe, a few experts of the 9 origin universe suddenly noticed that on the right, an extremely terrifying army was flying in front of them.
The space beast, a ruler at the level 6 realm, opened a path.
On it stood a large number of experts of the gods.
An incomparably huge picture of faith with the words of faith surrounding it. There were also a large number of gods standing on it. There was also an arched bridge of faith that contained endless pressure. There were also a large number of gods standing on it.
There were also all sorts of supreme treasures that looked extremely powerful from afar. A few experts felt this scene and their pupils constricted slightly. They looked at each other and their expressions were filled with shock.
What's going on?
Are they going to attack our star city?
That's possible. Quick! Let's tell the experts of our race this news.
A few experts immediately passed the news over.
An army of tens of millions that seemed to believe in the universe was going to attack the star city. The news was quickly passed over. Perfect. Let's also see the strength of the belief universe.
Yeah, we have so many terrifying defenses and 25,000 dragon palaces with cursed dragons. It shouldn't be a big problem.
They want to test our strength, but don't we want to see their strength as well? Let the disciples of the Starry City get ready.
At the World Passage, a group of experts from the peak races of the Nine Origin universe said indifferently. The Star City was built with 12 top-tier races gathered together.
The power that could withstand it was very terrifying.
Not to mention anything else, just 25,000 cursed dragons were enough for the belief universe to endure.
But obviously, it was impossible to send the cursed dragons to their deaths right from the start. The group of top-tier beings understood this point. Soon after, a notice was issued at the Star City. Notice: the belief universe will arrive at the Space City within 10 days. It is suspected that they will launch an attack on the Space City. Please stay in the city and do not go out for the next few days.
The army of the belief universe is actually going to attack our Space City?
The strength of the belief universe is very terrifying. They have more than 20 terrifying armies. Can our Space City defend against them?
It shouldn't be a problem. Can't you see that the disciples of the top-tier races in Space City aren't worried at all?
This is a space city built by 13 top-tier races. There are many true treasures in the city. Even if the army of the belief universe is very powerful, it won't be able to break through. All the disciples of the great beings in the Nine Origin universe saw this news and kept discussing. The group of experts from the peak races also received an order to defend the city.
In fact, they didn't need to do much to defend the city.
Just the large number of arrays and defensive treasures were already terrifying enough. When the time came, they only needed to control them. However, they still needed some experts from the 13 peak races to stand on the battlefield.
When Prime Minister Gue received the news, he personally rushed over with a group of succubus dragon species.
The warriors from all the pinnacle races still needed to be present for this attack of the belief universe. At the same time, at the entrance of the Nine Origin Universe passage, the Water Phoenix King of the Phoenix race saw the news on the communication stone plate and smiled. Our Phoenix race has already made contact with a Space Beast race. If we can give them enough resources, they are willing to fight for us. The Water Phoenix King said to all the powerful beings of the pinnacle races.
Oh? What is the power of that Space Beast race?
The eyes of the pinnacle races lit up with excitement. There used to be a group of space beasts living in their Nine Origin universe, and there were quite a few of them. They had activated their intelligence in the Nine Origin universe, and now that they could contact them, it was definitely very good news for their Nine Origin universe. This race has 5 or 6 rulers at the 7th level. This strength is enough, the Water Phoenix King said with a smile. It's enough. It's indeed enough. Then contact them. We will show our sincerity.
The Witch Clan's ancestor immediately said, it's best if we can cooperate with them to explore the universe.
Sure. I'll get my subordinates to communicate with them. The Water Phoenix King nodded. This shouldn't be a big problem.
The experts of the peak races nodded, their eyes shining.
Aunt, we've connected with those space beasts now. It's the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Behind the King of Water Phoenix, a Water Phoenix suddenly asked in a low voice.
There's no reason to make a move at this time.
The King of Water Phoenix glanced at the Water Phoenix behind him, his eyes twinkling as he replied indifferently. No reason. The Water Phoenix repeated his words and nodded slightly. He took out his communication stone plate and sent a message.
Although the Dragon Palace had reconciled with the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan, hatred still existed. Especially when Wuxia had killed some of the Phoenixes and Angels back then.
These Phoenixes and Angels also had their own family members. A short-term reconciliation did not mean that some grudges could be resolved.
After the Water Phoenix sent a message, a cold look appeared in her eyes.
In the Starry Universe, the news of the Belief Universe army attacking the Starry City had already spread for 2 days.
Some of the powerhouses outside the Starry City returned to the city one after another.
They wanted to watch this great battle.
Especially the disciples of the pinnacle races. They knew a little about the power of the Star City.
Hence, they were confident that the Star City would not be broken through. Since there was no danger, they naturally wanted to watch this battle. They wanted to see the power of the Star City and how powerful the Belief Universe army was.
The disciples of the pinnacle races were not afraid. They returned to the Star City one by one. When the disciples of the advanced races saw this scene, they were naturally not afraid. If the disciples of the peak races were not worried, what were they worried about? This also increased the number of powerful disciples in the Starry City to a terrifying level. There were people everywhere, or people who had transformed. Let's go. I heard that the army of the belief universe is coming soon. Let's go there quickly and be careful. Our gains this time are not bad. We may be able to advance to the third level of the ruler realm soon. Indeed. With the resources provided by our Dragon King, our speed of advancement is simply too fast. We haven't seen our Dragon King for tens of millions of years. Where is he now? Not far in front of the giant star city. More than a dozen experts of the Dragon Palace flew toward the giant city with smiles on their faces. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace were working hard to improve their strength. Over tens of millions of years, the disciples of the Dragon Palace had grown a lot. Some of the top-tier disciples had reached the second level of the ruler realm. The top-tier disciples had reached the fourth level of the ruler realm. Of course, the experts of the Dragon Palace didn't count the succubus dragon seed and Aosia. To reach the fourth level of the ruler realm in just tens of millions of years was already a terrifying speed. It was all because of the heart of faith. It's here. Attack directly and destroy it. We can finally make a move. I've already endured the Dragon Palace for tens of millions of years. This time, we can finally make a move. In the past, it was because the Dragon Palace Dragon King relied on the ancient God-feed Kuan Master to gain the upper hand. If it wasn't for the ancient God-feed Kuan Master, we would have already destroyed the Dragon Palace. How could we have the prestige they have now? Now that our elder wants us to make a move, we should be looking for a reason to destroy the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace isn't strong enough to compete with our Phoenix clan. If it weren't for some special reason, we would have destroyed the Dragon Palace long ago. Alright, let's do it. At the same time, a dozen or so phoenixes not far away from the disciples of the Dragon Palace looked at the flying disciples of the Dragon Palace with cold eyes. Stop! You despicable fellows of the Dragon Palace dare to steal our treasures. Take them out! More than 10 disciples of the Dragon Palace were flying toward the Starry Sky City. They were only a few minutes away from the Starry Sky City. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. The disciples of the Dragon Palace were stunned. However, in the next moment, they saw more than 10 phoenixes attacking them. Ice blades attacked them. Watch out! The disciples of the Dragon Palace changed their expressions and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Boom! If you want to escape, you can. We will kill you today. More than 10 water phoenixes flew over, their faces full of cold and awe-inspiring divine dragons. They flapped their phoenix wings and attacked. The leader was a water phoenix at the third level of the ruler realm. Although the third level of the ruler realm wasn't very strong, it could easily chase after and destroy the dozen or so disciples of the Dragon Palace. Roar! 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 When did we steal your treasures? The body of a disciple of the Dragon Palace in the center shook and he immediately turned into a fire dragon. He directly spat out streams of dragon breath to meet their attacks and roared angrily. Are you still not admitting it? If you don't, we will completely destroy you. The water phoenix in the middle roared with a gloomy face. We are not their match. Run to the Starry City. There are experts of our Dragon Palace there. Disciples of Dragon Palace sensed their dower and their expressions changed drastically. They immediately flew forward. You can't escape. Die and take our treasures. Don't think that we won't dare to fight back just because you are from the Dragon Palace. Dozens of water phoenixes flapped their huge phoenix wings at the same time. Sharp blades fell from the sky and covered the disciples of the Dragon Palace. They are looking for trouble on purpose. Despicable and shameless phoenixes, our Dragon King will not let you go. Hearing their voices, the disciples of the Dragon Palace kept resisting the attacks from the sky as they shouted with extremely embarrassed faces. We are looking for trouble? We have given in time and time again. It is your Dragon Palace that has taken an inch and taken a mile. Don't think that we are inferior to you just because we gave in to you last time. I will kill you today. The leading water phoenix roared loudly. Chirp! Chirp! A phoenix cry resounded throughout the world. What's going on? What happened over there?
It's the experts of the Phoenix clan. That's the Phoenix clan. I think there are disciples of the Dragon Palace. Did they have a fight? One don't know. I think they said that the disciples of the Dragon Palace robbed the disciples of the Phoenix clan, but the disciples of the Dragon Palace said that they didn't. What's going on? It can't be. The experts of the Phoenix clan are fighting with the experts of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, some experts in the Starry City noticed the situation outside the city and looked surprised.
The dozen or so disciples of the Dragon Palace were very close to the Starry City.
They had fled a distance while fighting, which made the experts in the Starry City sense it.
Hearing the sounds and the location of the battle, they were all shocked.
Their eyes flickered as they watched carefully.
The situation on the other side quickly attracted the other experts and disciples in the Starry City. They flew into the air with surprised expressions and looked in that direction.
How dare you steal our treasures? Die!
The disciples looked over and saw dozens of phoenixes approaching the group of experts from the Dragon Palace. Their leader, a rank 3 water phoenix, was covered by terrifying attacks. The level suppression made the disciples from the Dragon Palace look back with fear.
Puff, puff, puff. After the energy was released, dozens of disciples from the Dragon Palace were killed.
The experts of the Phoenix clan killed more than a dozen experts of the Dragon Palace.
What's going on? Is the Phoenix clan going to war with the Dragon Palace? No way.
Is there going to be another internal conflict during the war between the 9 Origin universe and the Belief universe? The disciples of the experts were shocked when they saw the scene, especially when they saw the experts of the Phoenix clan kill the experts of the Dragon Palace.
The experts of the other peak races watched this scene with twinkling eyes. They came in the end. But why did the Phoenix clan choose this time?
The grudge between the Dragon Palace and the Angel clan of the Phoenix clan can't be resolved. It exploded in the end, but this time is special. On the city walls of the Starry Sky City, some experts murmured. The news of more than 10 disciples of the Dragon Palace being killed spread at a terrifying speed.
Prime Minister Gue received the news very quickly. When he saw the news, his expression changed drastically. He immediately informed Enlai to resurrect him with the soul-returning wood.
He frowned slightly and immediately passed the news to Wuxia. At the same time, at the edge of the boundless starry sky and ocean, Wuxia and the rest were searching for the gods who believed in the universe. Prime Minister Gue suddenly sent a message which stunned him slightly.
Especially when he saw contents of message. His eyes slowly revealed a cold expression. Have you found out the specific situation? Wuxia asked Prime Minister Gue. Dragon King, we haven't found out anything yet. According to some witnesses, the experts of the Phoenix clan said that more than a dozen disciples of our Dragon Palace snatched their treasures. Now, I have asked Enlai to resurrect them. However, we will need some time to find out the details. Prime Minister Gue replied.
All right then. Resurrect those members as soon as possible and ask them about the details. If it is the responsibility of our Dragon Palace, we will bear it ourselves. However, if the Phoenix clan is looking for trouble.
As Wuxia spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Then send the charming dragon seed to attack the members of the Phoenix clan directly. We will deal with it secretly first. After I return, we will decide what to do next. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. Xiao Xian, what's wrong? Lan Qingyue asked from the side. More than a dozen disciples of the Dragon Palace were killed by the Phoenix clan in public. The specific situation is still unknown. If the Phoenix clan is looking for trouble, then we will exterminate all the strong disciples and affiliated races in the Starry Universe this time. Wuxia said with a grim expression. He was a reasonable person, and the Dragon Palace was also a reasonable force.
If the disciples of the Dragon Palace were to snatch their treasures maliciously, then the Dragon Palace would bear the responsibility. However, if the Phoenix clan were to provoke them, then let's start a war.
He had been silent for tens of millions of years. Did he really think that they would catch up to him? The Phoenix clan? Lan Qingyue nodded her head heavily. The relationship between the Divine Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan used to be pretty good. I didn't expect them to do such a thing after the fall of the peak Divine Dragon clan. I don't know. Wuxia shook his head. But now, if anyone dares to provoke us, We will definitely make them pay a terrible price. Let's go and destroy the gods of this universe first. As Wang Xian spoke, he continued to fly forward.
In this area, it was entirely dependent on luck if one wanted to meet the gods of the universe.
However, this area was limited after all. There was still a high possibility of encountering them. Could be tomorrow or it could be a year later. Some things depended on luck. Just as Wang Xian was continuing to search for the gods of the universe, he was in the communication stone plate in the Nine Origin universe. It was located in the huge city in the starry sky. This matter had caused a huge sensation.
However, when the various forces were discussing this matter, they were extremely astonished.
This was because the Dragon Palace did not have any reaction at the moment.
They did not make any statement.
It was as if nothing had happened.
This made all the powerful disciples from the peak races and other high-level races extremely astonished.
This was not in line with the way the Dragon Palace did things.
2 days had passed, but there was still no response from the Dragon Palace, as if it had never happened.
What? It's strange that there is no response from the Dragon Palace, but maybe this is normal. After all, the Phoenix Clan is no longer the Phoenix Clan that has just entered the universe. The Dragon King and the others are at most at the level 9 realm. We can fight them, but the Dragon Palace is far inferior to the other experts.
If war breaks out again, the Dragon Palace will definitely be crushed by us. It's the best choice for them to lower their heads and keep quiet now.
At the same time, a few level 7 rulers of the Phoenix Clan were laughing and talking in a corner of the Starry City. But we can't just let it go like this. The deacons have orders. We don't know when the army of the belief universe will attack. Let's not kill the disciples of the Dragon Palace for now. Let's make some public comments first. A phoenix at the 7th level of the ruler realm said. The other phoenixes nodded.
The Dragon Palace didn't say anything because they know that they can't afford to offend us now. At that time, the Dragon King had the advantage, which was why the Dragon Palace dared to be so arrogant to us.
Now that the Dragon Palace has caught up with us in terms of peak combat strength, what does the Dragon Palace mean to us now? So what if the Phoenix Clan killed more than a dozen experts of the Dragon Palace? Did they really think that we were afraid of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King last time?
The Phoenix Clan killed more than a dozen disciples of the Dragon Palace.
Does the Dragon Palace dare to fart? All of a sudden, a lot of such news appeared on the communication stone plate. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a great shock. What?
No way, the Phoenix Clan is so fierce?
Aren't they afraid of the Dragon King's revenge?
This seems to be what the experts of the Phoenix Clan said. One of the accounts is indeed from the Phoenix Clan.
It's definitely from the Phoenix Clan. Otherwise, who would dare to pretend to be an expert of the Phoenix Clan? All the experts and disciples who saw the news on the communication stone plate discussed in shock.
Oh,
interesting. The experts and disciples of the Angel Clan smiled when they saw the news on the communication stone plate.
They immediately sent some messages on the communication stone plate. Although the Dragon Palace was relatively powerful in the past, it relied on the ancient god of the Dragon Palace to feed the Kuan Master. If the ancient god didn't feed the Kuan Master, would our Angel Clan be afraid of them?
But now, tens of millions of years have passed. With the foundation of our angel race and the Phoenix race, we are no weaker than the ancient god Kuan Master. We are not afraid at all. The Dragon Palace, other than the ancient god Kuan Master, is trash, especially the ruler-level experts. They can't be compared to other peak races. Also, the Dragon Palace didn't participate in the counterattack against the Belief Universe or the establishment of the Nine Origin Universe battle team.
First, the Dragon Palace is relatively weak, and second, they are indeed trash.
The Dragon Palace has not participated in the war between our Nine Essences universe and the Belief Universe.
What kind of peak race is this Dragon Palace?
Suddenly, public opinion exploded on the communication stone plate. The information that the experts of the Phoenix Clan had published on the communication stone plate was suspected to be that of the Angel Clan. It caused a great sensation. The Angel Clan has also joined in. What's going on?
Are they going to start a war with the Dragon Palace again?
That's very possible. After all, the Dragon Palace killed many powerful disciples of the Angel Clan last time. It's not so easy to understand this hatred. What the angel clan said makes sense. The powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace didn't participate in the wars between our 9-origin universe and the belief universe. I wonder what's going on. Is it really because the Dragon Palace is weaker? I think there are many dominators in the Dragon Palace. However, it seems that the experts of the Dragon Palace are all at the first or second level of the Dominator realm. There are very few at the third level and above. I haven't even seen them before. In any case, it is indeed unfair that the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King didn't participate in the war. Now, this is a war between the 9-origin universe and the belief universe. All the other top-tier races have participated in it. It doesn't make sense that the Dragon Palace didn't participate. In the war between our 9-origin universe and the belief universe, the Dragon Palace didn't do the right thing. After all, when the apocalypse comes, it will be a war between the universes. If our 9-origin universe doesn't unite, we might be destroyed. In the communication stone plate, the powerful disciples of each race were discussing.
When the disciples of the angel race and the phoenix race saw the public opinion, they began to blame the Dragon Palace for not participating in the war against the belief universe army.
This point indeed resonated with all the peak races and all the powerful disciples of the 9-origin universe. It was obviously wrong for the Dragon Palace not to participate in the war between the 9-origin universe and the belief universe.
This was clearly a cowardly and evasive action.
So what if the Phoenix race kills the disciples of the Dragon Palace?
Among the 13 peak races, although the Dragon Palace is the weakest, they didn't do anything in the war against the belief universe. What a coward, what a piece of trash.
In a hall of a restaurant in the Starry City, many powerful disciples were talking about the Dragon Palace. At the side, an expert of the Phoenix clan suddenly opened his mouth and said with disdain.
His words shocked the people around him. He said it in public, which was obviously a provocation to the Dragon Palace. In the past, the Phoenix clan had been displeased by the incident with the Skyfire Patriarch and had even cursed them behind their backs.
However, they couldn't say anything about this matter. At least during the war between the 9-origin universe and the belief universe, the Phoenix clan didn't stay out of the war and hide like the Dragon Palace did. On this point, the Phoenix clan couldn't be blamed, but the Dragon Palace couldn't. This public opinion quickly swept through the entire space city. Now, tens of billions of disciples from the 9-origin universe gathered in the space city. Every piece of news spread very quickly. Gradually, more disciples from the 9-origin universe discussed the fact that the Dragon Palace didn't participate in the war with the space city. This also greatly affected the reputation of the Dragon Palace.
Those high-level subsidiary races that were close to the Angel race and the Phoenix race even said that the Dragon Palace was a cowardly turtle in the 9-origin universe and was not worthy of being a peak race in the 9-origin universe.
Prime Minister Gui naturally received this news as well. He passed everything here to Wang Xian. It seems like the Phoenix race is deliberately provoking us. In the ocean at the edge of the boundless starry sky, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression was filled with awe. If the incident where the disciples of the Dragon Palace were killed 2 days ago was due to the disciples of the Dragon Palace, it was obvious that it was because of the Phoenix clan. However, the public opinion that suddenly erupted was obviously directed at the Dragon Palace. Hee. They are saying that our Dragon Palace did not participate in the war against the belief universe? A cold smile appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. It seems that we have to find those gods who believe in the belief universe as soon as possible. Then we have to go back. Everyone who made a mistake will have to pay a terrible price.
He mumbled.
Lan Qingyue, who was standing at the side, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wang Xian heard her surprised voice and looked over. Xiao Xian, I can sense the aura of the gods of the universe. They should be rushing towards us.
Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian and said,
Are we finally going to meet them? When Wang Xian heard Lan Qingyue's words, a look of joy appeared on his face. They are here. Lan Qingyue nodded and looked in a direction. Qingyue, hide first. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept Lan Qingyue into the mother nest.
He moved his body and sat cross-legged without moving. It was as though he did not sense the gods who believed in the universe.
I can sense the aura of the Dragon King. At this moment, more than 200 level 7 gods were flying aimlessly to the left of Wang Xian.
Suddenly, the level 7 gods who were floating in the middle of the sky with the fragments of the starry sky narrowed his eyes and spoke with a cold expression.
Eh?
Are you sure? The surrounding tier 7 gods were slightly stunned. They looked at him and confirmed.
I'm 100% sure. I can tell if the Dragon King's aura has turned into dust. He's right in front of us. This time we must destroy him.
The tier 7 god nodded heavily. His eyes were filled with the flames of hatred. The last time he was chased by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, he was the only one who escaped through the treasure.
This humiliated him, and at the same time, he lost a life-saving treasure. This filled his heart with anger. He had always wanted to kill and take revenge.
Now it was finally here.
Go fly over immediately. This time we can't let the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace escape. This time, we must destroy the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Over 200 gods nodded their heads heavily.
Their bodies moved and flew in that direction at a rapid speed.
It's right in front of us. I see it. Lock it down first. Star, heaven palm forbids flight.
The group of level 7 gods flew over and immediately discovered Wang Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in front of them. Their eyes shone brightly.
The 7 gods who were in control of the galactic fragment did not hesitate at all. Immediately, waves of energy surged into the galactic fragment.
At the side, the 3 level 7 gods moved their palms and numerous star-like runic balls flew into the sky. These runic balls arrived in the sky above Wang Xian at a terrifying speed.
Following that, palms with their hands clasped together appeared in the sky.
These huge palms sealed off a domain.
This was a powerful sealing treasure in the belief universe that was enough to trap the level 9 gods. Sky palm restriction. Numerous gigantic palms appeared around Wang Xian out of thin air. One by one, the palms were connected together. The terrifying power of faith completely sealed off Wang Xian's surroundings. This palm had sealed off an entire stretch of starry sky.
Wang Xian looked at the space restriction power around him and saw the murderous gazes in front of him. His eyes flickered slightly.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he could do anything, more than 200 level 7 pantheon gods had already flown over and surrounded Wang Xian. In the center, the 8 level 7 pantheon gods who controlled the fragment of the starfield did not dodge when they saw Wang Xian. Stars flew out from the fragment of the starfield and surrounded him as well. It was a double blockade. Ha ha ha! Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Let's see where you can escape to this time. I want to see how you can escape this time. The only level 7 god who survived flew over and stared at Wang Xian, who was sealed in the center. A ferocious look appeared on his face. He was roaring in excitement.
Wang Xian looked at him and swept his gaze across the more than 200 level 7 gods around him. Your belief in the universe really thinks highly of me. This time, you actually sent over 200 tier 7 gods, hee. He revealed a faint smile and said indifferently.
You can still smile at this time. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, do you really think that we can't do anything to you?
Let me tell you, as long as we can kill you, we can bring your corpse back. When that time comes, the experts of our belief universe will pursue you with their belief. Even if you have the ultimate treasure of resurrection, we can still kill you. The level 7 pantheon said with a grim expression.
The tens of millions of years of hunting and fleeing had also given them a detailed understanding of Wang Xian's strength. In their opinion, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was at most an existence who could dominate the level 7 realm. All of them relied on their treasures to burst forth with strength comparable to that of the level 9 pantheon.
However, they were already very clear about all of Wang Xian's trump cards.
During these tens of millions of years, Wang Xian had been locked up here. It was impossible for him to have any improvement.
This also meant that his strength had not changed at all.
Under such circumstances, he had a 100% confidence that he could destroy him. Hee. Just based on a bunch of people who believe in the universe, you still want to kill me?
Wang Xian stared at him and sneered. Don't tell me all of you thought that we were discovered by you?
Wang Xian's words stunned the level 7 gods of the belief universe. They slowly narrowed their eyes and scanned their surroundings. Then, Dragon King, you aren't going to tell us that you are waiting for us here, are you? Ha ha. Then I want to see what you can use to block the galactic fragment of the belief universe. Don't waste your breath on him. Kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace first. The level 7 gods roared. Kill him. You dare to kill an expert of our belief universe. Today is the day that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace will die. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, it is your honor to die at our hands.
More than 200 gods stared at Wuxia and said coldly. The aura on their bodies began to rise. When Wuxia heard their words, a smile appeared on his face. He waved his arm and Lan Qingwei appeared beside him.
Lan Qingwei stood there and smiled faintly.
In an instant, an extremely huge black hole appeared behind them. In the black hole, Xiaolan's figure appeared directly.
Break! Lan Qingwei did not hesitate at all. She waved her arm and similarly, she condensed a terrifying gray palm. The gray palm headed toward the sky-ceiling palm. Xiaolan, don't let them escape. Kill them all. Wuxia shouted immediately. The Tai Chi dragon disc around him started to spin. The 5 elements millstone also floated above his head. The soul battleship and the soul spear also appeared.
For nether spirit avatars appeared on the left and right.
In an instant, Wuxia unleashed all his trump cards. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, Lan Qingyue's attack collided with the sky-ceiling palm.
The terrifying attack power caused the huge faith palms of the sky-ceiling palm to collapse rapidly.
After Xiaolan's breakthrough, Lan Qingyue's current strength had already reached the level 7 overlord realm. Without the suppression of the starry universe, he was able to erupt with the strength of a peak ruler. In other words, his strength was comparable to that of a peak pantheon. The sky palm, which restricted space, was easily defeated. Moreover, the gray palms continued to attack the stars released by the star field fragment.
Under the attack of the gray palms, the stars slowly began to collapse.
The gray palm released by Lan Qingyue also started to crumble. One attack broke the seal of all the rank 7 gods.
What? The sudden change, the sudden appearance of Lan Qingyue and the terrifying attack.
All the rank 7 gods froze and their pupils started to dilate. This.
The rank 7 gods were stunned when they saw the scene.
How was this possible?
Beside the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, a level 7 astral beast and a human who was comparable to their peak gods appeared.
This? Woo. While they were in a daze, Xiaolan listened to Wuxia's orders. She stared at the level 7 gods who controlled the 8 star field fragments and attacked. With just a sway of his gigantic body, he appeared in front of them in an instant. Both parties were already very close to each other.
Around them, the more than 200 rank 7 pantheon gods surrounding Wuxia and the rest felt as if the void had collapsed and were pressing towards them.
A suffocating aura surged over. How could this be? A rank 7 pantheon god could not help but shout out wildly. Damn it, defend!
Neutron star of the starfield.
The expressions of the 8 level 7 gods who controlled the starfield fragment also changed drastically, as they poured their power of faith into the starfield fragment.
A seemingly massive and heavy star flew out from the starfield fragment heading towards Little Blue.
Little Blue let out a low roar, and without the slightest bit of fear, it directly charged towards the neutron star. It was as if the entire universe had exploded, and that terrifying force of impact surged out in all directions. Cracks appeared on the neutron star, but Little Blue's body wasn't injured at all.
Wang.
In the surrounding area, the over 200 gods couldn't help but fly backwards under this majestic force. Haitang, big fish. Lan Qingyue's gaze swept over the surrounding Type 7 gods, her eyes revealing a cold expression. Her body trembled, and around her, numerous fish formed from gray energy appeared, directly attacking the 200-plus Type 7 gods. Not good. Damn it, we aren't their match. How could they suddenly be so terrifying? How could this happen?
When over 200 rank 7 gods were sent flying by the shockwave from Little Blue's collision with the starfield fragment.
In the next instant, they saw the ancient god Kuan Master attacking them again. They knew about the ancient god Kuan Feeding Lord.
They knew about the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
They knew everything. They even knew that the 3 Kuan-feeding lords of the ancient god Kuan-feeding lord were extremely terrifying. But this was only a space beast that was comparable to a level 6 ruler.
They could still fight and even kill it. But now?
Everything was out of their expectations. The ancient god-feeding Kuan master and a Kuan suddenly broke through. Was it that easy to break through? If it was that easy, the level 6 ruler space beast they had tamed with the power of faith had also been nurtured into a level 7 ruler.
How could it be so easy to break through?
From the first level 6 ruler Kuan being tamed by the palaces they believed in the universe, it wasn't that these palaces didn't want to make a breakthrough. But it wasn't that easy.
Especially since the cultivation systems of both sides were different. Even if they had some energy that the space behemoths could absorb, it wasn't as if they could break through just like that. Until now, it would take at least 100 million years for a 6th stage to break through to the 7th stage.
Even the 9 origin universe was the same. In the records, there weren't any experts that said that they used just a few tens of millions of years to break through from the 6th stage to the 7th stage. However, the ancient god-feeding Kuan master had broken through.
This was completely beyond their expectations. Sensing the power of the peak of the Pantheon realm that was attacking them, the 200-rank 7 Pantheon gods revealed terrified expressions.
This move could instantly kill all of them. The gap was too big. They were only at rank 7, and there was still a huge gap between them and the peak of the Pantheon realm. Even those with precious treasures would not be able to withstand it. Over 200 Type 7 gods came from the strength of 2 palaces. Each palace had a strength that was comparable to a Type 9 god.
With 2 Type 9 gods added together, there was still a huge gap between them and the peak gods.
Save us!
Quick, save us! The 200 over Type 7 gods roared out at the 8 Type 7 gods who were controlling the starfield fragments.
Star River Guardian. When the 8 Type 7 gods saw this, their expressions turned ugly. They gritted their teeth and sent out another wave of energy. A star river appeared in the surroundings, sweeping towards them.
The galaxy covered over 200 Tier 7 gods.
Save us! Quick, save us!
The 8 Tier 7 gods followed up with a loud roar.
Boom!
Boom!
Boom! The 200+ Tier 7 gods immediately flew towards the 8 Tier 7 gods with bloodshot eyes. However, Lan Qingyue's attack landed on the Galaxy Guardian.
As an attack that was comparable to a peak pantheon, the entire Galaxy Guardian trembled violently.
The more than 200 level 7 gods in the center could not help but spit out mouthfuls of blood. Hee hee. None of you will be able to escape today.
Wuxia sneered and looked at Lan Qingyue. Qingyue, you and Xiao Lan suppress those 8 guys. Leave the rest to me, Xiao Bai and the rest.
All right.
Lan Qingyue nodded. In the next second, she appeared directly on Xiao Lan's body.
Little Blue directly charged at the starfield fragment. That terrifying power was not afraid of the starfield fragment at all.
The starfield fragment was very powerful, but it was only controlled by a Tier 7 pantheon.
If it was a high-level pantheon, it would be able to erupt with even more power. But they were still too weak. Lan Qingyue stood on Little Blue's body, and with a wave of her arm, the surroundings instantly turned into a gray ocean.
Little Blue was in the gray ocean, making its power even more terrifying and vast.
Oh no, we're no match for them when they join forces. With the help of the starfield fragment, we can only fight 1 peak tier space beast at most. They're already equivalent to 2.
Damn it, how can this be? How can the Dragon Palace be so strong? A terrified voice came from the 8 level 7 Pantheon gods. When they saw Xiao Lan and Lan Qingyue, who carried an invincible aura, their hearts pounded violently. However, at this moment, they could no longer dodge. Gritting their teeth, they started to defend with all their might. At the back, Wuxia waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone attacked the more than 200 level 7 Pantheon gods. At the same time, the Taiji dragon disc transformed into a light and dark divine dragon and flew out from his surroundings to attack them. He stood on the soul warship and threw out the soul spear in his hand. Whoosh! 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 2 soul spears were thrown out one by one. Woo! 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 Xiao Zhai, Xiao Bai, and the rest let out a low growl and attacked the level 7 Pantheon gods on the other side. Back then, when Wuxia and Lan Qingyue joined forces, they could deal with the army of 10 palaces. But now they were only dealing with the strength of 2 palaces. It was completely overwhelming. They could even suppress them with just one of the 5 elements grinding. Not to mention, they now had 2 to 3 times the strength of the Taiji Dragon Plate. The attack of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is coming. We can't defend against it. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is not someone we can deal with. It's over, it's all over. How did it turn out like this? When the 2 level 7 pantheon of the palace saw Wang Xian charging over, despair appeared on their faces. They never expected this outcome. They never expected their opponent to be so terrifying. More than 200 level 7 pantheons saw Wang Xian, Xiao Bai, and the rest and unleashed their strongest attack in unison to resist. Awe! However, the moment the energy collided, it began to collapse. Waves of terrifying 5 elements and yin-yang energy surged into their bodies, depleting their vitality. Wang Xian stood on the soul worship and charged straight at the level 7 pantheons. The soul spears easily penetrated the bodies of the level 7 pantheon. One soul spear easily penetrated more than 10 level 7 pantheon and killed them instantly. 2 soul spears and nearly 30 level 7 pantheon were killed instantly. It was a complete instant kill. Similarly, under the attack of the 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon disc, more than 100 level 7 pantheon died instantly. Beside them, Little White and Little House also instantly killed dozens of rank 7 pantheon gods. In an instant, more than 200 rank 7 pantheon gods knew that there were only 30 to 40 left. The gap, the huge gap. This was a battle on a completely different level. It was over. The remaining 30 to 40 tier 7 gods looked at the terrifying Dragon King and the others with despair on their faces. The Dragon King and the others' strength was simply too terrifying. The 8 tier 7 gods looked at this scene with shock and horror on their faces. More than 200 tier 7 gods, the top tier strength of 2 palaces, were actually defeated by the Dragon King and the others by 80%. The remaining 30 to 40 rank 7 gods couldn't escape at all. They couldn't resist at all. The strength of 2 palaces wasn't enough to fight the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. They knew this clearly. The other 30 to 40 rank 7 gods couldn't escape either. This wasn't what scared them the most. What scared them the most was that the terrifying space beast in front of them and the ancient god Kuan sovereign had completely suppressed the star field fragment. This time, our belief universe is going to suffer heavy losses. A level 7 pantheon couldn't help but growl in a low voice. The next ones to die will be you. At this time, Little Blue's low growl and Lan Qingyu's voice sounded in their ears. The gray ocean in the surroundings directly pressed down on them. Planet explosion. The 8 Type 7 gods had ugly expressions as they injected a large amount of faith energy into the star fragment. Their eyes were bloodshot as they roared. From the star fragment, an unstable planet slowly condensed. The planet seemed like it could explode at any time, could erupt with terrifying power. Kuan-tun. When Xiao Lan saw this unstable planet, she immediately opened her mouth. A Kuan formed from condensed energy opened its terrifying mouth and swallowed the planet. Boom, boom, boom. The planet had just swallowed when a terrifying explosion occurred inside. However, this explosion only caused the condensed Kuan to dissipate. The gray ocean water around them continued to charge at them. We're finished. We can only fight one. We can't fight two. I'm not satisfied. The 8 rank 7 gods saw the scene and roared in despair and unwillingness. Splash! However, in the next second, the ocean water rushed past them, and their voices quickly disappeared. They couldn't withstand it. The power of the galactic fragment could only withstand Xiao Lan at most. Adding on Lan Qingyue, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Under such circumstances, the weakness of borrowing external forces was revealed. 8 level 7 pantheon were instantly killed. Not good. 8 emissaries have been killed. At the side, the remaining 30 to 40 level 7 pantheon saw the situation and fell into complete despair. Whoosh! 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 However, Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. He flew directly in front of them and streams of energy landed on their bodies. Instant kill. Another instant kill. It was not a battle of a calamity.
Wang Xian waved his arm and collected all the corpses. A smile appeared on his face. Xiao Xian, it's done.
At the side, Lan Qingwei also smiled and said to Wang Xian, "Okay."
Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the fragment of the starfield. The fragment of the starfield was floating there. It didn't fly away like the last time. His body moved and he flew over immediately. A palm condensed from energy grabbed towards it.
However, the fragment of the starfield shook again and flew towards a direction. Lan Qingwei saw it and waved her arm. A wave of energy blocked the fragment of the starfield. Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz! The energy released by Lan Qingwei blocked the fragment of the starfield. The fragment of the starfield trembled and did not break free immediately. It can be blocked. Wang Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Whoosh!
However, in the next second, the galactic fragment broke free from Lan Qingwei's defense and continued to fly in a direction.
Let's see if we can stabilize it.
Wang Xian shouted softly and immediately landed on Xiaolan's body.
Woo woo! Woo woo! Xiaolan let out a low growl and immediately began to pursue. Lan Qingwei immediately followed by the side and chased after the galactic fragment. Buzz! 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 Buzz!
Buzz!
However, just as Wang Xian and the rest were chasing after the space behemoth, they were at the Starry City. Just as the strong disciples of all races were still discussing about the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix clan, an urgent voice was suddenly heard.
The entire Starry City trembled slightly.
Everyone instantly discovered that an enormous figure of an angel of light had appeared in the sky above the city. Below them, they could see 10 enormous black tortoise figures appear. Terrifying defensive arrays were activated in the city. The entire world seemed to have undergone a huge change. What happened? Everyone was slightly shocked when they saw this scene, and their faces were filled with shock. The army of the belief universe is attacking. All experts above the sovereign realm have climbed up the city walls and come to the fixed race positions.
At RMS moment, a voice resonated in everyone's minds.
The army of the belief universe is here. They are really here. These damn guys. Something good has happened to our entire Starry City. What is the projection of the radiant angel in the sky?
What a terrifying appearance, and the projection of the black tortoise below. Is this the defense of our Starry City?
When the powerful disciples of all races heard this voice, their faces were filled with shock. The ruler-level existences immediately flew towards the city wall.
The rest of the disciples also immediately flew up and followed closely behind to look into the distance.
Why can't we see anything? The army of the belief universe hasn't arrived yet? Our Starry City naturally discovered their arrival in advance. If we only react when we see the Starry City, it'll be too late.
The group of great beings' disciples flew up into the sky. When they saw all the great beings of the pinnacle races looking in one direction, they all looked in the same direction.
However, they didn't see anything. They're here. The army of the belief universe is here. I'd like to see just how strong the belief universe is. At the same time, at the most powerful position of the city wall, the great beings of the 13 pinnacle races stood in front of the city wall. The great beings of the pinnacle races muttered to themselves.
In the recent tens of millions of years of war, the 9-origin universe did not have a complete understanding of the power of the belief universe.
Now that the belief universe army had arrived, even if they did not have 100% power, they had already arrived at 90%. This was a good opportunity to get a feel for the situation. In front of the Starry City, all the experts of the peak races stared coldly ahead. Behind them, all the disciples gradually calmed down and quietly stared ahead,
waiting for the arrival of the army of the belief universe.
Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. 5 minutes passed. Along with a roar, an incomparably huge army appeared in their line of sight.
The huge army was divided into 20 small armies.
Although it was called a small army, each army had 1,000,000-strong disciples.
The first to appear in their line of sight were 10 incomparably huge star cities. The ruler level 6 star beasts were comparable to their 9-origin universe's 10 ruler level 9 experts. Other than these eye-catching 10 star beasts, there was also an illusory image floating in the center. Other than that, there were also some images condensed from the power of faith.
All of them contained immense power. Above the Star City, the expressions of all the experts of the pinnacle races slightly changed when they saw this scene. The power of the universe of faith is much stronger than we imagined.
I thought they had at most 16 or 17 legions, but I didn't expect there to be 21, The experts of the pinnacle races narrowed their eyes and muttered.
Their faces were full of shock.
On the other hand, Prime Minister Gue and the others didn't change their expressions at all.
No force knew more about the power of the belief universe than the Dragon Palace. In order to deal with the Dragon King, the belief universe had sent its strongest force.
A fragment of the heavenly Yuan creation.
The power of the belief universe is so terrifying. I heard that the power of the belief universe is divided into 24 palaces. Do these legions represent each palace?
How can they be so powerful?
Look, in front of those legions, if they don't have the strength of a Type 6 space beast, or they have the strength to fight against a Type 6 space beast, is this the strength of the belief universe? My God, look at each of their legions, there are more than 100 of them. Each of them is comparable to us, a Type 7 ruler. How is this possible? Also, each of their legions has 70,000 to 80,000 great beings that make me feel suffocated. They should all be at the level of the gods. Aren't they too powerful? It feels like they are much stronger than our 9 origin universe. An extremely shocked voice came from behind.
Not many disciples below the level of a ruler of a 9 origin universe
participated in this battle. They had been listening to all kinds of orders, either retreating or leaving. Most of them had never seen the powerful army of the belief universe. Now that they saw the power of the belief universe, they were all extremely shocked. It seems that the power of our 9 origin universe in front of the city wall is at most half of the power of the great beings of the belief universe. This is close to 2 million beings at the level of a ruler. Some peak knight disciples compared their strength. Their faces filled with shock. The number of Faith Universe Army's experts exceeded their expectations. It also exceeded the number of peak race experts in the 9 origin universe.
Yes, each small army has at least 70,000 to 80,000 experts, but what about ours?
The Dragon Palace only has a few thousand ruler realm experts, and most of them are below the ruler realm level 3. It seems like the gap between us and the belief universe is huge. Everyone felt a pressure and muttered to themselves.
The strength of the belief universe has indeed exceeded our expectations. On the shaman side, a rank 7 ruler said with a frown.
Around them, the experts from the peak races nodded silently. A powerful pressure surged over. However, they didn't show any fear on their faces. They still had 100% confidence in the space city. Ha ha ha. The trash of the 9 origin universe. Do you want to rely on this broken city to protect yourselves?
At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly came from the opposite side.
Although they didn't understand each other's language, through the spiritual fluctuations, everyone could understand what he meant. His words caused the expressions of all the powerful disciples in the 9 origin universe to sink.
HMPH, trash who believes in the universe, do you think you can break through our space city with just your strength?
Today, you won't be able to return. The great demon of the demon race stared at them with a sinister expression as he roared in a low voice. Ha ha ha, you want us to never return?
With just a bunch of trash from your 9 origin universe?
Come. Stand out. Let us see how many experts your 9 origin universe has and what you can compare with our belief universe. In front of them, the belief universe's level 7 pantheon laughed maniacally as he spoke.
The 21 legions from the belief universe slowly arrived in front of the starry city. They stopped in the void and swept their gaze across all the powerful disciples in the starry city. Their faces were filled with ridicule and disdain.
You'll know in a while. What can we compare with you?
At the saint's side, an old man with a scholarly aura held a fan and replied with a cold expression.
Haha, with just a glance. There are only so many powerful beings in the 9 origin universe. What trash. I see that all of you are cowards, right?
Do you have the guts to come out and fight with us? A level 7 pantheon replied with ridicule. I heard that the space city was built by the 9 origin universe using a large number of treasures to protect their lives. Haha, they only dare to cower in here. How could they dare to come out and fight with our belief universe?
With this glance, the power of this 9-origin universe can't even be compared to our belief universe. If this is a real catastrophe, all the living beings in the small 9-origin universe will become our believers and kneel at our feet to praise our greatness. Ha ha ha. That's right. I thought that the 9-origin universe was very powerful. Now that one look at it, TSK, 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 trash. The level 7 gods of the 24 palace legions sized up the entire space city and said mockingly. Their faces were filled with pride and disdain. The arrogant words spread to the space city, and this made all the great beings and disciples of the 9-origin universe look extremely embarrassed. However, they had nothing to refute. Without the support of the space city, they were indeed no match for the belief universe army. Their power made the great disciples of the 9-origin universe feel invincible. Without the space city, they might have to flee. These damn guys are too arrogant.
That's right, these bunch of trash who believe in the universe are too arrogant. Sooner or later, we will make them pay a terrible price. In the 9 Essences universe, when all the disciples heard their arrogant and
provocative words, their faces were extremely ugly. However, they couldn't do anything about it. In fact, they didn't even have enough confidence to refute. Prime Minister Turtle and the others who were seated at the side slightly raised their eyebrows when they heard the words of the universe gods. Gods who believe in the universe, don't be too arrogant.
Prime Minister Turtle's eyes flickered slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said indifferently, "Ha ha, how arrogant are you? What can you do to us if we are arrogant?
If you have the guts, come out and compete with us. Ha ha ha, do you not dare?
But don't worry, even if you stay in this city, we will kill all of you. Not a single one of you will be spared."
Hearing Prime Minister Gue's words, a Tier 7 Pantheon had a disdainful look on his face as he spoke coldly. Your strength is very strong, but if you want to break through the defense of the Star City, it's still not enough. In this big battle, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Prime Minister Gue replied indifferently.
Who are you?
You are so close to the level of US level 3 gods, yet you still dare to talk to us. Don't tell me that your 9-origin universe is so trash that you need a level 3 god to speak.
Ha ha.
In the belief universe army's position, a level 7 Pantheon stared at Prime Minister Gue and said with disdain. His gaze swept across all the elite disciples of the 13 pinnacle races. In the past, I heard that the 9-origin universe is not weak. Now, it seems that it is not so.
After the calamity arrives, you will be the first to be destroyed by our belief universe. Indeed, I do not have the qualifications to speak to you, but as long as
my Dragon Palace has the qualifications, that is enough.
Prime Minister Gue stared at them and replied indifferently.
Your Dragon Palace is still too weak. Let's make a fool of ourselves first.
However, as soon as Prime Minister Gue finished his words, an expert of the Phoenix clan who was a ruler of the 7th stage suddenly opened his mouth and said,
Some experts of the Angel clan also sneered and glanced at Prime Minister Gue and the others, although the expert from the Phoenix clan didn't say much and asked for the position in front so that the experts from the belief universe couldn't hear him. All the disciples from the 9-origin universe could hear him clearly from the position in the back. Their eyes slightly flickered as they looked at the Dragon Palace. It seemed that it was true. Dragon Palace, are you the subordinates of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon
King of the Dragon Palace?
The forces of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King, will break through your city in a moment. I will make you beg for death. However, just as the eyes of the disciples of the 9-origin universe flashed and they were thinking about something, cold growls came from the front. Yes. Prime Minister Gue chuckled when he heard their words.
What's going on?
I don't know. What's going on?
Those people who believe in the universe seem to hate the Dragon King a lot.
The sudden scene shocked all the powerful disciples in the 9-origin universe. Dragon Palace, you are the subordinates of the Dragon King. The Dragon King has been trapped in our belief universe for more than 30 million years. Do you think he can escape and survive?
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace must die. All the disciples of your Dragon Palace must die as well.
In one of the 21 legions, a level 7 Pantheon said with a face full of hatred.
He was a powerhouse of the Heavenly Palace. He had a relative who was killed by Wuxia.
The power of your belief universe that has gathered half of its power for tens of millions of years has yet to destroy our Dragon King. You will never be able to do so in the future. On the contrary, your belief universe must be destroyed by our Dragon King one by one. Prime Minister Gue said indifferently.
Do you think that your Dragon King will be able to escape this time? Our belief universe has used the fragment of the Heavenly Yuan creation treasure. Do you think that your Dragon King can withstand it?
Don't worry, we will destroy you. Next, we will pay a visit to your Dragon King and take his head. Not far away from the Heavenly Palace army, the powerhouses of the Decree Palace also said with killing intent.
Prime Minister Gue smiled coldly. Who doesn't know how to talk big? The Qianyuan Palace is a good example for you.
Holy shit. Holy shit. What's going on? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has been trapped for more than 30 million years? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has used half of the power of the universe to resist and even used the fragment of a Heavenly Yuan creation-level treasure. This? Oh my god. What did the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace do?
No way, no way. The information that Prime Minister Gue of the Dragon Palace talked to the gods of the belief universe is too terrifying. The belief universe used half of its power to resist the Dragon King. Now, the Dragon King has been trapped for more than 30 million years. Even with the fragment of the heavenly creation, they couldn't deal with the Dragon King? This?
What did the Dragon King do? What is the lesson from the Qianyuan Palace?
At this moment, the powerful disciples of all the races in the Nine-Origin universe widened their eyes, full of disbelief and shock.
What did they hear? What did the Dragon King do when all the powerful disciples of the Nine-Origin universe were unaware?
He was able to make the entire belief universe so angry.
He even gritted his teeth. What was the lesson of the Qianyuan Palace? On the city wall, the experts of the peak races looked at Prime Minister Gue with changing expressions. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is indeed very powerful. Without him, the belief universe would have destroyed all the trash in your Nine-Origin universe tens of millions of years ago. However, it is not too late for us to do so now. Before the calamity arrives, we will descend on your Nine-Origin universe and completely destroy your Dragon Palace. At the center of the belief universe army, a Tier 7 Pantheon said with a grim expression.
Hearing this, all the powerful disciples of the Nine-Origin universe were shocked once again.
If not for the Dragon King, we would have been completely destroyed tens of millions of years ago.
The reason why they weren't destroyed and why they weren't driven out of the starry universe was because of the Dragon Palace Dragon King? However, when they saw the powerful army and power of the belief universe, the possibility was really high.
At least at that time, their Nine-Origin universe didn't have such a powerful starry city. Then the reason why they were able to fight back and forth with the belief universe for tens of millions of years was because the Dragon Palace Dragon King restrained half of the power of the belief universe. So they were able to fight against the belief universe for so long. At the thought of this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with shock. The Dragon Palace was completely different from what they thought.
This Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
In front of the city wall, all the powerhouses of the top races stared at Prime Minister Gue. Their faces were full of shock. Prime Minister Gue, has the Dragon King been fighting against the army of the belief universe? A great elf of the elf race couldn't help but ask Prime Minister Gue. Yes. Our Dragon Palace has already entered the belief universe 30 to 40 million years ago.
Prime Minister Gue turned his head and nodded with a smile. He continued. There are 24 palaces in the belief universe and each of them has an army. There are 7 to 8 Pantheon-level experts in this army and each of them has a powerful trump card. Now, 2 of them have trapped the Dragon King of our Dragon Palace in an area with the powerful Tianyuan Destiny Fragment.
As for the army of the Heaven Origin Palace, they have all been destroyed by our Dragon King.
As Prime Minister Gue said this, the experts of the peak races were even more shocked.
There were still 2 armies that were using the fragments of a treasure of the Heaven Origin Creation Realm to pin down the Dragon King.
This was the Heaven Origin Creation Realm. A treasure of this level was equivalent to an invincible existence.
It was equivalent to a Heavenly Yuan Creator-level powerhouse.
Even if it was a fragment, it was still an extremely terrifying existence. It could at least burst out with the destructive power of a peak dominator, right? 2 legions and such a treasure only trapped the Dragon Palace Dragon King in one place for more than 30 million years without killing him. How terrifying was the Dragon Palace Dragon King and the others? And how much did the Dragon Palace do for the 9 origin universe in these tens of millions of years? If the belief universe really had such terrifying power, the 24 palaces and 24 legions, the peak races of the 9 origin universe, were really no match for them. The gap was even huge. I didn't expect the Dragon Palace Dragon King to do so much. The great elf of the elf race sighed slightly and looked around. He said indifferently, "It seems that some races have wronged the Dragon Palace. Without the Dragon Palace, it's hard to say if our 9 origin universe would be able to survive in the starry universe." His words caused some of the experts of the peak races to nod silently. So it's all our fault for wronging the Dragon King. This Dragon King has contributed more to our 9 origin universe than all the other peak races combined. That's right. In the past tens of millions of years, the Dragon King has fought against half of the power of the belief universe. How terrifying! The contribution of the Dragon Palace to the 9 origin universe is indeed much greater than that of the other peak races. The Dragon Palace is the real hero behind the scenes. Not long ago, we even blamed the Dragon Palace. At the back, the disciples of all the races whispered. Some of the disciples looked at the Phoenix and Angel races with sparkling eyes. At this moment, all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix race looked extremely embarrassed. After all, they had just attacked the Dragon Palace not long ago. They had even publicly provoked the Dragon Palace and said in the communication stone plate that the Dragon Palace didn't contribute anything to the 9 origin universe and wasn't worthy of being a peak race that believed in the universe. But now? It was simply a slap in the face. Most importantly, the Dragon King's strength had already exceeded the Phoenix clan's expectations. Putting everything else aside, the Dragon King's strength was definitely not something the Phoenix clan could contend against. And now that they had provoked the Dragon Palace and even killed more than a dozen experts of the Dragon Palace, what if the Dragon King came back to take revenge? At the Angel clan, all the expert disciples frowned. Their expressions were also ugly. Attack. Don't waste time talking to them. First, kill all of them from the 9 origin cosmos. Then, we will go and kill the Dragon Palace Dragon King. At this moment, the cold voice of the cosmos gods was transmitted from the front. Hong! 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 In the next second, waves of extremely terrifying energy came out from their bodies. More than 20 million great beings from the belief universe erupted with terrifying power. The wind and clouds changed color, the sky and earth changed color, and the starry sky changed color. This vast power of belief made all the great beings and disciples in the 9 origin universe reveal solemn expressions. The powerful warriors of the belief universe were too powerful. The power of the belief universe is indeed not something we can contend with. A powerful warrior of the elf race murmured. Some other powerful warriors nodded in agreement. I really don't know how the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace deals with half of the power of the belief universe. Some disciples murmured at the back. If the power of the 21 legions of the belief universe wasn't blocked by the giant star city, just this vast power alone could instantly kill them. Prepare the array formation to resist. Prepare. Wang Wang. Wang Wang. Wang Wing. At this moment, all the powerful warriors of the Shaman clan shouted loudly and instantly activated the array formations. Wang Wang. Wang Wang Wing. However, just as all the great beings and disciples of the 9 origin universe thought that war was about to break out, just as the great beings of the belief universe were about to make their move, suddenly all the level 7 gods received a message. The sudden emergency message made all the level 7 gods of the belief universe slightly stunned. They didn't hesitate and immediately opened their communicators. Because this message came from an emergency message from an elder in their palace. Even if a great war was about to break out, they still had to investigate. However, when they opened the contents of the communicator and saw it, their eyes instantly widened and revealed an incredulous expression. This is impossible. How is this possible? How is this possible? Immediately, the rank 7 gods shouted in shock.
They had received an order to retreat. There was naturally a reason for this order. The experts that were chasing after the Dragon King had all been killed. They had all been killed by the Dragon King and the ancient god Kuan Master. The ancient god Kuan Master of the Dragon Palace and the Kuan were already comparable to the peak gods that they worshipped in the universe.
Now, the elders in their palace immediately ordered them to retreat.
All the legions had to split up to prevent being attacked by the Dragon Palace's Dragon King. Looking at this information, they had to split up to escape and not be discovered by the Dragon Palace's Dragon King.
The expressions of all the rank 7 gods were extremely ugly.
They had just told the experts of the 9 origin universe that they would destroy the Dragon Palace's Dragon King. But now, the Dragon Palace Dragon King had instead annihilated the experts of the universe they believed in. But the Dragon Palace Dragon King already had a peak existence of all gods. It was no longer something they could withstand. Once they were discovered by the Dragon Palace Dragon King and the others, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. If the gods of their 21 palaces were injured here, this loss was something the belief universe couldn't bear.
Retreat, retreat immediately. All disciples of the belief universe, retreat. In front of the giant star city, the terrifying army of the belief universe shook the sky.
The sky and earth changed color, the starry sky changed color. In the giant star city, all the powerful disciples had solemn expressions on their faces. Even if they knew that the giant star city was extremely powerful, looking at the terrifying army of the belief universe, they didn't have 100% confidence. What if the belief universe took out an even bigger trump card?
However, just when all the powerful disciples of the 9 essences universe thought that a great war was about to break out, all the tier 7 gods in the belief universe suddenly roared loudly.
They actually gave the order to retreat. When all the powerful disciples of 9 essences heard this order, they were slightly stunned, their faces filled with astonishment.
What was going on? Was it intentional?
What's going on? Don't know?
Is it their scheme?
Some great beings of peak races couldn't help but shout in a low voice. What, sir? Why did you suddenly retreat? What's going on? Not only were all the great beings and disciples of the 9 origin universe in a daze, even the gods and believers who believed in the universe were also in a
daze. What was going on? The aura had already risen. Why was it suddenly going to retreat? A tier 6 god couldn't help but ask. Something has happened to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Retreat immediately. A tier 7 god replied and ordered loudly again.
Something has happened to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. All the gods and believers who believed in the universe trembled violently when they heard this. Something happened to the Dragon Palace's Dragon King? What did this mean? This meant that the experts who were chasing after the Dragon Palace's Dragon King had been killed by the Dragon Palace's Dragon King. In order to deal with the Dragon Palace's Dragon King, they had used the fragments of the heavenly Yuan creation treasure. This represented the strongest combat strength of the belief universe. However, something still happened. This also meant that the Dragon Palace's Dragon King's strength was probably not something that the belief universe could contend against. This meant that the Dragon Palace could slaughter the universe they believed in and their legions. How is this possible?
Some of the rank 6 gods couldn't help but growl.
The aura on their bodies began to rapidly decrease. At this moment, the rank 7 gods roared and immediately turned to leave. They knew even more how serious this matter was. The Dragon Palace's ancient god-feeding Kuan Lord was already comparable to the peak gods.
Moreover, he had 2 such levels of combat strength.
If they were to hunt them down, even if all the legions of the 21 palaces joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for them. One had to know that the Dragon Palace's Dragon King himself was extremely terrifying. Once they were intercepted by the Dragon Palace's Dragon King, they believed in the 21 legions of the universe. It would already be pretty good if 1,000,000 of them could survive.
Now, before the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace could react, they had to escape first, and they had to split up to escape.
Then, a scene that shocked all the disciples of the experts of the 9 origin universe appeared.
The 21 legions of the belief universe, more than 20 million gods and believers, quickly flew into the distance.
No, this wasn't flying away. It was more like escaping. Each of their faces were filled with anxiety. They have received the order from the experts above, or else they wouldn't have retreated. In front of the city wall, a master at level 7 couldn't help but say, "I think I heard a level 7 god say that something happened to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace." A wind god tiger at level 7 opened his mouth and said, this was what he vaguely heard. "Yes, something has happened to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has been in trouble, causing the entire army of their belief universe to retreat." What has happened? What has the Dragon King done to their belief universe?
On the side of the elf clan, a great elf at the 7th level also nodded. Not only did the experts of the Divine Tiger clan hear it, but other experts at the 7th level also heard it. As they spoke, their faces were filled with shock.
Something had happened to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In the end, the 21 extremely terrifying armies of the belief universe, as well as over 20 million gods and believers, fled. How terrifying was this?
What terrifying thing had the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace done?
The words of the few level 7 Sovereign Realm experts were not concealed at all, allowing all the experts and disciples behind to hear them clearly. They looked at the disappearing figures of the army of the belief universe and watched as they fled, and each of them gulped. After a few seconds of silence, there was an uproar.
Oh my God, what did the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace do to make the army of the belief universe flee? This is unbelievable. Something happened to the Dragon King of the Dragon
Palace and they fled. What did the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace do?
There are experts in the belief universe who trapped the Dragon King with the fragments of the heavenly Yuan creation. Could they have been killed by the Dragon King?
That's very possible. The Dragon King must have shown his terrifying strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run away. How strong are the Dragon King and the others?
The shocked discussions were heard. Everyone's faces were full of shock, and some of the experts' disciples showed a hint of respect and worship.
This terrifying battle that was about to erupt ended because of the Dragon King. The belief universe army that was even more powerful than their 9 origin universe had actually escaped. This was simply unbelievable. This caused them to feel reverence towards the Dragon King.
Was this the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace?
Using his own strength to fight against the entire belief universe was simply terrifying.
How is this possible? The Phoenix clan and the Angel clan were also stunned. Just because something happened to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the army of the belief universe immediately fled.
This scene made them feel extremely absurd.
A Dragon King actually scared the entire army of the belief universe away.
Then, how terrifying was the Dragon King and the others? Especially the Phoenix clan. All the strong disciples were stunned. They had just provoked the Dragon Palace, and now this had happened?
The more powerful the Dragon Palace became, the worse the news was for them.
They even hoped that a great battle could break out. They hoped that the Dragon Palace Dragon King would be killed by the belief universe's strong people. But now? The current Dragon Palace Dragon King seemed to be abnormally terrifying, and it wasn't something the Phoenix clan could contend against. At least here in the Starry Universe, they were completely unable to compete with the Dragon Palace. Hee. Prime Minister Gue saw this scene and heard the exclamations around him. His face revealed a look of excitement.
Over the past few days, all the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace had seen all the information on the communication stone plate.
However, Prime Minister Gue did not make any statement without Wang Xian's order. What he said just now was to let all the peak races know how much the Dragon Palace had sacrificed in the war between the 9 origin universe and the belief universe.
Now he saw the army of the belief universe escaping because of the Dragon King.
He was also full of smiles. Prime Minister Gue had a very clear understanding of Wang Xian's situation. He also knew that their Dragon King had already broken through. Their Dragon Queen, the ancient god-feed Kuan Master, had already made a breakthrough.
With the Dragon Queen's breakthrough, all the gods surrounding the Dragon King were killed. The news of the Dragon Queen's breakthrough also spread to the belief universe.
Therefore, the experts of the belief universe were somewhat afraid. This caused the army of the belief universe to immediately retreat.
Prime Minister Gue, do you know some information? What exactly happened?
Over at the Skeleton Clan,
A skeleton king couldn't help but ask when he heard Prime Minister Gui's laughter. Now, he was too curious. He was curious about what had happened to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. What kind of situation could cause the army of the belief universe to retreat? Hearing the skeleton clan's words, the other experts from the peak races all turned their eyes to Prime Minister Gui. I know the specific situation, but I think our Dragon King has escaped the blockade of the belief universe. Prime Minister Gui replied with a smile. All the powerful beings of the peak races twitched their lips when they heard his words. Was it that simple for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to escape the blockade of the powerful beings of the belief universe? To be able to make the army of the belief universe so frightened and escape directly after escaping the blockade? Who would believe that? However, there is one thing that our Dragon Palace wants to make clear today. A few days ago, more than a dozen disciples of our Dragon Palace were killed. Our Dragon King also knew about this news, but our Dragon Palace didn't make any noise. Prime Minister Gui suddenly changed the topic. His eyes swept across the peak races and the powerful disciples of all the races. Finally, it landed on the Phoenix clan. Firstly, according to the Phoenix clan, the disciples of the Dragon Palace were killed because they stole their treasures. Now, the Dragon Palace is prepared to pay a huge price to resurrect the dead disciples. After the resurrection, the Dragon Palace will find out the truth of the matter. If the disciples of the Dragon Palace were in the wrong, the Dragon Palace will admit their mistake. If it's not our Dragon Palace's fault, then as an old minister, I don't know how our Dragon King will deal with this matter, hehe. Prime Minister Gui smiled faintly at the end of his speech. As for how the Dragon King would deal with it, the entire Nine Origin universe knew the Dragon King's style of doing things. He had led the Dragon Palace all the way here. Who cares what high-level race you are, kill. Who cares if you have a peak race backing you, kill. Who cares if you are invincible in the invincible region, kill. Who cares if you are a peak race expert, kill. Over the past tens of millions of years, the disciples of the Nine Origin universe all understood the Dragon Palace's style of doing things. Over the past tens of millions of years, the Dragon Palace had never provoked any power and even suppressed the other high-level races. The situation of the Dragon Palace was that if someone didn't offend them, they wouldn't offend them. However, if someone offended the Dragon Palace, then with the style of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the person who offended them would definitely have to pay a terrible price. Prime Minister Gui didn't finish speaking, but everyone knew what the consequences were. When all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan heard Prime Minister Gui's words, their faces instantly turned extremely ugly. Their faces were all volatile, especially those experts of the Phoenix clan who knew the truth. Their faces were even more unsightly. This declaration of the Dragon Palace is so domineering. I wonder what the truth is this time. I don't know. In any case, the current strength of the Dragon Palace is absolutely not afraid of any of the peak races. If there really is a force deliberately provoking us, then we will have to pay a terrible price this time. I have become a hardcore fan of the Dragon King. I support whatever the Dragon King does. At the back, some powerful disciples of the high-level races couldn't help but whisper. They didn't dare to say it out loud because the Phoenix clan was also there. However, many powerful disciples focused their eyes on the Phoenix clan. Their gazes were a little strange. In short, take care of yourself. No one can bully our Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui added indifferently, cupped his hands toward the other peak races, and left. The experts of the other peak races looked at each other and glanced at the Phoenix clan. They could guess the truth from the expressions of some of the experts of the Phoenix clan. This time, it was most likely the Phoenix clan who deliberately provoked them first. We don't need to worry. Even if that Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is very strong, he at most has the strength of a peak ruler. Our Phoenix clan has already contacted a space beast race in the Starry Universe. With their help, we will be fine. A level 7 ruler of the Phoenix clan had an ugly expression as he transmitted his voice to the clansmen beside him. When the clansmen heard this, their expressions relaxed a little. That's right, we don't need to worry. As long as that expert from the space beast race comes, we won't be afraid of the Dragon King. A level 7 sovereign water phoenix nodded heavily. They firmly believed.
This was their only hope. After all, the Dragon King's power this time had completely scared them. Even the entire belief universe was afraid of the Dragon King. So what if they were a Phoenix clan? Wang Xian didn't know about the situation at the Starry Giant City. He didn't know either. Although he didn't come, he pretended to be awesome. He had become the great hero in the hearts of all the strong disciples in the Nine Origin universe. At this moment, he was standing on Xiao Lan's body, chasing after the starfield fragment crazily. It was the lock fragment of an ultimate treasure of Tianyuan grade. He wanted to obtain it. Even if the chance was slim, he wanted to do his best to fight for it. Buzz! 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 Xiao Lan and Lan Qingyue's powers were entangled on the starfield fragment. However, although Xiao Lan and Lan Qingyue's powers were strong, the power of the starfield fragment to break free was also very terrifying. Are you confident? Wang Xian looked at the galactic fragment in front of him that was struggling to break free and asked Lan Qingyue. I'm not confident. Lan Qingyue replied with a solemn expression. It's very likely that a Heaven's Fate level powerhouse has placed a restriction on it to prevent it from being lost. Wang Xian was indignant. Boom! 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 The fragment of the starfield was flying forward, struggling to break free from the intercepting energy. Lan Qingyue and Xiao Lan had no idea what to do with this fragment of the starfield. Moreover, the speed of the fragment of the starfield was getting faster and faster. It wouldn't be long before it would widen the distance between them. Wang Xian felt helpless when he saw the scene. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get his hands on this fragment of the starfield. Lan Qingyue, who was at the side, also shook her head helplessly. This might require an even stronger force to be able to stop it. Forget it. Wang Xian shook his head and said to Lan Qingyue, roar, roar, roar. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, an extremely terrifying energy shrouded over this area. This terrifying and vast energy caused the expressions of Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue to change drastically. This extremely vast energy gave people an unusually overbearing and invincible feeling. Although this energy wasn't directed at Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue at this moment, they felt as though they were in a terrifying ocean. They were like a small ship in the ocean. As long as a gust of wind and waves came over, they would be crushed. Not good, Xiao Xian. There's an extremely terrifying existence flying towards us. Lan Qingyue looked towards the depths of the boundless starry sky and said to Wang Xian with a face full of shock. Yes, let's go. We have to stay far away from here. Wang Xian replied immediately. Xiao Lan and the rest did not need to give orders. They immediately flew in the opposite direction. Crash. However, at this moment an explosion came from the front. In the next second, Wang Xian, Lan Qingyue, and the rest saw a figure appearing out of thin air in front of them. He appeared in front of the fragment of the starfield. His enormous body covered the entire starry sky. He had an oval-shaped body that was similar to Xiao Lan and the rest. The difference was that there were two enormous whiskers in front of him. There was also a glowing ball on the whiskers. The entire space beast had an invincible and vast aura of a king. When Wang Xian saw the space beast appear out of thin air, his pupils constricted slightly. Master, Dragon King. It's the chaotic space beast, the powerful Wonton. At this moment, Xiao Lan's voice was suddenly heard. Chaotic? Wang Xian and the rest were slightly surprised. Chaos, a chaotic space beast. A top-tier space beast that lived in the Nine Origin universe. At that time, the passageway between the Nine Origin universe and the Starry universe was opened by him and a few other top-tier space beasts. It was an absolute overlord-tier space beast in the Nine Origin universe. It was an absolute overlord-tier existence. Tens of millions of years had passed. By now, it should have eliminated the suppression of the Starry universe. In other words, his current strength was extremely terrifying. Under the astonished gazes of Wang Xian and the rest, the two glowing spheres above his head shone with a ray of light. The ray of light enveloped the fragment of the Starry universe. What is he doing? He wants to obtain the fragment of the Starry universe. When Wang Xian and the rest saw it, they were astonished. A galactic behemoth that was at the top of the Nine Origin universe and a galactic behemoth that was exceptionally powerful in the universe actually came here. Furthermore, he was attacking the galactic fragment.
His target is the galactic fragment. A treasure of this level is enough to attract a galactic behemoth of this level. Lan Qingwei mumbled.
Let's go. Let's leave this place. Wang Xian only took a glance and immediately gave an order to Xiaolan. An existence of this level was not someone they could afford to provoke.
Without the suppression of the starry universe, an existence at the pinnacle of dominance could easily kill them.
They were not on the same level at all. After all, Xiaolan and Lan Qingyue were merely at the 7th level of dominance. The gap between them was too huge.
Such existences were the best in the starry universe,
especially when they were more intelligent than the local space beasts.
Xiaolan did not hesitate and escaped immediately.
However, the moment Wang Xian and the rest escaped, the space beast suddenly looked over. He did not do anything. He looked at the fragment of the starfield with a glint in his eyes. The starfield fragment was completely restrained by his energy.
The powerful force of the starfield fragment couldn't escape at all.
It even flew towards Hun Dun.
A fragment at the heaven origin creation level. This is a good treasure, he mumbled. Without any movement, he suddenly turned towards the spot where Wang Xian and the rest had disappeared. It seems to be the dragonkins of the Dragon Palace. He has great potential, Hun Dun mumbled.
Although he was a space beast, he was different from the space beasts in the starry universe. His intelligence was the same as the living beings in the 9 origin universe.
Even when they were in the 9 origin universe, the top-tier space beasts used the universe's L.
He knew about the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The main reason was that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was too famous.
He even knew some of his deeds in the universe. A hint of contemplation appeared on his face before he disappeared in the next instant.
He shouldn't have chased after us. I wonder if he managed to get his hands on the galactic fragment.
Xiaolan flew forward quickly. Lan Qingwei glanced at the back and spoke.
We should be able to get it. Wang Xian guessed. They were already able to block the fragment of the starfield.
With the strength of an expert at the peak of the Dominator realm, it was sufficient to block the fragment of the starfield. Master, that lord is here.
At this moment, Xiaolan suddenly spoke. Lan Qingyue's gaze froze. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly as well. The other party doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. However, Wang Xian spoke very quickly. In front of them, the figure of Hun Dun slowly appeared. His aura was not that terrifying. He was floating in the void in front of them as he sized up Wang Xian and the rest. Greetings, Senior Hun Dun. May I know what your orders are? Upon seeing this, Wang Xian immediately bowed and cupped his hands. Greetings, Senior Hun Dun. Lan Qingyue and Xiaolan also greeted him. Hee. Hello, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Hun Dun smiled and replied to Wang Xian.
Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart.
If such an existence wanted to kill him, it would be too easy.
May I know what is the matter, Senior Hun Dun? If our Dragon Palace can do it, we will definitely not decline.
Wang Xian spoke again.
I heard that there is a treasure in the Dragon Palace. We would like to make a trade with you, Dragon King. Hun Dun's words caused Wang Xian to reveal a stunned expression.
Trade?
A peak-level ruler, a top-notch existence among the space beasts of the 9 origin universe, wanted to make a trade with the Dragon Palace?
I wonder what Senior Hun Dun wishes to make a trade with. Compared to our Dragon Palace, I believe that other peak-level races have more treasures to trade with you, right? Wang Xian said with some doubts in his heart.
The chaotic space beasts wanted to trade with Wang Xian. This was indeed something that he did not expect. Back in the 9 origin universe, the king of the top-tier space beasts were Chaos, Philion, Gongya, Yayu, Suhao, and a few others.
They could be said to be the kings of the space beasts.
He was able to represent the leader of the group of space beasts in the 9 origin universe.
He was surprised that they wanted to trade with him at such a level.
With their current strength, even if they wanted to trade with the other 12 peak races in the 9 origin universe, the other 12 peak races would definitely not reject it. They would even welcome it to the extreme.
The treasures of the other peak races were definitely much more than those of the Dragon Palace.
The items that I want to trade Danti exist among the other peak races. But
your Dragon Palace does.
Hun Dun opened his mouth and said, Oh?
I wonder what kind of item it is. Wuxia was stunned for a moment. A puzzled look appeared on his face. At the same time, he was on high alert. The treasures that the Dragon Palace had didn't exist among the other peak races. They only had items that were related to the ancestral tree. I'll be frank with you. Regarding the resurrection items, the other peak races do have such items. However, it's very difficult to trade them. Even if they do, I'm afraid they would have to pay a huge price. Most importantly, there aren't many of them. Your Dragon Palace has sold resurrection treasures before. I believe there should be quite a number of them. Han Dun looked at Wuxia and said with a twinkle in his eyes. This was the main reason why he came to look for Wuxia. Treasures that could resurrect were extremely precious to existences at their level. They had such treasures, but they had to give some to their subordinates. After all, such treasures were equivalent to a life. They had them. They wanted to prepare them for their children. When they were in the Nine-Origin universe, the space beasts lived in the mountains and seas, and there weren't many treasures like this. The other peak races also had them, and they even had places where they could be resurrected. However, among the peak races, resurrected treasures were also supreme treasures. Of the 10 rulers at the 7th level, it was already pretty good for one to have such a treasure. As for those of lower levels, they would be dead if they died. Unless he had some kind of opportunity. If Han Dun were to make a deal with other peak races, the other peak races might not agree. A resurrection treasure? Upon hearing his words, Wuxia's eyes flickered slightly. If one were to talk about resurrection treasures, the Dragon Palace simply had too many. Tens of millions of years had passed, and there were already hundreds of thousands of soul-returning wood embryo fruits. However, Wuxia could never say that the Dragon Palace had so many of such treasures. If he were to tell others about it, all the peak races would be tempted. Even during the last auction, Wuxia only auctioned off a few of them. Senior Han Dun, we do have such treasures. However, they are extremely precious in our Dragon Palace. Wuxia said. Furthermore, we don't have many of them. Can we trade? Han Dun looked at Wuxia and asked. Wuxia heard what he said and pondered for a moment. Of course, he was doing this on purpose. If he said that he could trade easily, he might not be able to get any treasures. Therefore, he had to consider maximizing the benefits. Our Dragon Palace is currently lacking resources. Altnon, we are strong in the Star Universe, we are very weak in the Nine-Origin universe. Our Dragon Palace can do a favor to Senior Han Dun. If we have suitable treasures, we can trade. However, we have a limited number of them. Wuxia spoke. Then, what treasures do your Dragon Palace want? I can give you whatever treasures you want based on the treasures you want. The Han Dun space beast looked at him and spoke. What do they want? A glint flashed across Wuxia's eyes. He had a thought. Senior Han Dun, I wonder if you have obtained the fragment of the starfield. Can you erase the energy on it? A fragment of the Heaven's Origin creation level? The Han Dun astral beast looked at Wuxia. I'm sure you know about treasures of this level, Dragon King. To those of our level, this is an exceptionally powerful and precious treasure. I know. Therefore, 1,000 soul-returning embryo fruits, which is the one that can be revived in our Dragon Palace. Senior Han Dun, you should know about it. Can we trade it? Wuxia asked. His heart was filled with anticipation. 1,000 soul-returning embryo fruits was a drizzle for the Dragon Palace. 1,000 fruits? However, when the giant beast of the chaotic space heard this number, his voice was raised and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Following that, a look of contemplation appeared on his face. Yes, 1,000 fruits. I know how precious the starfield fragment is, so I'm willing to trade 1,000 fruits. Wuxia nodded his head. Hee. It seems that the Dragon Palace has quite a number of such resurrection treasures. The chaotic space beast smiled. He said, however, 1,000 pieces of fruit that can be resurrected are indeed very valuable. However, compared to the starfield fragment, they are still a little lacking. I can give you a Beast King token. With this token, any space beasts of our faction are prohibited from attacking the strong disciples of your Dragon Palace. In addition, 1,000 corpses of level 6 star beasts, a treasure that is second only to you peak races. This treasure land is thunder type and its integrity is 80%. In addition, I can provide you with a shelter.
If you encounter danger in the starry universe or in other places, you can come to us. Of course, there is a prerequisite to this. We cannot provoke the heaven-origin cosmic behemoth.
How about I offer you such a condition, including the galactic fragment, to trade for 3,000 soul-returning fruits? The cosmic behemoth stated a condition. Wuxia was slightly excited when he heard this condition. Regardless of anything else, he would agree to trade for the galactic fragment with only 3,000 soul-returning fruits.
Not to mention the other benefits. 1,000 corpses of space beasts were of great use. The Beast King token was also of great use. As for the protection promised by the space beast, it might also be of use. In short, this condition could be traded. Senior Chaos. I'll discuss a plan with my subordinates. Wuxia hesitated for a moment before taking out his communication disc and putting on an act. The chaotic space beast nodded and waited quietly. We can trade. However, our Dragon Palace currently only has over 2,730 soul-returning fruits. As for the other 200 fruits, we need to complete the rest of the payment within 100 million years. Our Dragon Palace doesn't have so many at the moment.
However, Senior Chaos, please help me remove the energy restriction on the star field fragment that contains the belief of the universe masters. A few minutes later, Wuxia spoke to the Hundun space beast.
You want to pay me within 100 million years for over 200 pieces? Of course, that's not a problem. Good, good. The Hundun space beast smiled and nodded in satisfaction. The restriction on the starfield fragment is also not a problem. The eyes of the chaos space behemoth sparkled. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the transaction this time. 3,000 revival fruits that could resurrect. This was definitely a rare treasure for their space behemoth race. Moreover, such a number was something that the chaos space behemoth had never thought of before coming. Although he had to pay the price of the fragment of the Tianyuan Destiny Galaxy. However, he had just obtained this fragment of the galaxy.
In other words, he had only paid a small price to obtain so many resurrection fruits. It was totally worth it.
He had even made a huge profit.
Even the other peak races could not produce so many resurrection fruits. When Wuxia saw that the chaotic space beast agreed, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. 3,000 revival fruits in exchange for so many treasures and starfield fragments. This was a huge profit for Wuxia and the Dragon Palace. There were hundreds of thousands of such fruits in the Dragon Palace. The reason why he said that the other 200 fruits would be given to the chaotic space beast within 100 million years was to give it an illusion. That was, although the Dragon Palace had trees that could give birth to such revival fruits, it would take 100 million years to give birth to 200 fruits. This also made it seem more precious. It was to prevent the chaotic space beasts from thinking that the Dragon Palace had a large number of such fruits. Senior Hundun, I need to get the experts from the Dragon Palace to bring the soul-returning embryo fruits over. It will take about 4 to 5 years. I hope Senior Hundun can wait for a while.
Wuxia continued to speak to Hundun. 4 to 5 years is very short. Then, I will help you remove the power of faith contained in the starfield fragment now. Hundun said. Thank you, Senior Wonton. Wuxia said immediately. This is our deal. Speaking of which, Dragon King, I have high hopes for you. In the future, even if you can't reach the level of the heaven's origin creation, you will be able to approach the invincible level below the heaven's origin creation.
The Hundun space beast smiled and said, all right, I will first get rid of the power of faith in this starfield fragment. There is the power of the heaven's fate level in it.
If this wasn't in the starry universe, with the suppression of the universe, it would be difficult for me to take away the power of faith in it. It's Senior Hundun. We won't disturb you.
Wuxia nodded his head and looked at Lan Qingwei beside him.
Following that, he sent a message to Enlai and Lan Qingwei flew into the distance.
He wanted to let Lan Qingwei and Enlai make contact in the distance. All right, the energy inside is clear now. The power of this star field fragment is indeed powerful. It's an ultimate treasure of the Tianyuan universe and belongs to the universe. This kind of ultimate treasure can be used by any powerhouse of energy.
In other words, the ultimate treasure of the Tianyuan universe can be used by any powerhouse of the universe. The space beasts in our universe can also use it. Moreover, this fragment of the starfield is extremely useful to me.
For years later, the Chaos Space Beast cleared the energy in the fragment of the starfield and said to Wang Xian, "If we can find the other fragments, we might be able to restore them. Here, you can refine them first." Thank you, Senior Chaos. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw him handing over the starfield fragment to him. Immediately, he cupped his hands and thanked him. He took it and sensed it. Immediately, he realized that there was no energy in it. He could completely nurture it. Once he successfully nurtured it, he could control and use it. In other words, it would belong to him in the future. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He could feel a huge amount of energy from it. Once he refined it, he would be able to unleash a terrifying strength. When the time came, he would be able to infuse the energy from the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc into it. It would be sufficient to kill an existence at the peak of the pantheon of gods. One had to know that the 8 pantheon of gods back then were only at level 7. They could match up to the peak pantheon gods by relying on this starfield fragment. Now that Wang Xian was controlling it and injecting the energy from the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc, it was able to kill the peak pantheon gods. As for how many peak races they could kill, it was hard to say. However, according to Wang Xian, there were at least 2 of them. After all, this was just a fragment of the heaven's origin creation. There was a limit to it. At this moment, he took out his communication stone plate and sent a message to Lan Qingyue. "Senior, the soul-returning embryo fruit has been brought over. It will be delivered soon." Wang Xian spoke to the chaotic space beast. "Hehe, all right, there's no rush." The chaotic space beast replied and waved his hand again. He took out a storage space item and said, "There's a Beast King token and a letter from me. There are also 1,000 corpses of space beasts at the level 6 realm. As for the treasure land, which is only second to your peak race, PLL bring you there later. It's at the edge of this boundless sea of stars." "Thank you, Senior Handan." Wang Xian received it and inspected it. A smile appeared on his face. "There's no need. After the calamity, even if we can't become friends, there's no need for us to become enemies." The Handan space beast spoke. "By the way, Senior, I have a question. Why did you allow the experts from the 9 origin universe and the belief universe to enter the starry universe?" Wang Xian couldn't help but ask. Naturally, he didn't want outsiders to invade his own territory. However, the activity of the disciples of the experts from the 9 origin universe and the belief universe made him a little puzzled. The 9 origin universe was fine, but what about the belief universe? There is a reason for the agreement between us in the 9 origin universe. As for the belief universe, we didn't bother about it. As for the other top-tier space beasts in the starry universe, we didn't put them in our eyes at all. This is because the suppression of the starry universe doesn't pose a threat to top-tier space beasts like them. Most importantly, due to the uniqueness of the starry universe, other than hunting skills, there are no other civilizations that belong to the space beasts in the starry universe. Secondly, the strength of the starry universe can be ranked in the top 3 among all the other universes. Even when the apocalypse is approaching, there are usually no experts from other universes who would dare to come to the infinite starry universe. Even if it's the Tianyuan Destiny level or the infinite starry universe, there are a lot of Tianyuan Destiny level space beasts. As Hun Dun spoke, a hint of shock appeared on Wang Xian's face. Is the strength of the starry universe so strong? He was a little surprised. Yes. Otherwise, why would we appear in the 9 origin universe? If we appear there, why haven't we been killed? Hun Dun smiled and replied. Wang Xian nodded slightly. Although the starry universe didn't have a civilization, their strength was extremely terrifying. Terrifying to the time of the apocalypse, the infinite starry sky is also a pure land. No other universe masters dare to step into here. The power of the starry universe had somewhat exceeded Wang Xian's expectations. According to what the chaotic space behemoth had said, there were quite a number of heaven origin creation level space behemoths in the infinite starry sky. This made Wang Xian slightly amazed. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lan Qingyue flew over. Ao Crab also came over at the same time. In this transaction, apart from some other treasures, there was also a powerful treasure land. This treasure land was second only to the treasure land of the peak races. Naturally, an expert from the Dragon Palace would be there to keep an eye on it.
With Ao Crab's current strength, he was considered the strongest in the Dragon Palace other than the charming dragon seed.
Let Ao Crab keep an eye on it.
Xiao Xian. The soul-returning embryo fruit has been brought over, Lan Qingyue said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded and gestured to her. Senior Hun Dun here. Lan Qingyue waved her arm and threw all the soul-returning embryo fruits to the Hun Dun space beast. The two tentacles on Hun Dun's head moved and beckoned him over. After sizing him up, a smile appeared on his face. All right, give me the remaining 200 or so fruits in 100 million years. Happy business,
the chaotic space beast said in satisfaction.
Happy business. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Let's go. PLL bring you to that treasure land. PVE taken over that treasure land. There are no more space beasts there. I'll leave my aura there. The other space beasts won't dare to come over, the chaotic space beast said.
Wang Xian and the rest felt an energy enveloping them. In the next moment, the scene around them changed. The terrifying speed made it impossible for Wang Xian and the rest to see their surroundings clearly.
When the space beasts of chaos stopped, they came to a strange object floating in the middle of the ocean.
This object was floating in the middle of the ocean. Its area was comparable to a small star. It looked like a strange tree.
Lightning was flashing on it.
This is the place. You can enter and feel it. The lightning here contains a huge amount of vitality,
the wanton astral beast said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head. As he got closer, he immediately sensed a vast amount of lightning energy. This lightning energy was very gentle, and Wang Xian could even absorb it.
After absorbing it, Wang Xian could sense that there was healing energy contained within the lightning.
If Wang Xian was injured, he would be able to recover quickly here.
The location at the center is very effective for the lightning dragons of your dragon palace.
The voice of the chaotic space beast rang out. Wang Xian sensed it for a moment and nodded. Thank you, Senior Hun Dun. Our dragon palace is very satisfied with this transaction. Hehe. PM very satisfied too. This place is very safe. Oh right, unless you have my letter, do not step into the interior of the infinite starry sky. There are many territories of the heaven origin cosmic beasts. Once you are targeted, you will be completely killed.
Some resurrection treasures are useless to the heaven origin cosmic beasts.
It's best to be careful. I'm really looking forward to you creating a new world, Dragon King, Hun Dun said.
Thank you, Senior. Wang Xian cupped his hands and replied respectfully.
The sphere on the antennae of the chaotic space beast flashed and disappeared in an instant. This Senior Hun Dun is pretty good. He is very trustworthy. Lan Qingyue saw him leave and whispered to Wang Xian. Yes. It's good to be able to sense that Senior Hun Dun has no ill intentions. Wang Xian nodded and smiled at Lan Qingyue. The deal this time is not bad.
Lan Qingyue nodded with a smile as well. Xiao Xian, there are some things that have happened at the Starry City. Prime Minister Gue asked me to tell you about it. The army of the Belief Universe wanted to attack the Starry City. However, they might have fled after hearing that we had killed the gods and gave up on attacking the Starry City.
In addition, the Belief Universe should already know about our strength. It will take at least 1,000 years for the 21 legions to escape from the Starry City to the passage of their Belief Universe. Other than that, there is also the matter with the Phoenix clan. More than a dozen of the disciples of the Dragon Palace who were killed have been resurrected. It won't be long before they are completely resurrected. When that time comes, the truth will come out. However, Prime Minister Gue has guessed that there's a 90% chance that the Phoenix clan is deliberately looking for trouble.
Lan Qingyue spoke again and spoke to Wang Xian one by one. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. The matter of the Phoenix clan killing our Dragon Palace's disciples can be dealt with later. They won't be able to escape anyway. Let's deal with the army of the Universe of Faith first. Their 21-strong army is an extremely huge resource for our Dragon Palace.
As Wang Xian spoke, his eyes sparkled.
The corpses of the experts of the Belief Universe would have all the power of belief retracted into the heart of belief after their death. In other words, although the corpses of the experts of the Belief Universe could not increase the power of the disciples of the experts of the Dragon Palace. However, the power of belief had an extremely powerful effect when it came to breaking through.
There were 21 belief universes with more than 20 million gods and believers. If Wang Xian could kill some of them, the Dragon Palace would continue to improve at a terrifying speed in the future.
The army of the belief universes should be preparing to escape to the passage.
Wang Xian could not let them go back so easily. He had been trapped for more than 30 million years. This was the time to make them pay the price. At the very least, he had to destroy a few legions. It would be even better if he could destroy all of them. However, it's not impossible.
Wang Xian mumbled. With a move of his arm, the galactic fragment appeared in his palm.
Let's go. Let's enter this land of treasures first. Then, we will get Enlai to summon the Thunder Dragon from the Dragon Palace. As he spoke to Lan Qingyue, he flew straight into this land of treasures.
When he arrived at the center of the land of treasures, Wang Xian sat there with his legs crossed.
As long as I can refine this galactic fragment, I will have the ability to kill all the gods at their peak. At that time, I will kill them regardless of their belief in the universe or the Phoenix race. Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue with a smile. Xiao Xian, how long will it take to refine it?
Lan Qingyue asked Wang Xian.
It might take tens of thousands of years. I will first nurture the army of the universe of faith. Even if there are flying treasures, it will take at least 500 to 600 years to return to the path of the universe of faith. I will first nurture them. After 200 years, I will go and look for the army of the universe of faith. Wang Xian decided. He would first nurture the army of the belief universe. It would be enough to have the strength of a peak-level pantheon. When the time came, he would search for the army of the belief universe.
It was time to reap the harvest. Wang Xian had been dormant for more than 30 million years. He did not leave this place by committing suicide. He was waiting for the day when he would take revenge and counterattack. However, this day came with great ferocity. Not only did Xiao Lan Qingyue's strength improve, but she also obtained an extremely powerful starfield fragment. This was an ultimate treasure of the Tian Yuan destiny level.
In the belief universe, the experts from the 8 palaces had fought for these 8 fragments back then.
As for Wang Xian, he obtained them relatively easily.
The matter of the Phoenix clan would be dealt with later. The army of the belief universe would be dealt with first.
Wang Xian occupied the center of this land of thunder and lightning. The 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc flew out and circled around him. He began to nurture this starfield fragment.
Only by nurturing them could they be controlled and used. With the help of the Tai Chi dragon disc and the 5 elements millstone, the speed of nurturing them would increase by a lot. Time passed day by day. In this land of lightning dragons were transported over one by one.
This land of lightning was indeed a rare existence.
The energy contained in it was only slightly inferior to the fiery heart land of lightning. The disciples of the Thunder Dragon and the Thunder Elemental Dragon Palace could increase their cultivation speed by a lot. With the help of the Heart of Faith, the experts of the Dragon Palace could improve very fast.
Time passed day by day.
Roar! 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 100 years later, roars suddenly came from the front of the Star City. After the army of the belief universe retreated, the entire 9 origin universe had entered an era of peace. However, all the powerful disciples knew that the peace in the 9 origin universe wouldn't last for long. Because the Dragon Palace would probably take revenge on the Phoenix clan. Many powerful disciples from the peak and high-level races were also waiting. But after more than 100 years, the Dragon Palace didn't take any action.
However, this time, the disciples of the 9 origin universe weren't so anxious that the Dragon Palace wouldn't take revenge. Because the Dragon King was in the belief universe, it would take hundreds of years for him to fly over.
Without war, the entire space city fell into peace. On this day, a sudden roar shocked all the disciples in the space city. They're here. They're finally here.
At this moment, in a building with the symbol of the Phoenix clan located in the Starry City,
more than a dozen level 7 sovereign realm phoenixes heard the roar and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The Qingying Space Behemoth clan is here. Our Phoenix clan has renegotiated the terms with them. They've sent 4 level 7 sovereign realm existences. With them here, even if the Dragon King is very powerful, what can he do to us? Let's go and welcome them. the experts of the Phoenix tribe moved and flew toward the front of the giant Star City. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At the same time, they responded with a chirp.
Is that the cosmic behemoth tribe that the Phoenix tribe contacted?
Is here. The aura is so terrifying. It must be a level 7 ruler. The Phoenix race should have reached an agreement with this space beast race. Now, it won't be so easy for the Dragon King and the others to kill the experts of the Phoenix race.
What a terrifying aura. The Phoenix race has really contacted them. Moreover, there are a few powerful existences that are comparable to the peak ruler realm. They are invincible in our 9-origin universe and the belief universe.
The Dragon King and the others are at most comparable to a level 7 ruler space beast. It seems that the crisis of the Phoenix clan is about to be resolved. I wonder what price they have paid. In the giant Star City, the experts of the peak races had already looked in that direction when they heard the roar. When they saw the Phoenix clan welcoming them, they all muttered to themselves.
What's over there? What happened?
Why is there a space beast flying over here, and the Phoenix race is welcoming it? What level is this space beast? So terrifying. Its power is even more terrifying than the 21 legions that believed in the universe back then. Within the space city, the other elite disciples of the high-level races also revealed shocked expressions when they saw this scene. The experts of the high-level races were no longer weak. They now had a better understanding of the experts at the ruler realm. The power of the 4 space beasts flying over was even more terrifying than the power of the 21 legions, the 20 million gods, and the believers of the universe.
They weren't even on the same level. This shocked them.
Then, all the disciples saw the experts of the Phoenix race talking to the 4 space beasts and then taking them away.
What's going on?
Are the 4 space beasts working with the Phoenix race? Hiss, no way. How could such a terrifying space beast know the Phoenix race? Doesn't that mean the Phoenix race also has terrifying power?
These 4 space beasts are definitely at the 7th level of the ruler realm. They are comparable to our peak ruler realm experts. If the Phoenix clan has such experts, then the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to do anything to them.
Not only do they have any methods, even the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace might not be a match for the Phoenix clan. As expected of a peak race, they actually have such a terrifying trump card.
All the powerful disciples in the Starry City discussed. Everyone thought that the Phoenix race would suffer the crazy revenge of the Dragon Palace.
They would probably have to pay a terrible price. However, they didn't expect the Phoenix race to call for extremely terrifying space beasts. With such power, even if the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others had reached the peak of the ruler realm, the Phoenix race could still contend against them. This made all the strong disciples sigh at the powerful trump cards and strength of the peak race once again.
This would also cause the future war between the Phoenix clan and the Dragon Palace to undergo a huge change once again.
This news spread rapidly within the communication stone plate.
100 years passed by quickly once again.
There was still no movement from the Dragon Palace.
At the same time, at the location of the Thunderbolt treasure, Wuxia looked at the energy within the starfield fragment and smiled.
After 200 years of nurturing, with the help of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc, the speed of nurturing was much faster than he had expected. Furthermore, the power that he could control the starfield fragment was much stronger than he had expected. Their strength is comparable to Xiao Lan and Lan Qingyue. Wuxia felt the power that he could control, and a smile appeared on his face.
The limit of this star field fragment should be to borrow the power of the star field fragment and be able to kill 3 to 4 existences at the peak of the ruler realm.
He mumbled. After connecting with the heaven's origin creation, he knew that when the heaven's origin creation was in perfect condition, it was called a star field.
It could release the terrifying power of the entire galaxy.
As for how it was destroyed, Wuxia had no idea. However, the 8 fragments in his possession were equivalent to 1/5 of the entire heaven's origin creation fragment. In other words, there were 32 fragments of the galaxy outside. As for where the remaining fragments were, Wuxia had no idea. In short, it was definitely not in the belief universe. In the entire belief universe, there were powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm who had searched through everything.
The rest of the fragments were in other universes. After controlling a portion of the power, Wang Xian's current strength had become even stronger. Even if he didn't rely on Lan Qingyue and Xiaolan, he could still fight against the two peak gods. Qingyue. Wang Xian held the starfield fragment in his hand. He looked at Lan Qingyue, who was not far away, and shouted, Xiao Xian, are we going to make a move? Lan Qingyue immediately asked with a smile. Yes. It's time to meet the army that believes in the universe. Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. All right, let's go. With our strength, as long as we lock onto them, we can easily destroy them. Lan Qingyue said with a smile. Let's go. Let's use the power of the galactic fragment to fly. This way, our speed will be faster. Wang Xian moved his palm and a wave of energy surged into the galactic fragment. Meteor! He shouted in a low voice, and a meteor instantly appeared beneath them. Lan Qingyue, Xiaolan, and the rest immediately landed on the meteor. Buzz! The entire meteor trembled. Following that, it streaked across a ray of light and sped off into the distance. This was the terrifying speed of a real meteor, as expected of a heaven's origin creation level fragment. It's really powerful. Lan Qingyue felt the speed and exclaimed in slight astonishment. It's indeed very powerful. Back then, the 8 level 7 Pantheon could rival the strength of Peak Pantheon with the help of this starfield fragment. In my hands, they could erupt with even stronger strength. Wang Xian said with a smile. By the way, little Xian, Prime Minister Gui has reported to you about what happened in the past 200 years, right? Lan Qingyue looked at him and asked with a smile. I've already said it. Wang Xian nodded. The dozen or so disciples of our Dragon Palace have already been resurrected. It's indeed the Phoenix clan who is looking for trouble. Now, the Phoenix clan has found an ally of the space beasts. Moreover, they are 4 space beasts who are at the level 7 realm. They should be the group of space beasts from the 9 origin universe back then. Lan Qingyue added, I don't know if they can be considered as the subordinates of the chaotic space beasts. If they are, we have the Beast King token, so they can't attack us. We are not afraid of the 4 space beasts at the level 7 of the ruler realm, even if they are not the subordinates of the chaotic space beasts. As long as they dare to help the Phoenix clan, we will kill them immediately. Wang Xian said. Now, the Dragon Palace had the strength and confidence to do so. Lan Qingyue nodded with a smile. The meteor was flying forward at a rapid speed. This was still the edge of the infinite starry sky. Wang Xian and the rest were relatively safe at the edge of the infinite starry sky. After flying at a rapid speed for a few months, they flew out of the ocean. The speed of a meteor was comparable to the speed of a peak stage Pantheon expert. This speed was much faster than the speed of the 21 armies of the belief universe. Over 200 years, they can at most fly half of the way. We can just wait at the halfway point. The place where the Starry City was located was closer to the passageway of the 9 origin universe. As for the passageway of the universe of belief, it was the opposite of the passageway of the 9 origin universe. In other words, the army of the universe of belief had invaded the 9 origin universe and flew across the entire universe. With their speed, they could only travel half the distance in 200 years. All Wang Xian needed to do was to wait here. Let's split up when the time comes. Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian and said, Okay. Wang Xian nodded. Not only that, I will also get Enlai to bring Lin Wenluo over. I will get him to bring a large number of flying machines over and set up a spy in the void. Once they are discovered, we will immediately hunt them down. Lin Wenluo was a scientist in the world of science and technology. He could be considered to have joined the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace would provide him with a large number of powerful metals. He would be helping the Dragon Palace to forge powerful weapons. He did not know how far Lin Wenluo had reached. However, it was still very simple to set up a spy in the starry sky. Flying robots, surveillance, and the like were the specialties of the world of technology. Okay. Lan Qingyue nodded her head. Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate and sent a message to Enlai and Lin Wenluo. Lin Wenluo replied very quickly. A few minutes later, Lin Wenluo appeared in front of Wang Xian. Greetings, Dragon King. Lin Wenluo looked at Wang Xian with respect and awe. Compared to the past,
The respect and awe he had now was even stronger. Now, in the Nine Origin universe, who wouldn't admire the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? He had single-handedly made the entire belief universe bow its head. Such strength shocked everyone. At this moment, Lin Wenluo couldn't help but feel extremely happy that he had chosen to join the camp of the Dragon Palace. Stand up. Wang Xian looked at him and nodded with a smile. How's the research from a few years ago? Thanks to you, Dragon King, the improved weapons of the Dragon Palace, the Fire Hammer clan of the Dragon Palace, Wuxia, and the others. The results of the research over the past tens of millions of years are not bad. Now, they are able to produce weapons that can threaten existences at the third level of the Overlord realm. Lin Wenluo replied with a smile on his face. Not bad. The reason I called you here is to ask you to seal off a space domain. This space domain might be very large. You can just send a large number of reconnaissance robots to investigate it. Wang Xian nodded and said to him, Oh, Dragon King, is it an army that is looking for the universe of faith? Lin Wenluo guessed.
Yes, an army from the universe of faith. They should be on their way back now. I want to intercept them.
Wang Xian nodded. I'm afraid the range of this blockade will be very large.
You can do as much as you can.
All right, Dragon King. This area is too wide. I can only seal about 1/10 of it at most. This is under the condition that the center is not sealed.
Lin Wenluo spoke.
Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. Using technology to explore was extremely effective.
Currently, in the Nine Essences universe, there was nothing that was easier to explore and monitor than technology.
When the Nine Essences universe was first opened, it was also using technology to explore the situation inside. Lin Wenluo began to set up nanoscouting devices in the surrounding void.
Each of the nanometers was extremely small, but it could cover a large area. From one location to another.
The entire starry universe was so vast that even after using a large number of nanometers, it could only cover 1/10 of the area.
This area was already very large.
However, there were still many empty spots. This was also something that Wang Xian had no other choice. If he wanted to seal one side of the starry universe to the other side, it wouldn't show. Unless Lin Wenluo's research results were comparable to the strength of other peak races, he wouldn't be able to cover the entire area. However, Wang Xian was already satisfied with covering 1/10 of the area. In fact, the best way was to seal the area in front of the passageway of the belief universe. That way, he would be able to wait for the opportunity to strike. However, he had some misgivings.
What if the belief universe sent a Heaven's Origin creation directly in and killed Wang Xian before leaving immediately? The Heaven's Origin creation space behemoth in the starry universe would not be able to react in time.
If they waited here for a while, they would be able to encounter the gods who believed in the universe. That would be a huge harvest. Wang Xian helped Lin Wenluo to set up the place. It took them several decades to complete the setup.
Following that, they came to the center and waited quietly. This was a stupid method. They could only rely on luck.
There was no other way.
On a planet in the starry sky, Lin Wenluo sat in front of the machine and checked the situation of the scanners. Wang Xian, Lan Qingwei, and the rest were waiting by the side.
And Lai was also called over by Wang Xian. Once they encountered the gods who believed in the universe, Wang Xian would get in Lai to bring them over and kill them quickly. Time passed day by day. Wang Xian and the rest were not in a hurry. They waited quietly. According to his speculation, the other party should pass by here within 50 years.
As for when exactly he would pass by during these 50 years, it was unknown.
Year after year, they waited. At the same time, in a distant starry sky ahead, an army of the belief universe and a palace was flying at high speed. More than 1 million gods and believers all had ugly expressions. This incident had exceeded the expectations of all the gods and believers in the belief universe. No one had expected that the 8 gods who had borrowed the Starfield fragment, as well as the 2 palaces and more than 200 rank 7 gods, would all be killed by the Dragon Palace's Dragon King.
The Dragon Palace's ancient god-feeding Kuan master already had the strength comparable to their peak gods. The strength of peak gods, 2 existences at this level, was enough to destroy the army of their 21 palaces.
Even if they escaped slowly, they would all be massacred. Currently, the only power in the belief universe that was comparable to peak gods was the starfield fragment. Therefore, after receiving this news, the 24 temples of the belief universe immediately issued the order to retreat. They issued the order to withdraw from the belief universe. Because the Dragon Palace Dragon King and the others were no longer something that the belief universe could contend against. They had to think of a new way. In order to prevent the Dragon Palace from taking revenge, they had to return immediately. The 21 armies OT the palace quickly returned. They did not return together, but spread out. Once they returned together, their goal would be huge. If they met the Dragon Palace Dragon King, their faith in the universe would be in trouble. Thus, the 21 legions split up. Some even split up the entire legion into more than a dozen and left, flying towards the Faith Universe passage. I really did not expect that a small Dragon Palace Dragon King would actually force our Faith Universe to such an extent. In the center of this legion, more than 100 level 7 gods stood in front of the space beast. Behind them, all the gods and believers of the belief universe were all on the level 6 space beast in order to return faster. The other peak races in the entire 9 origin universe are no match for us. But a monster like the Dragon Palace has appeared. According to the history of the Dragon Palace, their rise is indeed quite monstrous. This damn Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I heard from my grandfather that the star field fragments of the 8 palaces have been lost. It has already attracted the attention of the supreme god, the King of Pantheon. Once the King of Pantheon is angered, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace will definitely die. The group of Tier 7 gods chatted, their faces filled with anger. If it wasn't for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, they believed that the universe wouldn't be so miserable and so cautious. After we return this time, when we return, it will be time for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to pay the price. The group of level 7 gods spoke. They swept their gaze across the surroundings. The space behemoth, which was at the level 6 realm, continued to fly forward. Dragon King, there's news. More than 10 years had passed. Lin Wenluo had been keeping an eye on all the surveillance information. One day, he saw the information transmitted from a scouting device. His eyes lit up and he immediately spoke up. When Wuxia heard the news, his eyes lit up. Where's it located? Let me take a look. The information is transmitted from this scouting device. Dragon King, take a look. An image immediately appeared in front of Lin Wenluo. In the image, a terrifying cosmic beast that was at the level 6 of the ruler flashed past. On top of this cosmic beast that was at the level 6 of the ruler, there were many figures that believed in the gods of the universe and their disciples. When Wuxia saw this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Send the location to Enlai. Wuxia said immediately. Lin Wenluo nodded and immediately sent the information to Enlai's mind. Enlai's figure moved and disappeared in an instant. Dragon King. After more than 10 seconds, Enlai's figure returned to Wuxia and nodded at him. I found them. It should be the power of an army who believes in the universe. The army of the 21 palaces has spread out. All right, let's destroy this one first. Wuxia's eyes lit up as he spoke. Although they couldn't destroy all of them in one go if they split up, it would still be a huge gain even if they destroyed an entire legion of the palace. There were millions of legions, and each legion had 70,000 to 80,000 gods. The rest of the believers were also top-notch existences below the gods. Buzz. 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 Enlai and Wuxia vanished instantly. In the next second, they appeared in the void. That army of believers is flying in that direction. After teleporting to the demonic altar left behind by Enlai, he pointed in a direction. All right. Wuxia looked at the direction that Enlai was pointing at and narrowed his eyes slightly. With a move of his palm, the fragment of the starfield appeared in his hand. A planet appeared under his feet. He chased after it at a terrifying speed. This time, Lan Qingyue did not follow him. He could easily kill a person who believed in the power of the universe army. His flying speed was very fast, comparable to the speed of a level 7 space beast. As for a level 6 space beast, its speed was much slower. They only flew for about 10 seconds. With Wuxia's speed, he would be able to catch up to it in less than 10,
with the help of the terrifying power of the galactic fragment. Soon, the figure of a space beast appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. On the body of that galactic beast was a million-strong army of the palace. When Wang Xian saw them, he couldn't help but smile. It was time for revenge. Galactic fragment, unsolvable domain. Wang Xian flew over instantly. The powerful speed brought about by the galactic fragment caused the army of belief in the universe to be unable to react in time. He flew over and immediately unleashed the energy of the galactic fragment. Unsolvable domain. In an instant, the entire void underwent a terrifying transformation. The starry sky just now seemed to have disappeared, causing them to enter another starry sky. And in this starry sky, there was a mystical energy. There were also stars and meteorites in the surroundings. It didn't seem special. This was the power of Wang Xian's manipulation of the galactic fragment. Although he had nurtured it a little, his control over the fragment of the starfield had already surpassed the 8 gods. The 8 gods had borrowed a lot less power than him, and their attacking methods were also much less. At the very least, the 8 gods wouldn't be able to use the unsolvable domain. What's going on? What's going on? At the front, all the gods and believers of the Radiant Sun Palace who were standing on the space behemoth saw this scene. Their pupils constricted slightly and their faces revealed a look of astonishment. They immediately sized up their surroundings and were filled with vigilance. They did not immediately suspect that they had been attacked by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. It was also possible for them to be attacked by the space behemoth in the starry universe. They sized up their surroundings. Explode. Wang Xian looked at them being pulled into the unsolvable zone and smiled. He smiled and let out a low roar. Boom. 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 All of a sudden, the meteorite beneath the level 6 space beast exploded. The terrifying aftershock of the explosion went straight for the space beast. Roar. 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 The destructive power caused the space beast to roar in fear and despair. Below it, a large number of wounds instantly appeared. The wounds tore through its body, causing its life force to quickly disappear. Not good. There's an ambush. This is such a terrifying attack. All the gods and believers of the universe felt the attack coming from below, and their expressions changed drastically. They saw the life force of the space beast that was at the level 6 ruler realm quickly disappear, and they hurriedly flew up into the sky. Unsolvable domain. Unless your strength is stronger than mine, a single word from me can decide the life and death of all the living beings in this domain. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at the over 100 level 7 pantheon. Without any hesitation, he clenched his palm into the air. Buzz. A wave of energy enveloped the over 100 level 7 pantheon. The terrifying energy pressed down on them. Not good. What kind of power is this? Where are the enemies? What kind of existence is attacking us? Damn it. Is it that Dragon King? The group of Type 7 gods felt the terrifying energy, and their faces were filled with shock. Their bodies burst out with a vast power of faith, and the images of their believers appeared. However, under this power, they couldn't resist at all. The unsolvable domain was, after all, a full-force attack from a peak race, so they naturally couldn't resist it. Awe! Screams sounded out as the Tier 7 gods fell one after another. How is this possible? At this moment, the other Tier 6 gods, the other gods, and all their believers looked at this scene in shock. More than 100 Tier 7 gods were instantly killed. What kind of power was this? Wang Wang Wing. At this moment, waves of energy surged toward the other gods and believers. The invincible and terrifying energy made them unable to resist at all. In fact, many of the gods and believers didn't even let out a scream. More than 1 million believers and gods, in just a few seconds, only a dozen of them were still floating in the air, looking around in despair. Buzz. However, at this moment, they felt a surge of energy surging into their minds. Following that, their eyes turned dull. The power of Soul Catcher. All the believers and the gods had died. He had left a dozen of them behind to perform Soul Catcher. He was prepared to gather information about the other legions. With a wave of his arm, he gathered all the corpses. There were also a lot of resources. However, the only regret was that Wang Xian could not use the treasures and weapons of the belief universe. To him, it was completely useless. Waves of information were transmitted into Wang Xian's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to curl up slightly. Based on the information in the minds of these 10+ gods, he gained a little understanding of the rest of the legion in the belief universe. All of them have been scattered. There is a legion of the belief universe that is closest to them. It should be within the range of Lin Wenluo's surveillance. As for the rest of the legion of the belief universe, I have no idea.
Wang Xian mumbled. However, he was somewhat satisfied to be able to obtain a piece of information.
To be able to gain so much in just one trip. This is a huge profit.
Wang Xian waved his arm and the unsolvable domain disappeared. A huge smile appeared on his face. This army of faith was comparable to the strength of all the strong disciples of the strongest races in the 9-origin universe.
And their hearts of faith were a treasure for the strong disciples in the 9-origin universe to achieve a breakthrough. This was too much for the improvement of the Dragon Palace.
Let's continue. Let's strive to destroy 7 to 8 faith armies. Wang Xian grinned and said.
He looked at Enlai, who was beside him. Enlai came to him and brought him to their temporary base. Xiao Xian, did you succeed? Lan Qingyue immediately asked when she saw Wang Xian return. I succeeded. The harvest this time is not bad. Furthermore, I obtained some good news. Wang Xian smiled and said. The destruction of the Sun Glory Palace's army was just the beginning. Lin Wenluo, monitor the direction on the right. Wang Xian received a piece of news from the dozens of level 4 pantheon of the Radiant Sun Palace. On the right, there was an army of Faith Army. This range was within the range of Lin Wenluo's scouting. Wang Xian gave him an order and flew in that direction with Lan Qingyue. We should be able to get a good harvest this time. Lan Qingyue followed beside Wang Xian and said with a smile on her face. The harvest should be good.
Wang Xian nodded. Even if we can only destroy 2 to 3 legions of the universe of faith, it will still allow our Dragon Palace to obtain a large amount of resources.
One had to know that 2 to 3 legions of the universe of faith would mean that there were 200,000 experts of the Pantheon level.
Putting everything else aside, the heart of the Pantheon of the 200,000 strong people of the Pantheon level could easily give birth to 200,000 existences of the Overlord level in the Dragon Palace. Not to mention that there were believers below the Pantheon level.
Wang Xian was flying on the right according to the memories of the Pantheon of the gods. He wanted to see if he could bump into them. Buzz.
Not long after, Lin Wenluo sent a message. Wang Xian smiled when he saw his message. Lin Wenluo had detected the gods who believed in the universe at a location not far away from him.
However, it was different from the last time. This time, there were only over 100 of them. Furthermore, these over 100 gods had discovered the scouting device that he had set up. After Wang Xian received this message, he immediately flew towards the location that Lin Wenluo had sent. He was only a few minutes away from that location. This should be the technology of the 9-origin universe. Although the technology of the 9-origin universe is not very powerful, it is extremely useful in terms of exploration and surveillance. Currently, only the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest of the powerhouses of the 9-origin universe are able to move around here. This should be arranged by the Dragon
King of the Dragon Palace. We have been discovered. At the same time, more than 100 gods were floating in the air not far away.
They looked at the detector in front of them with serious expressions. What's going on? One by one they guessed. Their expressions were not good as they looked at each other. Retreat immediately and tell the army behind us to stay away from here. Once we are locked on by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, we will definitely die. Quick! A rank 7 Pantheon said. Then, without any hesitation, they fled to the rear.
At the same time, they sent out messages one after another. Unlike the glorious Sun Palace, the army of their palace did not gather together.
Instead, they divided into 5 teams.
Each team had more than 100 Pantheon, and they were spread out in front, behind, and to the left and right.
Once they encountered danger or encountered any abnormalities, they could be immediately sent to the army in the center. This caused the army in the center to react quickly. This time, they discovered the abnormalities ahead of time. Whoosh! 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 However, not long after they left, Wang Xian,
Lan Qingyue, and the rest appeared. It should be this way. There are faint fluctuations of the power of faith here. Lan Qingyue pointed in a direction and said, "All right, let's chase after them. Their speed is not as fast as ours." Wang Xian's figure moved. With the help of the power of the galactic fragment, he flew rapidly in a direction. Found them. When Wang Xian and the rest flew for about 5 minutes, figures appeared in their line of sight one by one. When Wang Xian saw the hundreds of gods, a smile appeared on his face. "Oh? Not good, there's a terrifying force coming from the back." At the front, a level 7 god who was holding a picture of faith in his hand noticed that the picture in his hand had suddenly changed. His expression changed as he let out a low growl and immediately looked behind him. When he looked over, his pupils contracted slightly. Immediately, he saw a terrifying figure standing on a star and flying towards them. Beside him was an incomparably huge space beast. "It's the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This is bad. Immediately report to the army and tell them to flee." A shocked expression appeared on the face of the rank 7 Pantheon as he roared loudly. Boom! At this moment, a wave of energy covered them. The powerful force caused their bodies to tremble violently. They felt that the space around them had undergone a huge change. They felt that they were in a sticky space, and their speed had been reduced by more than 10 times. "Hee, I got another one." Wang Xian looked at them with a smile. With a wave of his arm, specks of energy covered them one by one. As the specks of energy landed on their bodies, the gods were instantly killed. They didn't even have the chance to scream. This is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. We are doomed. Lord Qing and the rest have been killed. This damn Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. We believe in the universe and will not let you off." There were 7 to 8 gods who were not killed by Wang Xian. When they saw this scene, their bodies trembled violently. They looked at Wang Xian with bloodshot eyes and shouted loudly, "Soul Catcher!" Wang Xian heard their incompetence and fury. He waved his arm and a surge of energy surged into their minds. Information was transmitted one by one. The exact location of the army of the universe and all the information appeared in their minds. "Hee, let's go. Their army is still in front." Wang Xian waved his arm and collected all the corpses of the gods. Then he flew forward. At this moment, the army at the front had already received the news from the front. The entire army did not hesitate at all. They immediately changed their direction and flew to the right. However, their speed was too slow. To Wang Xian and the rest, it was too slow. They were not on the same level of speed. Wang Xian could easily chase after them. Seeing the 2 million-strong army from afar, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Xiaolan let out a low growl and flew straight over. "Oh no, we've been discovered? How is this possible? How can they be so fast? That space behemoth should be the Kuan that the ancient god of the Dragon Palace fed to the Kuan master. We're doomed, we're doomed." "What terrifying power!" Xiaolan growled. All the gods and believers in this palace's army looked over. When they saw the terrifying giant beast flying toward them and felt the invincible power coming from its body, despair appeared on their faces. Wang Xian looked at this army and smiled. It was the 2 million-strong army. Next, it was no longer a battle. It was an easy victory. The 2nd Faith Legion. This was also the 3rd Faith Legion that Wang Xian had eliminated. Continue. Damn it. Damn Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Damn Dragon King. Our Amy Mountain Palace will never let you go. Never. The Brilliant Sun Palace was destroyed, and the 2nd palace was also destroyed. At the same time, at the position of the Belief Universe passage, an old man received a message and his face revealed an extremely angry expression. Damn it. He cursed angrily. The elders of the Amethyst Palace suddenly cursed angrily, causing the elders of the surrounding palaces to frown and look at him. Your Amethyst Palace was also destroyed? The elder of the Radiant Sun Palace asked the elder of the Amethyst Palace with a gloomy face. Yes, it was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the ancient god of the Dragon Palace, the Kuan-feeding master, who killed all the gods and believers of our army. This damn Dragon King. Once the calamity arrives in the future, they will be the first to be destroyed by our Amethyst Palace. The elder of the Amethyst Palace growled with a face full of killing intent.
His eyes were filled with hatred.
The million-strong army of the Amethyst Palace was their elites. The million-strong army had been destroyed, and their core strength and foundation had suffered a great loss. They couldn't even accept this loss.
They had entered the starry cosmos to increase their strength, but instead of increasing their strength, they had suffered a huge impact. This was something they couldn't accept.
The army of your Army Mountain Palace has been destroyed. The army of our Radiant Sun Palace should have been destroyed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The elders and experts of the Radiant Sun Palace also spoke with an ugly expression. The Radiant Sun Palace was the first to be destroyed. However, before all the gods and believers of the Radiant Sun Palace died, they didn't see who had attacked.
From the looks of it, it was definitely the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. 2 legions have already been destroyed, and in such a short period of time, the legions in our palace. The experts in the surrounding palaces had solemn expressions on their faces.
The elders immediately gave orders one by one. They told the legions in the palace to be careful. However, even though they sent out reminders, the worry on their faces didn't decrease at all.
This was because the Dragon King and the others were too powerful. 2 space beasts that were comparable to the peak of the gods.
Even the star field fragment was in the hands of the Dragon King. I really didn't expect that our entire belief universe would be forced to such an extent by a force from the 9 origin universe.
An elder from a palace slowly opened his mouth to speak, his expression somewhat ugly. Just a single dragon palace had caused their entire belief universe to be on tenterhooks. This was something they had never expected in their belief universe. Right at this moment, an incomparably vast energy suddenly appeared in the sky above all the gods.
An enormous illusory figure condensed from the power of belief appeared in the sky. The illusory figure was incomparably huge, as if it occupied an entire stretch of the sky. This figure had 3 faces, left, right, and center. Each face had a different expression.
Malevolent, kind, and cold.
It's the king of the gods.
Greetings, king of the gods. When all the elders and experts of the 24 palaces saw this figure appear, their hearts trembled and they immediately bowed respectfully.
Even if this king of the gods wasn't the supreme god of their palaces. However, when faced with this figure, all the experts of the gods bowed respectfully.
The title of king of the gods wasn't given for nothing.
The starry sky fragment has already been taken away and used by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Order all the disciples of the palaces to gather together. I will open up a teleportation channel and bring them back safely. The lips of the face in the center of this vast voice moved and a voice came from it. The voice contained a powerful magic power. It was as if as long as one heard this voice, they would believe in him. It's the king of the gods.
The elders who believed in the Universe Palace immediately responded respectfully. Supreme God, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has stolen the precious land of our belief universe and killed the disciples of our belief universe. We must not let him go. The elder of the Ami Mountain Palace said to the King of Gods with anger and hatred on his face.
We already know about this. The Supreme God replied, but didn't say anything else. Because even Supreme Gods didn't know how to do it. The star field fragment had been obtained by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, and he had already used it. In that case, it had power comparable to the peak gods.
In addition, the Dragon Palace's ancient god feed Kuan Master was comparable to the peak races.
They didn't have any good ideas either. It wasn't that they couldn't destroy the Dragon King, but they didn't want to take this risk. The belief universe had a heavenly Yuan creation grade treasure. Letting a rank 7 gods lead such a treasure into the starry universe was absolutely enough to kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. However, the risk was too great. If this treasure attracted the attention of the starry beasts in the starry universe, it would be like beating a dog to death. Therefore, they could not use such a treasure to kill a Dragon King.
Without such a treasure, as the strongest expert below the supreme god level, would it be so easy to kill?
In addition, with the suppression of the starry universe, the chances of killing the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace were too small. Even if there was a way, it wasn't worth it.
The price was too great.
Therefore, the current Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had no way to deal with the belief of the universe.
This time, when he stepped into the starry universe, not only did he not gain anything, he even suffered heavy losses. As for what happened next, he could only plan it all over again.
When the elders of the palace saw that the king of all gods did not respond, they stood there helplessly.
At this moment, they had no better ideas.
It's a pity that I didn't get any useful information. At this moment, in the starry universe, Wang Xian had destroyed the army of the Amazon Palace. This time, he did not receive any news from the army of the gods of the Amy Mountain Palace.
This made him slightly disappointed.
We have destroyed 2 armies of the palace consecutively. I believe the belief universe must have received the news. They should not allow other armies to enter our territory.
Lan Qingwei, who was standing at the side, spoke up. Yes, they have already given a warning. I'm afraid it will be difficult to hunt them down again.
Wang Xian nodded and looked to the left. Lin Wenluo did not set up a scouting device at the left. Let's go to the left and try our luck. A universe was still too big. Although the goal of the belief universe was also very big, it was still difficult to find them.
Next, I'm afraid it will depend on luck. Let's go. Wang Xian led Lan Qingwei and flew towards the left. Their speed was very fast. In order to intercept them better, Wang Xian flew towards the direction of the channel of the universe of faith. With his current speed, he was 10 times faster than the army of the universe of faith. After flying for a month, Wang Xian and the rest searched aimlessly.
It was indeed like looking for a needle in a haystack. If it wasn't for the fact that there were a lot of needles, Wang Xian wouldn't have tried it. However, there was a benefit.
The millions of gods and disciples who believed in the universal army couldn't hide perfectly. As long as they left a place not long ago, Wang Xian would be able to sense it.
As long as he sensed it, he would be able to give chase quickly. In addition, the benefits of destroying an army of faith were too great. Even if it was a waste of time and a chance, Wang Xian would not give up.
Both the Radiant Sun Palace and the Amy Mountain Palace have been destroyed. Damn it, that Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is really terrifying.
Just as Wang Xian was looking for an opportunity to give chase, the news was also transmitted to the army of the universe of faith.
When they received the news, their expressions were extremely ugly.
In fact, they were a little terrified. These were 2 huge armies, especially the army of the Amy Mountain Palace. Their overall strength could be ranked at the top among the 24 temples of the belief universe.
Such terrifying strength was directly destroyed. Once they encountered the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, their fate would be the same. The entire starry universe is so big. We might not be touched, but we still have to be careful.
In a void space in the starry universe, an army of the palace was rapidly flying forward. A rank 7 pantheon said with a solemn expression, "Once we encounter them, there's no way we can escape. The elders in the palace have already sent news, and the belief fragment has already been obtained by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The strength of the Dragon King and the others is no longer something we can contend against." A rank 7 pantheon beside him spoke, his expression uncertain. "Once we meet them, we will definitely be wiped out. I feel that we can split up and escape, flying towards the passage of faith." A rank 7 pantheon suggested.
His suggestion caused the surrounding rank 7 pantheon to look pensive. If they separated, their army would not be completely destroyed and everyone would have to depend on their own luck.
This had both advantages and disadvantages. Once they separated, the chances of encountering the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would increase. "Let me ask the elder and listen to his orders,"
one of the tier 7 gods said. From the elder's point of view, they should separate us. After all, every palace can't bear the risk of being completely destroyed. The risk is simply too great. A tier 7 pantheon said slowly.
The rest of the pantheon nodded and looked at each other.
Then let's split up. Each of us will split into small teams and head to the belief passage. Everyone, pray for your own good fortune.
A rank 7 pantheon said.
All right.
The rest of the rank 7 pantheon nodded. Soon after, the entire million-strong army was split into hundreds of small groups and flew around.
Although this method increased the chances of encountering the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the biggest advantage was that it would not cause the entire army to be wiped out.
This method was also the most helpless choice. It wasn't just this Faith Legion that was flying towards the channel of faith in this way.
There was also a large portion of the Faith Legion that split up the entire legion.
This was because none of the palaces could withstand the loss of the entire legion. Time passed day by day. The gods and believers of the legion that believed in the universe flew in fear.
Their speed was about 10 times slower compared to the flying speed of the entire army.
Each squad and the 7th and 6th order gods were the main force. A few months passed in the blink of an eye.
Wuxia led Lan Qingwei to search aimlessly in the universe.
At this moment, his mind stirred and he looked in a direction. In that direction, he could vaguely sense the aura of the power of faith.
I can sense it. Let's go.
Wuxia's face lit up as he flew directly in that direction. His speed was very fast. However, in less than 10 minutes, a team of more than 100 people who believed in the gods of the universe and their believers appeared in his line of sight. There were more than 100 gods and believers, but only 10 of them were at the level of the gods. Are they scattered?
Lan Qingwei raised her eyebrows and asked when she saw this. There were only 100+ gods and believers. This number was too small.
We'll know when we see it. Wuxia smiled and flew toward them instantly. In front of them, before the 100+ gods and believers who believed in the universe could react, they saw a figure appear beside them.
When they saw the face of this figure, their pupils constricted slightly and despair appeared on their faces instantly. It's the Dragon King.
One of the believers said with a face full of shock. Buzz. Wuxia didn't say anything. He waved his arm and a wave of energy charged straight at them. Even if Wuxia didn't use the Starjade fragment, he could easily kill the level 7 gods. A wave of energy swept out. The terrifying power instantly drowned out more than 100 Pantheon believers. Only the level 7 Pantheon let out a scream. The rest, except for the few Pantheon that Wuxia deliberately left behind, were all dead.
Soul-absorbing power.
At the same time, he waved his arm and used the soul-absorbing power on the other few Pantheon believers.
Due to the belief in the gods of the universe and the special reason of the power of belief, Wuxia was unable to use the soul-absorbing power on existences of the same level. After the soul-absorbing power was used, waves of information were transmitted into his mind.
The army of belief in their palace has been completely destroyed and divided into hundreds of small teams.
Wang smiled and said to Lan Qingwei,
"Oh? Then, Xiaoxian, do you know the location of the other teams?" Lan Qingwei raised her eyebrows and asked.
"One have a rough idea. There is a team nearest to this place. There are more than
200 gods in that team," Wuxia said. "In that case, even if their army breaks up the gods and their believers, they can still kill them one by one. Furthermore, Xiaoxian, I think we can split up. We can even let Xiao Lan and the rest act alone." Lan Qingwei suggested.
"Sure." Wuxia nodded. This time, if they could hunt down more believers, they could hunt down more.
This was an extremely rich resource. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Wuxia and Lan Qingwei split up.
Based on the information he received, Wuxia flew in one direction. His speed was very fast, and the distance between the other team was not too far away from him. After searching around for 2 days, Wuxia sensed the aura of the power of faith. This made the corner of his mouth curl up slightly. A smile appeared on his face. After flying forward for a few minutes, a team of more than 200 people appeared in his line of sight. Whoosh, whoosh. He moved his body and increased his speed. In an instant, he arrived in front of the team. Oh no! It's the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
We're doomed. When Wuxia appeared in front of them, everyone's faces immediately showed fear and despair. Wuxia chuckled and flew straight over. A wave of energy enveloped them.
Apart from leaving a few gods behind, the rest were all killed.
I've obtained some more information. Not bad.
Wuxia obtained 2 pieces of information from the memories of the gods. These 2 pieces of information were the direction of the other 2 teams. Although the army of this palace had separated, they were still in the same palace after all. They were very familiar with each other. Furthermore, they had just separated not long ago. He still knew the general direction.
Wuxia moved his body and gave chase based on the 2 directions in his mind. 5 days later, Wuxia appeared next to another squad again. He went over and killed them. 7 days later, he found the fourth squad. Within a few months, Wuxia had killed 4 squads and 50 to 60 pantheon gods. Among them, there were 3 level 7 pantheon gods. This was already a pretty good harvest. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Wuxia received a message from Lan Qingyue. Lan Qingyue had discovered a squad with tens of thousands of believers in the universe army. When Wuxia received the news, his body moved and he immediately flew over. For this team of 10,000 people who believed in the universe army, it was naturally very easy for Lan Qingyue to destroy it. However, Lan Qingyue did not have the soul-absorbing power. If she were to search for it, it was purely due to luck. Clearly, her luck was very good. She found a team of 10,000 people who believed in the universe army. When Wuxia rushed over, Lan Qingyue pointed to the location in front of him. It's right there. A small team of 10,000 people from the army of faith. I didn't destroy them. Lan Qingyue spoke. The reason why she didn't destroy them was to allow Wuxia to use his soul-absorbing power to obtain more information. Wuxia smiled and nodded. He flew over immediately. A suffocating energy covered the area. The terrifying energy caused all the members of the 10,000-man team to reveal expressions of despair and fear. What happened next was exceptionally easy. After obtaining a lot of information, Wuxia passed the information to Lan Qingyue. Then, they continued their hunt. As time passed, the number of believers and believers who died by their hands increased continuously. As Wuxia and the rest continued to hunt and kill, when hundreds of thousands of believers and believers of the universe army died one after another. One by one, the news also spread to the channel of the belief universe. The elders and experts of the belief universe looked a little embarrassed, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only pass this news to the believers and believers in the starry universe. When the gods and believers in the starry universe received this news, their expressions were as ugly as they could be. They never expected that they, the mighty experts of the belief universe, would be hunted down after coming to the starry universe. They were killed one by one like prey. This made them feel extremely aggrieved, powerless and terrified. All the gods and believers who believed in the universe were worried that they would run into the Dragon King and the rest, because once they ran into them, the result would be death. They did not dare to rest and flew desperately towards the channel of the belief universe. Time passed day by day, and the hunt continued. According to Wuxia's calculation of the speed of the gods who believed in the universe, if they wanted to fly to the channel of the belief universe, they would need at least 400 years. In other words, he could hunt for more than 400 years. As time passed, one by one, the gods died at the hands of Wuxia. The harvest was also increasing day by day. More than 200 years had passed. The number of gods and believers of the universe of belief who died at the hands of Wuxia was equivalent to the total number of believers in an army of belief. Faced with such losses, the universe of belief had no way out. At this moment, at the location of the channel of the universe of belief, a large number of experts from the 24 palaces were gathered at the exit of the channel. Their eyes were filled with anger and killing intent as they stared in the direction of the starry universe. Get ready. If that dragon palace dares to approach our space passage and start hunting, we will directly enter and destroy them. As time passed, the gods and believers of the Universe Legion were getting closer and closer to the exit. However, the closer they got to the passage, the more worried the gods became about the Dragon Palace Dragon King. Once the Dragon Palace Dragon King guarded the exit, he could easily slaughter all the gods and believers of the universe. Therefore, a large number of experts from the 24 palaces of the universe were gathered here. There were more than 100 peak gods gathered here. Once there were any problems, they would fly into the starry universe without hesitation. This was because they were at the edge of the universe. If they entered the starry universe in a short period of time, they would have enough time to retreat even if they were sensed by the heaven-origin cosmic behemoth in the starry universe. Therefore, as long as the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace dared to appear near their passageway, they would dare to enter and destroy him. Time was getting closer and closer. Wuxia had been hunting the gods and believers of the universe for more than 300 years.
At this moment, he was getting closer and closer to the channel of the universe of belief.
Let's stop. This hunt ends here. Wang Xian, Lan Qingwei, and the rest were floating in the void. He hesitated for a moment before speaking.
All right, further ahead is the channel of belief in the universe. If they have the heaven's fate there, we will be in great danger as well. The harvest over the past few hundred years is already very bountiful, Lan Qingyue said with a smile on her face.
In the past few hundred years of pursuit, apart from the 2 legions that they had destroyed in the beginning, they had also killed at least 2 powerhouses and believers from the army of belief in the universe, one after another. The harvest this time was not small.
Wang Xian and the rest were not greedy and stopped in time. The resources in their hands were enough to elevate the Dragon Palace to a very powerful level. Let's go back, Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue with a satisfied smile. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue left. They didn't go to the Starry City. Instead, they came to the Land of Thunder.
The Land of Thunder could be considered one of the most treasured lands of the Dragon Palace.
The value of such a treasured land was extremely high. Even if it was a peak race, they would fight for it. The resources in the Dragon Palace now are enough for the Dragon Palace to consume for 1 billion years. Wang Xian counted the harvest in his hands and smiled. It was equivalent to the harvest of the 4 armies of faith. This was more than 200,000 and close to 300,000 corpses of the Pantheon level. In addition to the previous harvest, he had obtained close to 300 corpses of the level 7 Pantheon level. There were more than 4 million corpses that were comparable to the level 8, level 9, and peak of the Venerable Realm. These resources were enough for the Dragon Palace to consume for 1 billion years. It was enough for the Dragon Palace to achieve a terrifying increase in strength.
It was enough for the Dragon Palace to catch up with the other peak races in terms of mid-range strength.
Perhaps the only thing the Dragon Palace lacked was the ability to dominate combat strength above the level 7 realm. This level of combat strength could only be sustained by Wang Xian, Lan Qingyue, and the rest.
However, their strength was now invincible in the starry universe.
Xiao Xian, do you want to wait until you have refined the starfield fragment before going back? Lan Qingyue asked Wang Xian. Yes, I have an idea. First, I want to completely refine the starfield fragment. Then, I want to go there once. The crystal beast that we encountered is very strong, comparable to us at the peak of dominance. However, as long as I have refined the starfield fragment together with you and Xiao Lan, it will be enough to destroy it. In that case, the energy that Xiao House and Xiao Bai have increased might be enough, Wang Xian said.
As for the matter with the Phoenix clan, get rid of the crystal behemoth and return immediately,
he said. Right now, the Phoenix clan had 4 space behemoths at level 7. As for whether these 4 space behemoths at level 7 were actually subordinates of the chaotic space behemoth, they couldn't be 100% sure.
It was also not 100% certain that the Beast King token would be of any use to them. After Wang Xian was done with everything, he would make his move like a thunderbolt.
First, he would refine the starfield fragment. After refining it, he would kill the crystal energy and the crystal beast in the ocean. In that case, Little White and Little House would be able to increase their strength. After resolving all of this, Wang Xian and the others would be able to easily kill the 4 space beasts who were at level 7.
Sure. Lan Qingwei nodded her head.
I'll refine it first. As Wang Xian spoke, he immediately took out the galactic fragment. Wang Xian had only refined a little of the entire galactic fragment. The heaven creation level galactic fragment was very strong, even if it was only 1/5 of it.
However, he could still use it to unleash a terrifying destructive power. Currently, Wang Xian could use the galactic fragment to unleash rapid shooting stars, galactic space lock, 8-star alignment, flaming shooting stars, heavy sky, and galactic desolation. These names were given by Wang Xian himself. Some of the offensive moves were used by the gods of the universe to deal with him. Wang Xian sat cross-legged in the thunder domain, quietly nurturing. To complete this nurturing, it would take at least tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. However, he was not in a hurry. Time passed quickly.
At the same time, all the gods and believers in the palace who were located in the space passage of the universe had all escaped and gathered at the entrance of the passage.
Some experts of the palace glanced at the gods and believers in their palace and looked extremely embarrassed.
This time, the losses of their 24 palaces were too great. After the belief universe entered the starry universe, the losses of their gods and disciples were too great.
In particular, most of the losses were caused by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
King of all gods, what should we do now?
The Dragon King is too strong. We are no match for him.
An elder looked at the King of all gods and said with an embarrassed expression, "With the suppression of the universe, it will be difficult to kill the dragon."
King, you can decide what to do next and develop slowly. If you can kill the Dragon King, then kill him. If you can't, we will kill the Dragon Palace first when the calamity begins.
The three-faced figure in the center said indifferently. He disappeared as soon as he spoke.
He wasn't going to attack the Dragon Palace Dragon King now.
The calamity hadn't started yet, so they couldn't enter the starry universe. Once they entered, there was a high chance that they would die inside. Therefore, the disciples under him decided what to do next.
Seeing the King of all gods leave, the rest of the gods and believers had ugly expressions on their faces.
The experts of the 24 palaces looked at each other helplessly.
The starry universe is very big. Although the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is very strong, it's impossible for him to keep chasing after the disciples of our belief universe. Let's send some level 7 and level 6 gods to search for resources in the starry universe first.
After a long silence, an elder of a palace said, "In that case, our 24 palaces will cooperate for the time being." An elder of a palace nodded and said,
Soon, the 24 palaces reached an agreement. They would first send the experts of the gods to enter and slowly develop, searching for treasures and resources.
Although it was very sullen, at least there wasn't too much danger. This time, the belief universe was completely subdued by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Time continued to pass, and thousands of years and tens of thousands of years passed by in a flash.
The belief universe started to play dirty. This was a very beneficial thing for the powerful disciples of the 9 origin universe.
The powerful disciples of the peak races and high-level races once again embarked on the path of searching for opportunities.
However, as time passed, the things that the great disciples from the 9 origin universe had been looking forward to and paying attention to did not happen. That was because after so long, the Dragon Palace had not sought revenge on the Phoenix clan. This caused many thoughts and conjectures to appear, and it also caused many great disciples from the 9 origin universe to discuss. The reason why the Dragon Palace has not sought revenge on the Phoenix clan right now should be because of those 4 space beasts at the level of a ruler. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others are definitely at the peak of the sovereign realm, but the ally of the space beasts invited by the Phoenix clan is also very terrifying. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others aren't strong enough to fight against the 4 level 7 sovereign realm space beasts. I don't think it's shameful. The Dragon King and the others are already very powerful.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is my idol. I support the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. Now that the Phoenix clan has allies, it's not too late to take revenge when the Dragon Palace is stronger.
We can't be rash.